I'm very thankful and grateful to all the members who have made this effort of coming in today for this all-important seminar. We have some eminent speakers with us who have come from far. We have our founder member sitting over here. We have our honorary patron over here. We welcome you all very warmly. Apart from all the office bearers who are present over here today, we have our EC members also over here and some very important people who have been a part of the association throughout the years. And we are grateful to all of them to take this time out and make the effort of coming here. We are going to have some very important conversations. And again, NDTV is here today to lead that conversation with our Honorable Minister. We are very grateful to NDTV as well. As soon as the Minister arrives, we will begin with the proceedings. ATOI is always happy to provide a platform for networking to the members. So kindly make use of this opportunity today. There are members who have come from far, and they are all over here for networking, for learnings. Collaboration is the best way to go forward. So I encourage you that network generously today. For the entire day, you all are captive audience.
अनेक भारतीय हजारों की संख्या में हर साल दुनिया के दूसरे देशों में जाकर के इस एरो स्पोर्ट्स का आनंद लेते हैं। भारत में ये फैसिलिटी शुरू होने के बाद निश्चित रूप से लोगों को इस रोमांच को अनुभव करने का अवसर तो मिलेगा ही, लेकिन साथ ही साथ में भारत के पर्यटन के इजाफे में वृद्धि के दृष्टिकोण से भी एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कदम होगा।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, members of the Adventure Tourism Fraternity, media friends, partners, and colleagues. On behalf of the Adventure Tour Operators Association of India, ATOAI, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you to this seminar on risk management and safety in Indian adventure tourism, here today at the Park, New Delhi. Today's seminar is not merely an industry gathering. It is a collective commitment towards building a safer, more responsible, and globally respected adventure tourism ecosystem for India. Adventure tourism, by its very nature, involves uncertainty, but professionalism lies in managing risk responsibly, ethically, and systematically. As the saying goes, safety is not expensive, it is priceless. We are deeply honored to have with us an eminent gathering of dignitaries, policymakers, and industry leaders this morning. In Indian tradition, we begin every auspicious occasion with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, symbolizing wisdom, positivity, and the illumination of knowledge. May I invite Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Union Minister of Culture and Tourism, Government of India, sir, to please come and start the inaugural process. Mr. Rahul Hon'ble, CEO and Editor-in-Chief, NDTV. Mr. Ajit Bajaj, Padma Shri Awardee and President, ATOAI. Ms. Rani Puri, Founder Member of ATOAI. Brigadier Abby, Honorary Patron of ATOAI. Mr. Neil Davidson, Territory Director of PADI. All the office bearers and the EC members, please come so that we can begin the inaugural process with the auspicious lamp lighting. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please all rise for the lighting of the lamp.
Shubham
Thank you so much, everyone. May I kindly request that everyone take their seats now, please. Thank you so much. As Vice President of ATOAI, it is my privilege to formally welcome you all this morning. India today stands at a defining moment in adventure tourism. We are witnessing extraordinary growth in interest for immersive, outdoor, and experiential travel. But with growth comes responsibility. The responsibility to build systems, strengthen safety standards, and create a culture where adventure and accountability go hand in hand. This seminar is an important step in that direction. Today, we bring together policymakers, global experts, operators, rescue specialists, trainers, legal experts, and industry stakeholders to collectively discuss how India can evolve into a world-class adventure tourism destination built on professionalism, preparedness, and trust. On behalf of ATOAI, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers, delegates, partners, members for joining us today and supporting this important initiative. I would also like to especially thank you, our Honorable Minister, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, for his encouragement and support towards strengthening adventure tourism in India, and we look forward to this continued support. As adventure tourism is no longer a niche, it has become mainstream. Everybody wants to go for experiential travel and experience the extraordinary. So we really need that support from our ministry. As we move through the day, I encourage everyone to participate actively, ask questions openly, and collaborate generously. Because safety is not the responsibility of one organization, it is a collective industry commitment. Thank you once again, everyone. A Padma Shri awardee, Everest summiteer, polar explorer, and one of India's foremost adventure tourism leaders, he has inspired generations through his achievements and his continued commitment towards building the adventure tourism ecosystem in the country. May I request Mr. Ajit Bajaj, President of ATOAI, to kindly deliver the President's address.
Good morning. Honorable Minister for Tourism and Culture, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, CEO and Editor-in-Chief NDTV Rahul Kanwal ji, our founder member of ATOAI, Rani Puri ji, our patron, Brigadier Ashok Abbey, Mr. Neil Davidson from Paddy. He's flown in all the way from Australia for this seminar. Thank you so much, Neil, for doing this for us. Brigadier Shekhawat, and my dear fellow adventurers. I think both our guests of honor today, our chief guest and guest of honor, it's a privilege for us to have them because both of them understand our world. They are fellow adventurers. The Honorable Tourism Minister, well, he's skydives, he's gone rafting and trekking, and Rahul goes skiing. You've seen him at Davos. He goes river rafting, kayaking, zip lining, and so on. So I think I'd like to really begin by saying that when I got into adventure in the 80s, adventure was considered synonymous with daredevilry, death-defying kind of stuff. But I think over the years, people have realized that done properly with all the safeguards, adventure can be extremely safe and very invigorating for us. I like to believe that as adventure tour operators, many of us here, we have the best profession on the planet. We do have Mother Nature as our office, and overcoming challenges is addictive. Well, interest in the outdoor pursuits industry is growing globally. This is a $683 billion industry and growing. India is ranked 7th in the world as far as the number of natural World Heritage Sites by UNESCO is concerned. These are 2026 figures, but having experienced adventure travel in all 7 continents, in over 50 countries, I do believe that we should be ranked amongst the first 4. And our vision really, and this collective vision is with all stakeholders, especially our Ministry of Tourism. We do want India's ranking. Our ranking has improved on the Adventure Tourism Development Index. We were 96 in 2020, and our ranking has improved to 38th. But there's miles to go. There's miles to go before we sleep. Our vision is we want to be ranked amongst the 10 best in adventure tourism by 2034. And this vision we share with our Ministry of Tourism, all our adventure tour operators, and all stakeholders. So there's a lot of work for us to, as a team. So what are the industry trends we are seeing in adventure today? There is pressure to reduce costs, and this is not just in India, this is global. Customers are getting more demanding, they want the best standards, and social tolerance for injuries and accidents is down. So we are really looking at 3 outcomes from this seminar. The first one is, well, to come together, learn from each other, and adopt global best practices. The second really is, today, there are perhaps about 15,000 adventure tour operators in our country. And we feel, according to industry estimates, that about maybe 25 to 30% of them are either registered, recognized, or licensed. So last week, I was at the Statue of Unity. Our Ministry of Tourism, under the leadership of the Honorable Minister, had organized a seminar on developing global standard tourist destinations. And a part of that seminar was given to adventure tourism. And it was about an adventure tourism safety management framework, right? So let me explain this. So risk is involved. India has a federal structure, and our state governments, many of whom are here today, we do feel that there is need to regulate our sector, to monitor it, at the same time to encourage the growth of the sector. We also need to encourage our young adventure entrepreneurs. Let me give you an example. The government of Uttarakhand earlier this year, they trained 450 adventure guides, river rafting guides in wilderness first aid, CPR, and leave no trace. So I think having a framework for regulating the sector, but at the same time having ease of doing business, speed of doing business, and peace of doing business, and encouraging the sector, I think that's the fine balance that we need to get to. And the third is that the third pillar for us today is we want adventure consumer awareness. We want to get the message out that when competition is only on cost, safety is the first casualty. So as adventure tourists, I think it's important for them to do their due diligence to ensure they go with a good licensed, certified operator as well. I think in India, we have the Atithi Devo Bhava ethos that we have all, especially all of us in the tourism sector, we've all grown up with that, right? But when it comes to adventure tourism, there are 2 things that are even above that. One is Suraksha, or safety, Devo Bhava. I think for us, safety is the principal fundamental on which our industry is based. And the second one is Prakriti Devo Bhava, that nature is like God for us, because these wild places, that's our office, and it's our duty to preserve these for our future generations and ensure that we leave absolutely no trace. Beyond our operations, let's also, as adventure operators, let's take ownership, right? The days of being silent are over. Politely but firmly, we have to call out wrongdoings. The time has come for all stakeholders to come together and do whatever we can to prevent any accidents from happening in our beautiful country. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ajit, for your inspiring words and your continued leadership for the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to an exclusive conversation on responsible adventure tourism featuring our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, with Mr. Rahul Kanwal and Mr. Ajit Bajaj. This special interaction will focus on future of adventure tourism, responsible growth, global positioning, and India's immense potential in the sector. May I invite Mr. Rahul Kanwal to lead this conversation, please. Rahul, it's all yours now.
Good morning, and it's absolutely fantastic being here. This conversation has been a long time in the making. My father ran an adventure cell in Devlali when he was in the artillery. We used to go every weekend trekking, paragliding, kayaking, rafting, whatever else. And I've seen over the decades, people like Ajit Bajaj, Vaibhav, and so many others take extremely good care of safety standards. And I've also seen people being very footloose and fancy in terms of ignoring safety. And therefore, how can the industry come together? It gives me great delight to be here when an effort is being made to bring everyone on a common platform. And the really amazing thing is that adventure tourism in India is very fortunate to have a minister like Gajendra Shekhawat, who's amongst the few mantris who's jumped out of a plane, he's been in fast waters, he knows the exhilaration of having fast rapids hit your face, and therefore, and because his daughter is extremely passionate about adventure sports herself, therefore he's got a personal interest in ensuring that adventure tourism is safe in this country and that it grows and there are safety standards for all. So on that note, thank you very much, Minister, for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for giving this opportunity.
We're very delighted to have you here. I want to kick off by saying that in May, your government has come up with model standards that you want all states to practice and implement. But the fact is that tourism in India is a state subject. So outside of just coming up with a model framework, how do you think we can take adventure sports in India from where we are right now, which is largely unregulated, to having the kind of standards that we see in countries like New Zealand, Australia and elsewhere?
देखिए राहुल जी, आपने ठीक कहा that भारत में टूरिज्म स्टेटलेस का सब्जेक्ट है, लेकिन नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से हम कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म के सिद्धांत के साथ में काम कर रहे हैं, अब वो जो दूरियां जितनी दिखाई देती थी उतनी दूरियां अब बची नहीं है। सारे राज्य जो हैं टूरिज्म की ताकत को समझने लगे। मेरा इस इंडस्ट्री के साथ में बहुत पुराना लंबा जुड़ाव है, लगभग 4 दशक का, टूरिज्म को लेकर के और टूरिज्म के नए मॉड्यूल्स को लेकर के। बिकॉज पूरी दुनिया में पर्यटन को देखने का, टूरिज्म को देखने का दृष्टि उसी तरह से बदली है जिस तरह से लाइफ को देखने का पर्सपेक्टिव बदला है। स्पेशली कोविड के बाद में people have started giving preference to experience-based tourism rather than monumental tourism. हर आदमी को कोई ना कोई नया अनुभव चाहिए। And भारत में भी एडवेंचर टूरिज्म जो है वो एक नीश टूरिज्म सेगमेंट जैसा होता था, जैसा अभी अजीत जी कह रहे थे, वहाँ से निकल करके अब एक्सपीरियंस फील्ड एडवेंचर इंडस्ट्री का रूप ले रहा है। और उसके पीछे जो सबसे बड़ी ताकत है वो ताकत है हमारा बढ़ता हुआ डोमेस्टिक टूरिज्म। पिछले 1 साल में 294 करोड़ ट्रैवल विजिट्स हिंदुस्तान में रजिस्टर हुई। और जब मैं ट्रैवल विजिट कहता हूँ कि मतलब घर से निकल करके कोई आदमी गया, एक रात कहीं बाहर रहा और लौट करके वापस आया, दैन इट इज़ कंसिडर्ड एज 1 विजिट। ऐसे में भारत में इस बदलते हुए दृष्टिकोण से, बदलते हुए परिप्रेक्ष्य में एडवेंचर टूरिज्म बहुत तेज गति के साथ में बढ़ रहा है। और आने वाले समय में जिस तरह से मैं राज्यों का अभी जो अजीत जी उल्लेख कर रहे थे, जब केवड़िया में हम बैठे थे, हमने इस फ्रेमवर्क को रिलीज़ किया, जिस फ्रेमवर्क को बनाने के लिए एडवेंचर टूरिज्म ऑपरेटर्स एसोसिएशन ने बहुत बड़ा काम किया है, बहुत बड़ा योगदान किया। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। सारे राज्यों के साथ में कंसल्ट किया, ऑपरेटर्स के साथ में कंसल्ट किया, इंटरनेशनल बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को सबको जो है कंसल्ट किया, उनको स्टडी किया एंड फाइनली एक फ्रेमवर्क इंडिया के लिए सजेस्टिव फ्रेमवर्क बनाया। और जब हमने उसको लॉन्च किया तब सारे राज्यों के सेक्रेटरीज, ऑलमोस्ट ऑल द स्टेट्स इंक्लूडिंग बंगाल, ऑल द स्टेट, सबके सेक्रेटरीज वहाँ उपस्थित थे उनके सामने एंड एवरीबडी हैव टेकन इट विद अ ग्रेट वार्मथ। सो मैं ये मानता हूँ कि आने वाले समय में ये इंडस्ट्री में जितना स्कोप है, जिस गति के साथ में इंडस्ट्री बढ़ रही है, द सेफ्टी स्टैंडर्ड्स के को स्टैंडर्डाइज करना, सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल्स को स्टैंडर्डाइज करना, दैट इज़ द नीड ऑफ द आवर और उस पर काम शुरू हुआ है। हिंदुस्तान जितना डाइवर्स कंट्री है, जितनी तरह की अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हमारे पास में है, जितनी तरह की डाइवर्सिटीज़ हमारे पास हैं, स्नो कैप माउंटेन से लेकर के और 7,000 किलोमीटर्स से भी ज़्यादा का कोस्ट लाइन हमारे पास में है, वाइल्ड लाइफ ट्रैकिंग से लेकर के और हिमालयन ट्रैक से लेकर के सारे माउंटेन ट्रैक्स हमारे पास में। तो मुझे लगता है कि ऐसी परिस्थिति में जिस देश में कोल्ड और हॉट दोनों तरह के डेजर्ट हों, उस देश में इमेंस स्कोप है। थोड़ा सा जो है इसको सिस्टमेटाइज और रेगुलेट करने की ज़रूरत है। जैसा आपने मेंशन किया कि कनाडा ने जिस तरह से अपने यहाँ एडवेंचर सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल शुरू किए हैं, न्यूजीलैंड ने जिस तरह से ऑडिट बेस्ड जो है रेगुलेशन उसके लिए शुरू किया है, या स्विट्ज़रलैंड में जैसे स्विट्ज़रलैंड स्विस मोबिलिटी कॉन्सेप्ट जिस तरह का है, हमको टेक्नोलॉजी, इंटरनेशनल बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस और हमारे यहाँ की अपॉर्चुनिटीज़, इन तीनों को कंबाइन करके जिस फ्रेमवर्क की ज़रूरत थी, वो दैट फ्रेमवर्क, दो इट इज़ एवर इवॉल्विंग वर्ड, कंटिन्यूस बदलता रहेगा एज पर द नीड्स एंड रिक्वायरमेंट्स, बट स्टिल एक बेस गाइडलाइन हमने सबके साथ में शेयर की एंड दैट इज़ सो कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव। अगेन आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक ATOAI that it is so comprehensive that state need not to do anything. They just have to go, adapt it, and the work is over, and then they have to implement it.
But therein lies the challenge, Ajit, because all the states are not consistent. Some more willing to adapt these standards than the others. So tell us, which are the states that have been faster to move in terms of implementing the standard guidelines and frameworks, and where are the states that you think the Mantriji needs to push, the government needs to push to bring them up to speed, to get them to adopt and implement the framework?
See, there is no uniformity. Actually, just a minute before you speak. There is no uniformity in India because being the state subject, every state as per their needs, they have started some sort of regulations and they have implemented them. But having provided with this framework, which is a universal framework for the country, and it's a comprehensive framework, rather I should say. It now, and it is just a week ago, less than a week ago. So I think that now, since that comprehensive document is available with the states, and with the warmth which they have taken it, I am sure that all the states, and Ajit was part of all those presentations which were made in that conference. Almost every state had come up with the idea, and with the idea which they have floated and they have depicted there, they had a component, apart from other components, one component of adventure tourism was inevitably there in each and every state's presentation. When we were discussing about creating 50 new iconic destinations of global standard, every state was coming up with an idea incorporated filled in with the adventure activity therein.
Absolutely, sir. To answer your question, Rahul, I think we've been getting support from all stakeholders, starting at the highest level, from the Hon'ble Minister, our Ministry of Tourism. You see, all our state governments have realized that not just the economic benefits of adventure tourism in the far-flung regions of our country or employment generation in rural parts of our country, but also adventure tourism is the best way for us as a country to attain our sustainable development goals. And I'd like to mention those. There's Sustainable Development Goal number 8, 12, 13, and 15 in particular. So we are getting support from all stakeholders. This is work in progress. There are a lot of states that have taken the lead, but all states are coming on board. They are realizing the importance of this subsector. And as I mentioned, I think it's important for all of us to work as one team. It doesn't matter which state you are in or your political affiliation. We need to come together and ensure the growth of responsible adventure tourism in our country.
See, one more thing I would like to add here. Apart from the safety, the adventure tourism gives opportunity to the geographical locations or places where otherwise there are no opportunities. You go to beer billing, a big industry of is going on there. Paragliding people are doing there. Apart from that, what other industry you can imagine there? Nothing. So this is an activity, or this is an opportunity for the states or for the places which are very far-flung, remote, and where no other activity, economic activity can happen, and that this adventure tourism can change and their world and their lives in entirety.
आपने बीर बिलिंग का एग्जाम्पल दिया, उसी की बात करते हैं, क्योंकि जैसे जब कोई बीर बिलिंग जाता है टूरिस्ट, वहाँ पे कई सारे ऑपरेटर्स हैं, कोई इंडिपेंडेंट है, कोई किसी कंपनी का हिस्सा है, और कस्टमर को ये नहीं पता होता कि इसमें से सर्टिफाइड कौन है, किसको कितने साल का एक्सपीरियंस है, कौन अभी हाल ही में स्टार्ट किया है. लोग अमूमन कॉस्ट देखते हैं कि ये 3,000 का दे रहा है, वो 5,000 का दे रहा है. जो 3,000 का दे रहा है वो लगता है कि भाई ये तो सस्ता है. कस्टमर की माइंडसेट ये रहती है. इसको आप कैसे एड्रेस और अटैक कर सकते हैं मिनिस्टर, कि लोग सबसे चीप ऑप्शन में ना जाए, जो सबसे चीप ऑप्शन है वहाँ पे कुछ गड़बड़ होने के चांसेस सबसे ज़्यादा हैं.
देखिए, इसीलिए जो है इस फ्रेमवर्क की ज़रूरत थी कि हम एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव फ्रेमवर्क वहाँ पर सभी जगह पे, नॉट ओनली बीर बिलिंग, सब जगह हर एक एक्टिविटी के लिए बना करके उसको लागू करें, और इस तरह की जो है व्यवस्था खड़ी करें कि सब लोग एट पार हों और बिना ऑडिट, सेफ्टी रेगुलेशन और एक्सपीरियंस, डिज़ायर्ड एक्सपीरियंस एंड सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल्स के कोई इस तरह से ऑपरेट भी ना कर सके. अजीत जी जब बात कर रहे थे ओपनिंग रिमार्क्स में, इन्होंने कहा कि आउट ऑफ द टोटल नंबर ऑफ एडवेंचर टूर ऑपरेटर्स इन इंडिया 35% ही केवल ऐसे हैं जो उनके पास में लाइसेंस है या जिनके पास में रजिस्ट्रेशन है. सो एक स्ट्रिक्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन का प्रोटोकॉल विद ऑपरेशन गाइडलाइन बनेगा तो मुझे लगता है ये जो चुनौती हमारे पास है, क्योंकि मैं जानता हूँ एक एक्सीडेंट कहीं होता है, वो हो सकता है एक्सपीरियंस की कमी के कारण से भी हो सकता है, टेक्निकल फेलियर के कारण भी हो सकता है, किसी गैजेट के कारण भी हो सकता है, कुछ भी कारण से अगर एक एक्सीडेंट कहीं होता है, वो एक एक्सीडेंट हमको जो है केवल एक एक्सीडेंट, एक लाइफ, एक इंजरी इतना ही कॉस्ट नहीं करता. कंप्लीट ट्रस्ट जो है उसके कारण से शेकन अप होता है. इसलिए इसको रेगुलेट करने की, इसको आप इन अप्रोप्रिएट मैनर इसको जो है रन थ्रू करने की आवश्यकता है.
How do you think this should be addressed? Because you deal with this, for example, when someone's rafting down with any of your companies down the river above Rishikesh, it costs much more. There's so many operators already by the river who will do the same thing at a much cheaper price, and they'll stop wherever you want them to stop and do much more masti than you would allow. And therefore, naturally, most customers might feel that, hey, why not? ये बहुत ज़्यादा नियम कानून बता रहे हैं, वहाँ ज़्यादा मजा आएगा.
You're absolutely right, Rahul. So we have to work at all levels. As adventure tour operators, we need to adopt global best practices. We need to learn from each other and ensure we are doing the right thing. And to that effect, the Adventure Tour Operators Association of India, over the last few years, we have come up with safety guidelines covering 29 verticals of adventure tourism. We are running courses in wilderness, first aid, CPR, and responsible adventure tourism for our guides. Yes, and I'd like to mention, we are doing this in partnership with our Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and many state governments have pitched in as well. The second aspect, of course, is regulation. It is important. There is risk involved, and that is where, as a subsector of tourism, we are a little different. Because there is risk involved, there is need to regulate the sector. We have to ensure that any company that is getting into or into adventure tourism, they are using the right equipment, certified to international levels of safety. Their guides are very well trained, not only in technical aspects, but also in communication skills, in first aid, CPR, and rescue, and so on. And the third aspect also is that we must create awareness amongst our adventure tourists that when competition is only on price, the first thing that takes a hit, that's the casualty, is safety. So licensed operators operating at international standards of safety and also consumer awareness to only go with certified, recognized operators.
See, properly regulated जिस दिन जब ये इंडस्ट्री और सेगमेंट हो जाएगा, and the license or registration will be compulsory for all the operators, then all these safety protocols on which it is compromised, कोई cost पे compromise कर रहा है, कोई उसके safety protocols पे compromise कर रहा है, कोई जैसा आपने कहा ज़्यादा मस्ती को allow कर रहा है, ऐसे लोगों को चेक करके और उनके ऊपर जिस दिन लाइसेंस को बंद करेंगे, उनको पेनलाइज करेंगे, उस दिन ये अपने आप चीज़ें ठीक से रेगुलेट होने लग जाएंगे. और वो अब क्योंकि जिस तरह से इंडस्ट्री एक्सपैंड हो रही है, पहले एक नीश सेगमेंट था, छोटे से दौर पे होता था, लेकिन अब हिंदुस्तान की लगभग हर रिवर पे जहाँ पॉसिबिलिटी है, हम लोग केवड़िया में थे, उन्होंने वहाँ आर्टिफिशियली क्रिएट कर दिया है, नर्मदा में जो है एक्सपीरियंस, राफ्टिंग एक्सपीरियंस क्रिएट कर दिया है, सुबह सुबह कोई भी जाके कर सकता है. तो ये जो जब जैसे ये एक्सपैंड हो रहा है, वैसे वैसे अब इसमें हमको ज़्यादा प्रॉपर रेगुलेशन की आवश्यकता और भी बढ़ेगी.
आप कह रहे हैं कि एक स्टेट सब्जेक्ट है, पर मैं आपको जैसे पैडी का एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूँ. ये सज्जन यहाँ ऑस्ट्रेलिया से आए हैं. पैडी में अगर आपको डाइव मास्टर बनना है तो आपका बाकायदा इम्तिहान होता है, आप एग्ज़ाम पास करते हो तभी आप किसी दूसरे को ट्रेन कर सकते हो. आप जब डाइविंग के लिए जाते हो, आप देखते हो कि जिसके साथ आप डाइव कर रहे हो उसकी क्या सर्टिफिकेशन है, और जो सेंटर है उसकी भी रेगुलरली पैडी सर्टिफाई करता रहता है. जब तक कुछ इस तरह से नहीं होगा तब तक, क्योंकि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के लिए छोड़ दोगे, कोई अच्छे से चला रहा है रेगुलेशन, कोई नहीं चला रहा, हाउ डू वी क्रिएट दैट काइंड ऑफ अ सिस्टम कि आपके पास एक बाकायदा पैडी टाइप की सर्टिफिकेशन हो जिसमें चेक भी हो कि आपके जो इंस्ट्रक्टर हैं वो कितने क्वालिफाइड हैं. इस दिशा में आप क्या कर रहे हैं मिनिस्टर?
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि हमारे यहाँ अभी हमने वी हैव जस्ट बिगन विद, अभी तो 7 दिन हुए हैं फ्रेमवर्क को इशू किए हुए. आपने पैडी का एग्जांपल दिया, हमारे यहाँ भी जहाँ डीप सी डाइविंग पे, स्नॉर्कलिंग पे जो लोग कर रहे हैं, उनके लिए एक डीप सी डाइवर बनने के लिए आपको सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए, और सर्टिफिकेट होने के बाद ही आप दूसरे लोगों को इंट्रोड्यूस कर सकते हो, ट्रेन कर सकते हो. दैट सिमिलर सिचुएशन विल बी available in all the states and all the adventure activities relating to adventure sports. It will take a bit time, but with the passing the time and having this comprehensive framework in place, I think that in a year or two there will be activities, and then once safety protocols are going to be adapted by any of the state, और वहाँ की बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को देख करके दूसरे स्टेट्स भी इस पर काम करेंगे. और भारत सरकार का पर्यटन मंत्रालय जो है, इसको सभी लोग जो अपने यहाँ पे एक्टिविटीज़ को इस तरह की एक्टिविटीज़ को ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, जिस भी स्टेट में जिस भी तरह की एक्टिविटी हो रही है, हमने तय किया है कि जो इन प्रोटोकॉल्स को, सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल्स को, सेफ्टी फ्रेमवर्क पे गाइडलाइन बना करके ठीक से उसके ऊपर काम करेगा, सेफ्टी के साथ में सस्टेनेबिलिटी पर भी ठीक से काम करेगा. तो भारत सरकार का जो भी इन डिफरेंट स्कीम्स, वट एवर सपोर्ट वी एक्सटेंड एंड हैंड होल्डिंग वी गिव प्रोवाइड टू द स्टेट्स, उस सब में उसको एक कंसिडरेशन का बेंचमार्क मानेंगे कि आप ये करोगे तो ही हम आपको सपोर्ट करेंगे. सो ऑल द न्यू स्कीम्स और न्यू एवेन्यूज व्हाट स्टेट्स विश टू क्रिएट, उसमें हमको अपनी और भारत सरकार से उस पर सपोर्ट चाहिए. तो उसके लिए पहले इनको ठीक से रेगुलेट करके अडेप्ट करना पड़ेगा. दिस विल बी carrot and stick, both approach will be there.
Mr. Bajaj, can regulation be left to the states? Do you think there's a need for a national body like PADI to certify in different disciplines the companies that are involved in this, and also the guides who are helping people go out into the water or come down from the skies?
Absolutely agree with you. So we are working with the Bureau of Indian Standards to have standards for adventure tourism, and we've recently also adopted ISO 21101, which is the adventure tourism safety management system standard. So we are working with all stakeholders on this aspect. But to answer your question more specifically, to some extent, perhaps an interministerial group chaired by the Honorable Minister to look at a national framework for safety management in our country. Perhaps that is a need of the hour. And I'd also like to suggest one other aspect, that yes, whenever there's an accident, it's highlighted. So through you, Rahul, we also want to say that by and large, there's some very good operators in our country. They are absolutely world class, as you've seen yourself, and there is need to regulate the system to ensure we all come onto a common platform. But the kind of benefit we are getting as a country, we are a country of youth from adventure tourism. I think that far outweighs any negative, but let's work together, and definitely there is need for synergy across all as a nation.
No, but this...
See, let me intervene here, Rahul. Ideally, it is very good that when we say that there should be a national framework, but ultimately implementation of those framework will always lie on the shoulders of the states. And Bharat में जिस तरह का federal structure है, the entire law and order is being dealt by the state governments. हमने ऐसा तो नहीं कहा कि देश ने एक प्रोटोकॉल बना दिया, देश ने एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बना दिया, एक आईपीसी बना दिया, देश ने एक भारत न्याय संहिता बना दिया, and states are working on it. So we suggested, we have given a national framework to them. Now they will adapt it and they will work on it. And then time will come that this industry will further grow, and if it is required, then we'll have to go to the parliament and ask that to enact a national framework for safety protocols.
मैं अब चर्चा करना चाहता हूँ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे, क्योंकि जैसे हम स्कीइंग लेते हैं, कुछ तस्वीरें स्कीइंग की पीछे चल भी रही हैं. स्कीइंग में क्या होता है गुलमर्ग जैसी जगह पे कि जैसे जब उमर अब्दुल्ला चीफ मिनिस्टर बनते हैं तो वो फटाफट स्की लिफ्ट्स बनवा लेते हैं, थोड़ा सा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को इंप्रूव करने की कोशिश करते हैं. उनकी सरकार जाती है, नई सरकार आती है, उनका कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, वो खंबे उखाड़ के पहलगाम ले जाते हैं. और ये काफ़ी अपसर्ड टाइप की सिचुएशन है कि जहाँ पे स्कीइंग हो भी नहीं सकती वहाँ पे खंबे लगे हुए हैं. लेकिन सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट क्या करे, क्योंकि अब एडवेंचर स्पोर्ट्स कुछ शौकीनों के लिए ही रिस्ट्रिक्टेड नहीं, अब ज़्यादा लोग आ रहे हैं जिनका ट्रेडिशन, जैसे कोई आर्मी फैमिली से हो, उसका एक समझ में आता है कि चलो ये बचपन में ही सीखते हुआ. अब तो हर तरह का आदमी आ रहा है वहाँ पे, उससे फिर भीड़ हो रही है. इंडिया में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की कमी है. सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट इस इशू को कैसे एड्रेस कर रही है?
देखिए, हमने केवल ये नहीं, टूरिज़्म के हमारे नए आइकॉनिक ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड के डेस्टिनेशंस बने, 50 डेस्टिनेशन बने, बिकॉज डिकंजेशन ऑफ द एग्जिस्टिंग टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन इज़ द बिगेस्ट नीड ऑफ द आवर. ऐसे नए डेस्टिनेशंस बने और उनको हम अब जो भी कुछ बनाए उनको एकदम ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड का बनाए. इसके ऊपर प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने कंटिन्यूस मार्गदर्शन भी किया है, हमने स्टेट्स के साथ में इंटरेक्शन भी किया है. और जैसा मैंने शुरुआत में कहा कि हर स्टेट, अब बिकॉज प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैव डिसाइड कि हर स्टेट अपने यहाँ एटलीस्ट एक डेस्टिनेशन इस तरह का बनाए. मेजॉरिटी ऑफ स्टेट्स जो भी लेकर के आए थे प्रोजेक्ट प्रपोजल, उसके एक कंपोनेंट एडवेंचर टूरिज़्म जरूर था. इसलिए ये निश्चित रूप से एक्सपेंड भी होगा, इसकी महत्ता भी बढ़ेगी. और उस पर जब नीड बढ़ती है, तो जब डिमांड बढ़ती है, तो ऑटोमेटिकली इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आता है. भारत सरकार डिफरेंट स्कीम्स के तहत इस तरह के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को क्रिएट करने के लिए स्टेट्स को सपोर्ट एक्सटेंड करती है. टूरिज़्म की जो है इकोनॉमिक पावर, और टूरिज़्म की इकोनॉमी हमेशा ही डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड इकोनॉमी होती है, बिकॉज जो है नीचे एक टैक्सी ड्राइवर से लेके, गाइड से लेकर के, द क्राफ्ट शॉप से लेके, होटल से लेके, होटल से काम करने वाले से, ग्रॉसरी से, एवरीबडी, इट इज़ डिवाइडेड. सो टूरिज़्म की इकोनॉमी की, इस डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड इकोनॉमी की ताकत को समझते हुए हर स्टेट ने इसको गंभीरता से लेना शुरू किया. जैसा मैंने शुरुआत में कहा था, मुझे इस इंडस्ट्री के साथ में लगभग 4 दशक का अनुभव है. पिछले 4 दशक में मैंने ओवरऑल टूरिज़्म के लिए, आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट केवल एडवेंचर की बात नहीं करूँगा, लेकिन ओवरऑल टूरिज़्म को लेकर के जितना एंथुजियाज्म अभी स्टेट्स में है वैसा कभी नहीं था. आज हमारा जीडीपी में टोटल टूरिज़्म का कंट्रीब्यूशन जो है ऑलमोस्ट 6% है, जबकि ग्लोबली इट इज़ 10% प्लस. और प्राइम मिनिस्टर का हमको इंस्ट्रक्शन है कि आने वाले 2047 तक हम 10% लेकर के जाएँ. जब 10% पहुंचता है तो नेचुरली एडवेंचर टूरिज्म विल बी द लार्जेस्ट कंपोनेंट ऑफ दैट, और 10% जब पहुंचेगा तब हम इंडिया में एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन की दृष्टि से एग्रीकल्चर के बाद में सबसे बड़ा सेक्टर होंगे. सो ऑल दिस, ऑल ईच एंड एवरी स्टेट्स दे अंडरस्टैंड द वैल्यू एंड द पावर विद इन, वो सबको दिखाई दे रहा है, इसलिए एवरीबडी इज इन्वेस्टिंग इनटू इट एंड एवरीबडी इज विलिंग टू इन्वेस्ट इनटू इट.
Okay, so we're running out of time. I was told to wrap up on time so the minister can leave, but I'm going to give an opportunity to somebody who wants to ask a question from the audience. If there's anyone who wants to ask a question, just put your hand up and we'll try and... Can we have the mic sent here to this gentleman over here, please? आपको जितना भी कराना है अभी करा लो इन्हीं मिनिस्टर के रहते रहते. There's a good chance of getting it done, I think.
We have all the support and encouragement, you know. And,
So nice to hear your words and see the progress. I just had one thought from, you know, and it's on minds of everybody here, is when will the Nanda Devi sanctuary be opened? Because that will then create a major, you know, like you have talked about domestic tourism, but if you look at international tourism, it'll plant us like on par with the best in the world. So I think that is long, long overdue. And can you share your thoughts on when that will happen?
बहुत जल्दी हो जाएगा, बस इतना कह सकता हूँ. Date I cannot say predict anything. Yeah, please, gentlemen behind.
No, but for the cameras we do need a mic. So let's just have the mic set.
A little critical question. I'm Piyush Khandelwala. I'm from Rocksport. We do a lot of summer camps. A lot of students from foreign countries come to our adventure programs. And looking at the geopolitical scenario now, there's a big hit on Indian tourism. Not a lot of foreigners are coming to India. And we'll definitely, as a organization, as a group, we need your support from central
ये
government.
war कैसे बंद कराएं वो तो
मैं
इनके
बताता हूँ. नहीं वैसे भी
Inbound tourist भी कम हो गया. Before the war also it was
देखिए, मैं
dropping.
आपको बताता हूँ. टूरिज्म ऐसा इंडस्ट्री है, दुनिया में कोई भी तरह का टर्बुलेंस होगा, कोई भी जियोपॉलिटिकल टर्बुलेंस आएगा, उसका इम्पैक्ट सबसे पहले कैजुअलिटी टूरिज्म की होगी और सबसे लास्ट रिकवरी भी टूरिज्म की होगी. हमने पैंडेमिक के समय में देखा था. वो केवल हमारे लिए नहीं, पूरी दुनिया के लिए है, और पूरी दुनिया के टूरिज्म पे इसको हिट करेगी, इम्पैक्ट भी होगी. चाहे वो इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस आ जाए, चाहे वो कोई मैन मेड पैंडेमिक आ जाए, और अदरवाइज कोई वार लाइक सिचुएशन हो जाए जैसा अभी चल रहा है. बट इंडिया इज़ द ब्लेस्ड कंट्री. जहाँ से मैंने शुरू किया था वहीं वापस आ जाता हूँ. हमारे देश में टोटल जो टूरिस्ट आते हैं हिंदुस्तान में वो 2 करोड़ के लगभग है. दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा टूरिस्ट जहाँ जाते हैं वो देश में वो संख्या वहाँ पे लगभग 10-12 करोड़ के आसपास है. लेकिन भारत यूएस और भारत 2 और चाइना 3 ही ऐसे देश हैं जिनके पास में डोमेस्टिक टूरिज्म की इतनी बड़ी ताकत है. मैंने जैसा कहा था 294 करोड़ जो है ट्रैवल विजिट्स हिंदुस्तान में हुई है. उसके अगेंस्ट में देखूं तो 1% हमारा इनबाउंड है. इसलिए इंडिया इज़ द ब्लेस्ड कंट्री विच इज़ जो सबसे कम इम्पैक्ट होने वाली है इस जो है जियोपॉलिटिकल क्राइसिस जो चल रही है उसके कारण से. थोड़ा बहुत असर सब पे पड़ेगा, लेकिन हमारी डोमेस्टिक ताकत जिस तरह से बढ़ रही है, हमारी इकोनॉमी जिस तरह से ग्रो हो रही है, हमारे यहाँ लोग जिस तरह से लोगों की पर कैपिटा इनकम और डिस्पेंसेबल इनकम बढ़ रही है, उसके चलते हुए हमारे यहाँ जो है टूरिज़्म मिनिमम इम्पैक्ट जिन देशों में होगा उसमें से एक होगा. और साथ साथ में जिस तरह से हमारे यूथ का, जैसे मैंने कहा कि टू एक्सपीरियंस द लाइफ एंड टू एक्सपीरियंस डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस जो है, उसके लिए जिस तरह से एंथुजियाज्म और ज़ील बढ़ रही है, ये आने वाले समय में हमारे इस टूरिज़्म सेक्टर को बहुत बड़ा बाउंस उससे मिलेगा.
सर फॉरेन टूरिस्ट का तो पता नहीं, लेकिन कल रात को मैं अजीत जी से पूछ रहा था कि मैं आ तो जाऊंगा, ये बताना कि मेरे को अपने बेटे को किसी अच्छे समर एडवेंचर कैंप पे भेजना है, कहाँ भेजूँ, तो मैं आपसे ज़रूर डिटेल्स ले लूँगा. Can we have the mic sent here?
My name is Saikat Bishwas. I am from Andaman Nicobar Islands, sir. I am the co-chair for ATOAI Eastern Region Chapter, sir. सर अंडमान निकोबार में स्कूबा डाइविंग का बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉस्पेक्ट है सर.
अभी रिकॉर्ड बनाया आप लोगों ने?
जी सर, हमने 2 वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बनाए सर. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द सपोर्ट सर. सर हम चाह रहे हैं सर अंडमान निकोबार में जो टूरिज्म है मेनली पोर्ट ब्लेयर, हैवलॉक और नील तक ही सीमित है, 3 द्वीपों में। सर मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है मिनिस्टर ऑफ टूरिज्म से कि हम और ज़्यादा द्वीपों को टूरिज्म के लिए खोलें।
वर्किंग ऑन दैट।
राइट, थैंक यू सो मच सर।
वर्किंग, नॉट इवन अंडमान निकोबार में, बाकी सब जगह पे भी हम काम कर रहे हैं।
सर स्पेशली नॉर्थ एंड मिडिल अंडमान में बहुत प्रॉस्पेक्ट
वी आर वर्किंग ऑन, वी आर कंसिडरिंग वन आइलैंड वन टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन, इस तरह से उसको स्पेशलाइज्ड टूरिज्म डेस्टिनेशन बनाने पर वी आर प्लानिंग ऑन दैट।
थैंक यू सो मच सर।
एक चीज़ पूछना चाहूँगा मोदी साहब आपसे, आपने 50 डेस्टिनेशंस की बात की एंड द गवर्नमेंट इज वर्किंग टू बिल्डिंग दैट। इज देयर एनी थॉट, प्लान और एक्शन ऑन कंट्रोलिंग द कैरिंग कैपेसिटी? बिकॉज दैट्स वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट, आई वुड से, banes of the tourism industry.
It is, carrying capacity is a big concern, as I have mentioned a bit, that decongestion is the need of the hour. So हमारे देश में जिस तरह से टूरिज़्म बढ़ रहा है, जिस तरह से प्रेशर हमारे डेस्टिनेशंस पे बढ़ रहा है, इसी को लेकर के प्राइम मिनिस्टर का ये विज़न था कि हम नए जो है एवेन्यूज़ भी बनाएं और नए डेस्टिनेशंस भी डेवलप करें। जो डेस्टिनेशन एग्जिस्टिंग हैं उनको डीकंजेशन के लिए क्या किया जा सकता है, इस पर प्लान करके ब्राउनफील्ड प्रोजेक्ट्स पर भी काम करें। बट एज आई मेंशन दैट स्टेट सब्जेक्ट है, स्टेट को पहले प्लान करना है, उनको डीपीआर बनाना है। बट वट एवर प्रोजेक्ट्स वी आर गोइंग टू टेक, वो सारे के सारे प्रोजेक्ट जो है वो चैलेंज बेस पर होंगे। जो स्टेट बेस्ट प्रोजेक्ट्स लेकर के आएगा, दे विल बी हैविंग better opportunities and more opportunities to do it.
But this is an important point, Minister, and you should be very mindful of having a limit on how many rafts can go down a river on a day, or how many people can jump off a hill if they have to. Otherwise, it just goes crazy.
I think that is very well the part of that framework which ATOAI under with the ministry have developed. उसमें इन सब चीज़ों को incorporate किया है।
सर गुड मॉर्निंग, माय नेम इज़ प्रतीक। मैं सर एक एडवेंचर सेफ्टी कंपनी रन करता हूँ एंड वी हैव डन मोर देन 5000 रेस्क्यूज़ अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड। चाहे वो हमारी डिफेंस फोर्सेज हों, सबको हम ही प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं सर जब वो एवरेस्ट पे या कहीं जाते हैं। तो सर मेरा एक क्वेश्चन था और एक रिक्वेस्ट थी दैट एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर होता है रेस्क्यू का हर जगह पे, एंड अगर रेस्क्यू सिस्टम होते हैं तो फॉरेन टूरिस्ट भी यही बोलते हैं कि हम आएंगे, एक्सप्लोर करेंगे। द मेन थिंग इज़ अबाउट रेस्क्यू। सो ऑफ कोर्स अगर हमारे गाइडलाइंस होंगे, सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल्स होंगे तो उसकी ज़रूरत कम पड़ेगी, बट अगर होगी और वो पड़ती है तो सर वी वुड लव टू इन्वेस्ट इन आवर ओन कंट्री। अभी हमारे पास 30% ऑफ क्लाइंबर्स ऑन एवरेस्ट आर सिक्योर्ड बाय अस, तो हम रेस्क्यू हर रोज़, आज भी 2 मेरे रेस्क्यू किए हैं सर।
चलो दैट्स ग्रेट। मुझे लगता है कि ये तो समय की आवश्यकता भी है और ज़रूरत भी है, और आप वॉलंटियर कर रहे हैं, आप लोग करते हैं, तो इससे अच्छा और कुछ नहीं हो सकता। इस पर जो भी कुछ सरकार का सहयोग चाहिए, सरकार को जहाँ आवश्यकता है, वील एक्सटेंड ऑल द सपोर्ट, दिस आई कैन एश्योर।
Thank you, sir. Pratik, to answer your question, with the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, we now have a national strategy for adventure tourism. There is also a national board for adventure tourism. We've had 8 meetings of the board, and having a national rescue system for adventure tourism is a work in progress. We are talking about it, and the Honorable Minister has very kindly agreed to chair the next meeting of the board, and this is an important aspect which we are working on together.
No, thank you, sir. And sir, helicopters are one of the biggest things. Rescue teams we require. So we would love to invest in states where we can invest in helicopters, rescue helicopters also.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll make this the last question. Yes.
थैंक यू राहुल। नमस्कार मंत्री जी, मेरा नाम विनायक है, आई रन एडवेंचर ट्रैवल कंपनी। इनबाउंड की बात हुई पहले, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री को अगर मैं कोट करूं, जिन्होंने कहा बाहर कम जाइए, डॉलर बचाइए, सोना कम खरीदिए, डॉलर बचाइए, तो इनबाउंड अगर टूरिज़्म की बात करें, चाहे हम डोमेस्टिक टूरिज़्म की बात करें, पिलग्रिम टूरिज़्म की बात करें, आई नो वी हैव ह्यूज पोटेंशियल इन डोमेस्टिक टूरिज़्म, और कोविड में डोमेस्टिक टूरिज़्म ने ही भारतीय टूर ऑपरेटर्स
हमने जाने के लिए मना किया, आने के लिए मना नहीं
उसी के लिए कह रहा हूँ सर कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टूरिज़्म का मेन रोल था इनबाउंड टूरिज़्म को प्रमोट करना। थ्रू यू आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट यू सर कि इनबाउंड टूरिज़्म को एक नया जान दी जाए। ऑल्सो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टूरिज़्म काफ़ी साल पहले एक साल भर की लिस्ट निकालती थी किन किन ट्रैवल फेयर्स में मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टूरिज़्म एग्जिबिट करेंगे। विद दैट
अभी भी निकाल दिया इस साल का,
थोड़ा
उसको एक्सपेंड करना
जी। और टूर ऑपरेटर्स विद दैट वर एबल टू प्लान एडवांस, एंड चोली दामन का साथ है टूर ऑपरेटर्स को और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टूरिज़्म का। इट विल हेल्प अस एंड वी वुड नीड योर सपोर्ट टू रीफोकस ऑन इनबाउंड टूरिज्म।
Exactly, I totally agree with you. बीच का पीरियड थोड़ा सा ग्रे पीरियड हुआ था फॉर वेरियस रीजंस जिनको यहाँ डिस्कस करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, लेकिन पिछले साल से हमने वापस शुरू कर दिया और इस साल वी आर पार्टिसिपेटिंग इन ऑलमोस्ट ऑल द बिग टूरिस्ट ट्रैवल फेयर्स विच आर हैपनिंग अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड. मतलब 10-12 जो होते हैं सब में वी आर गोइंग देयर.
Okay,
चलो
ma'am wants
वापस
to ask
शुरू
the
किया है,
last
थोड़ा
question.
बढ़
Go on.
जाएगा.
हेलो, मेरा एक छोटा और बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है और एक हेल्प चाहिए आप लोगों से. आई हैव बीन ऑपरेटिंग एज एडवेंचर टूर ऑपरेटर फॉर पास्ट 30 years
Oh.
and I have been a climber myself. Passion has been my profession and I am a inbound tour operator. मगर हमारी सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम जो चल रही है वो है सैटेलाइट फ़ोन की. जब क्लाइंबर को ज़रूरत है कम्युनिकेट करने की, वो प्रॉब्लम में है और हम कम्युनिकेट नहीं कर सकता, तो हमें सिक्योरिटी इस तरह की
रेस्क्यू
क्या
कैसे
ज़रूरत है, कब यूज़ करेंगे? सो इफ़ यू कुड हेल्प. वो इसीलिए इनबाउंड टूरिज़्म में बहुत गिरावट आ गई है, बहुत आ गई है, और उठने के लिए भी बहुत टाइम लगेगा.
चलिए, आपका सुझाव अच्छा है. So I can take it forward to the concerning ministry. Yeah.
Because there's an interplay of security there as well, right? Allowing satellite phones, then you've got a whole situation.
And all the mountains where people go for climbing, they are all on the borders, and the other so uske दूसरे aspects को भी we have to consider, because I think national security is the first thing which we have to take on priority.
So time खत्म हो गया, लेकिन आप इतने excited हैं, चलो उनको एक मौका देते खत्म करने से पहले. वो तो एकदम आगे ही आ गए कि अगर आप नहीं पूछते दोगे तो वो तो स्टेज पे ही आ जाएंगे कि आप छोड़ो मत मुझे.
Part of our next national board meeting.
जी सर, मैं रन ऑफ कच्छ गुजरात से हूँ. हमारे वहाँ एक कच्छी में कहावत है, रण डूंगर ने दरियो जुदा वाणी ने वेश तेज वतनता वारी बनाएड़ो कच्छड़ो मुझे उद्देश्य. यानी कि हमारा कच्छ जो है वो सर ऐसा एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है जहाँ पे रण डेजर्ट है, डूंगर माउंटेन्स है और दरिया यानी सी है, यानी तीनों है. ऐसा कोई ही इंडिया में डिस्ट्रिक्ट होगा जहाँ पे माउंटेन, सी और डेजर्ट सब कुछ है. तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब ने 2011 में वहाँ पे अमिताभ बच्चन को लेके आए और वहाँ पे एड शूटिंग कराई थी. वो पूरी एड में कहूँगा तो शायद ज़्यादा टाइम निकल जाएगा.
आप सवाल पूछो.
जो कच्छ नहीं देखा तो कुछ नहीं देखा. तो सर वहाँ उसके बाद काफ़ी सारे टूरिस्ट आने लगे. तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट थी, उसने काफ़ी एफर्ट्स लगाए, बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट आए 2011 के बाद. उसको काफ़ी साल निकल गए. तो अब जो है वो फॉरेनर्स काफ़ी कम होने लगे. तो उसके लिए गवर्नमेंट, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट भी थोड़ा कुछ ट्राई करें, ऐसा कुछ भी करे. तो उसके लिए वहाँ पे एडवेंचर टूरिज्म भी सर बहुत कुछ है, लेकिन फॉरेनर के लिए क्योंकि वहाँ के बॉर्डर का इलाका है तो थोड़ा ये भी दिक्कत रहती है कि भूज जो है वहाँ से परमिशन लेके 150, मतलब वन ऑफ द लार्जेस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट इन इंडिया. तो अगर जहाँ जहाँ जो मतलब स्पॉट है वहीं पे उनको परमिशन मिल जाए तो थोड़ा इजी हो जाए.
So thank you very much for joining us this morning, Minister. Thank you very much. It's very good to have a minister who's passionate. When he speaks, the good thing, and I'm sure most of you sitting here would agree, that you can see that there is a genuine passion to try and make things better. It's difficult because lots of things are not in his direct control, but at least he's steering it in the direction of making things possible. So coming here and sharing your thoughts, thank you very much, Minister Gajendra Shekhawat.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Ajit ji.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and a big round of applause for all of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move into the session 2, focused on global best practices, systems, processes, and SOPs used internationally to mitigate risk in adventure tourism. As adventure tourism evolves globally, safety is no longer viewed as an operational add-on. It has become the foundation of credibility, sustainability, and consumer trust. This session brings together some of the most respected international experts from the global adventure and outdoor ecosystem who have worked extensively across training, safety systems, expedition leadership, and destination development. And we are especially grateful that despite demanding schedules and international commitments, our speakers have made a special effort to join us today, both in person and virtually for this important industry dialogue. To begin the session, it is my pleasure to invite someone representing one of the world's most respected organizations in diving and underwater adventure. Mr. Neil Davidson is the Territory Director at Professional Association of Diving Instructors, PADI, and brings extensive international experience in diving operations, outdoor safety systems, professional training, and business development across the Asia-Pacific region. Having served in leadership roles across Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, Indonesia, and Timor-Leste, he has worked closely with dive professionals, tourism stakeholders, and governments to strengthen safe and sustainable diving ecosystem. Neil has specially traveled to India to be a part of this seminar, and we deeply appreciate his effort and commitment towards supporting the Indian adventure tourism industry. Today, he will speak on guardianship of SOPs in the outdoors. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Neil Davidson.
This on full screen if you don't mind. I'm so sorry. Just a second. Yeah. Full screen?
Okay, thank you very much. It's truly an honour to be here this morning representing PADI and be able to speak to such a passionate audience of distinguished members of the adventure tourism. So it's truly an honour to be here invited. I truly thank you. So what I'm here to speak about this morning is how us at PADI, how do we control our risk and how we actively monitor it and work for it to try and reduce the risk around in the scuba diving industry. So to give you guys a quick introduction to PADI itself, we are called the Professional Association of Diving Instructors. When we were formed 60 years ago, as our 60th anniversary, the owners and the guys who created the company, they wanted to make sure they had the word professional within the title. The idea being we wanted to be the gold standard and industry leader from the very beginning, making sure that we always led by example, and then we also put safety as our number one our top priority. So some figures and items just to give you a bit of a background of how global PADI is. So PADI is our 60th anniversary. We have been the industry leader since around about that time. Okay, we are active in 182 countries around the world. We have 6,600 PADI dive shops within them countries. We've actually 80 being here in India. Okay, we certify, we have 150,000 active PADI members worldwide, so that's dive masters or instructors actively taking people diving every day throughout the year. Okay, and we certify around about 900,000 people every year. So you can see the scope and the size of the operation that we are working in here at PADI. So we get into it, okay, the reality of adventure risk. Part of my role as being a territory director is to help try and grow our industry. And obviously, I can guess that most of you people here in the room today, you are passionate and want to grow your industry, whatever it may be, whatever sector of adventure tourism, whether it's rafting, it's parachuting, it's paragliding, it's scuba diving. You all obviously got into that sector for a passion, and you want to share that passion. But we also have to make sure that if we aren't building a culture of safety and risk management within our sectors, we can easily damage our sport. So we need to identify that growing our industries obviously brings great opportunity as we bring more people into us, but also presents greater risk. Okay, risk is not a problem. Unmanaged risk is a problem. So you always have to think about from the very early stages to build a culture of how yourself, whether it be your personal self, how your members, how your instructors, how your guides, they also will all have safety as the number one priority in their mind. Second part will be fun. Okay, we want people to have fun doing what we want to do. Okay, what makes our sports fun is a lot about the risk and the adventure, right? We take people up to the highest peaks, to the lowest depths. it's that edge and that risk that makes people wish to do it. They're not looking to do the usual regular sports and activities when on their travels. They want to do something a bit unique. So we need to make sure that we are managing this risk, so if items happen, that we can learn from it and review it, and then hopefully don't make these items happen again. Now, this is a bit of a, I'm going to do a little case study here in the room. Can everybody please stand up? Okay, I'm going to talk to you a little about something called normalization of deviance. This is a very American term, okay, to talk about complacency. So now, I would like you to stay standing up if you own a motor car. If you don't own a motor car, you can sit down. Okay? Most people are still standing up. Good. Okay, when you're driving your motor car, please stay standing up if you wear your seatbelt. Okay, I'm not judging anybody. If you sit down, don't worry. Okay, I'm not going to be taking names for the police. Okay, I heard so, yeah. All right, just be honest with yourself, okay? So the next question, please stay standing up if when you're sat in the back of a car, maybe in an Uber or in a taxi, you still wear the seatbelt. Okay, we have good job to you guys. Right. Yeah, you can now sit down. That was just a little social study. What makes it more safe to sit in the front of a car than the back of a car? Is there any more safety in the back? No. Usually fine. Okay. But okay, yes, it usually is fine. The key word what you said there was usually, right? So what I was a little study of is how we just day to day in our normal life, taking a step back from whatever sport or sector you're in, you're doing something that's seemingly inconsequential, that's becoming the new normal, right? So every time you get into your car, you drive, you put your seatbelt on. You're in charge of the car. You go into the back seat, you're not in charge of the car, you're not wearing your safety device. Nothing bad happens. Nothing bad happened yesterday, nothing bad happened today. Maybe nothing bad happens tomorrow. But at one time when something bad happens, and you've made that conscious decision, the normalization of deviance, it has now created a bad habit, which is going to cause a serious incident. Everyone agree? And you can think about how whatever sector you're working in, there'll be something, I work in scuba diving, that could be that someone doesn't check the oxygen tanks, doesn't put them onto the boat, doesn't think to check the equipment, doesn't think to check their diver's air. Okay, there's something in every sector what you do that you can easily just cut the corner. As we talked about before, once people start to try and cut the costs, usually safety is the first thing that goes out. And it becomes just a industry norm. That's what we do. So at Paddy, what we try to recommend, and I'll go into a little bit more on the instructional standards in a moment, we try to create a culture of best practices and conservative decisions. When you're taking people out, or taking people wherever you may be, you are the expert. The people who generally you are taking are not experts. They can be new people into that industry. Okay? They may not have the experience and the skills that you have, and we are dealing with real people. Yeah? We're not dealing with bits of machines and bits of kit, we're dealing with real people. So we need to make sure that we always do our industry best practices, and we also make conservative decisions. If you don't think it's good to go, you make the decision to cut. Yeah? So why does risk management fail? Okay, the first thing is inconsistent standards. That would mean that whatever the instructors that you have, they don't have a guideline, they don't have a book of how to follow, what to do and how to follow it. They just make up the rules as they want to, whatever suits them. So there's no consistency. Okay, there's limited oversight. There's maybe no body, whether that be a training agency such as Paddy, or maybe your local government. They don't have any system in place for them to be able to oversee and regulate that industry. Then there's weak incident reporting. Okay? We work and live in adventure travel. There's always going to be some incidents or some accidents happen. It's just, unfortunately, that is what happens, right? We are dealing with real people out in the wild. At certain times, there's going to be an incident or an accident. We have to be able to make sure that we can report that accident, have it reviewed, investigated, and we learn from it. And then as we come on to the last point, we need to make sure that you have feedback loops. The idea being, once something happens or there is an accident, we work on it, we investigate it, and then we speak back to the people to educate them, whether that be to the larger press or whether it be to that shop or that centre or that area, to make sure that we don't damage the whole industry as a whole. So when an accident happens, it may not just be that one operator. For instance, in the Andaman Islands, if there's a scuba diving accident, that could really affect tourism all for them islands. It can really harm the whole sector. And that then just doesn't harm the diving operators, it harms the hotels, it harms the restaurants. And that whole little mini economy is damaged. And if we don't report it and learn from these mistakes, then we will never be able to improve. And then what we have at PADI, we have the 4 pillars of how we try to implement and reduce our risk. We have standards, we have the PADI standards, which I'll talk about on the next slide a little bit more. Our training, which goes hand in hand with the PADI standards. We have monitoring from our quality management department. We have improvement, where we go actively feedback and engage with our members and engage with the divers to make sure that they're kept up to date on the industry best practices. So for PADI, okay, we have what we may call our holy book, the PADI Instructor Manual. Okay, this is the guideline that sets out how every PADI course should be conducted. And it creates consistency. The idea with it, that if I may start taking my course back in England, where I'm from, I will do exactly the same course if I'm doing it in Pondicherry. The course is exactly the same. Then if I go and do my course in Egypt, the course will be exactly the same in Egypt. There is a global consistency to how everybody conducts that course. So it makes it a lot easier for us to monitor and evaluate, because we have one rule book, and that goes across all countries. It's a very standardized approach. Where did we get this from? Okay, we did not sit around a table in America with a cup of coffee and make up these rules ourselves. These are derived from the International Organization of Standards. ISO created the framework for all scuba diving and risk safety, and then companies such as PADI and the other diving operators, they then create their own instructor manuals and their own versions of it. Again, this gives us external validation. There isn't just some people in a coffee shop or in a bar writing some rules down that can be followed. It's a global consistency made by industry experts, people who have spent time with case studies and many, many years of experience, and people from different sectors coming in, such as the medical sector, being able to come in and help advise us to create this framework that sets the limits and the regulations to ensure that when we take people diving, or again, if you put this into a different sport, when you take people up the mountain or you take people down the river, you've got many, many years of experience and guidance creating the rule book for you. So it helps takes a lot of stress off that one person who's in charge, because he knows he's got years of experience behind him. On top of that then, what we do, so we have our guidance, we have our standards, we then have a very active quality management team. So we are the only scuba diving training agency in the world with an active quality management team. And we have 3. We have one in Europe, one in Asia, and one in America. What their role is not to be the PADI police, to go telling people off. These guys, when there's an accident or an incident, all our members are required by the PADI standards to write an incident report in to PADI. We want the information. We want to learn from it. There's a very big and famous case going on at the moment, I believe in the Maldives, which I don't know all the facts, but it does sound very much where people have gone outside the limits, sort of going back to what I mentioned before, the normalization of deviance. They were diving down to 60 meters. If anyone here is a scuba diver, knowing diving down to 60 meters on a normal air tank is probably not a good idea. So PADI will be in part of this investigation. We'll try to get as much information as possible. We want to learn from it. We don't want to sweep it away. It's obviously causing a lot of negative press about diving, and it's going to harm Maldives tourism. But if we can get the facts and information as much as possible, the quality management team will then act on it, and they will go and then educate people. Okay, they're not there just to kick people out. They'll go try and educate the local industry, probably now educate the more wider press, because it is worldwide news. And they will handle this case with extreme care to try and make sure this accident doesn't happen again. Also, what we have on the screen here is my colleague. They're not just a stay-at-home department in our agency. they would go around and do talks. So this is my colleague doing a talk in Kerala last year. So we actively engage and go out and meet divers and meet people on the ground to do talks like this, but in a larger format with lots of case studies. Again, trying to actively keep up the training and risk management and safety in the forefront of our divers' minds, so we can try and reduce as many cases as possible. One of the things that we also do is we like to recognize good practice. So we have people that are doing outstanding, have given an outstanding contribution in this risk management and safety. We like to recognize them. And this then helps build champions for ourselves. So people, we give them certificates, we highlight them on our social channels. It then creates this thing where I want to be like that person. Yeah, it gives someone someone to follow and for someone to try to obtain. We don't just try and push people out. We try to show people that doing the right way and being compliant and thinking with safety, that is a very good success for your business. Okay, now again, it comes back to this word that we mentioned at the beginning. We're trying to build a culture. We want the culture of safety. Yeah, and this is something that hopefully that will come into India, and you can take on that. We want safety to be at the forefront of everyone's mind. Think of a safety culture. Okay, so for my little takeaway points from my short presentation, there's some recommendations that myself and Paddy would like to share, okay, with the audience today. And just again, you can always think about how you would introduce this. I work in a very niche market of scuba diving, but a lot of this framework can be placed across to your sector as well. So the first point would be to make standardized operations, having clear procedures and limits, making sure that everything is clear and standardized as much as possible, so everyone follows the same song sheet or hymn sheet. Okay? You invest in your guide or instructor, whatever you wish to call them. You invest in their quality. Okay? Make sure it's ongoing training and ongoing updates. Things change all the time. Yeah? New science becomes available, new technology becomes available, more information becomes available. So we need to make sure that once this comes into our hands, okay, we're able then to share that with your guides, your people on the ground, to make sure that they're trained up and got their most up-to-date knowledge. It's not just a one-off, you passed your course with me, so it's a tick in the box, off you go. We make sure that we're always keeping them updated. Okay, very, very important one is to build and encourage a reporting culture. I think, as we sort of mentioned on the last presentation or last talk, we need to make sure we are getting this information. Yeah, I know when something happens, we really don't want to talk about it, we don't want to look at it, we don't want to investigate it, but we can only learn and grow and improve ourselves if we do make reporting from accidents or incidents or near misses. A near miss is just as important as an incident. Okay, just because someone didn't get hit by that boat or something didn't injure that person, it very was near, right? So we need to make sure we report it, and that goes back to the next point of creating the feedback loop. That we have a team and system in place to review data, review incidents, we learn from it, and then we go back to updating our instructors, and we share everything that we possibly can. So we're growing together as an industry. And again, recognize good practices. It reinforces good behavior, okay? And that helps improve safety. If we can create some champions in your sectors, put them on the pedestal, show that being safety conscious, safety minded is good for your business, is good for your industry, it will help push people towards that direction as well. Okay, at the end of the day, adventure sports will always involve risk. Yeah? But with the right systems, the right mindset, and the right culture, we can manage that risk in a sustainable, professional, safe manner. Okay, that is the end of my talk. I thank you very much for listening. Okay, does anybody have any questions? No. Yes, sir?
Can you highlight a recent incident which happened in Mozambique? What happened with those 5 researchers?
Yeah, okay, I do not have all the facts, okay. From what I believe, there's a group of 5 to 6 divers. One of them is an archaeologist, and they've dived down to a very deep depth of around about 60 meters, trying to enter a cave system. For someone who I'm an experienced diver, I've been diving for 15 years, done quite a few thousands of dives. The recreational limit I'm allowed to go to is 40 meters. Okay, and once you start to go deeper down, as soon as you get to 40 meters, your time at that depth is very, very short. Two main factors being how much nitrogen your body absorbs, but also because you're so deep, every breath you take empties the tank a lot faster. So again, I can't comment or speculate exactly what's happened, but if they're diving down to 60 meters on a recreational dive, they've gone to that system's normalization of deviance. They've done something, I've done a dive plan that is, in my mind, I would never do that. You need to be a highly trained diver on technical diving where you would take multiple tanks, probably have safety divers and have a whole plan around it to pull off a dive like this. To be going down to such a deep depth with lacking safety equipment, lacking the proper training, lacking the oversight, it was a recipe for disaster. Yes, sir.
I just wanted some statistics that over the 60 years, how many people have died or near misses in diving internationally, and has that number coming down over the years? And is it some percentage based on lapses, or some percentage based on natural circumstances which happen? Something on that.
Okay, good question. So I don't have exact statistics to share with you right now, but I do know from speaking to our quality management team that actually at the moment, fatalities underwater are slowly increasing. Now, that is not, this is a double-edged sword. So diving, Paddy's been done for 60 years. People now who have learned to dive when they were 30, 40 years old are now older, to put it mildly, okay? So it's generally the increase in fatalities is slowly increasing, but it's generally to do with health conditions of elder and aging divers. Not that there's an increase in general accidents, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think safety is, as the market grows, we said that my first point, so as we all grow, more people come into diving especially, incidents will increase at an equal rate. There's never we don't see any spikes as such, only that at the moment the fatalities slowly increases, maybe due to elder age divers taking the dives, taking their last breaths underwater.
Sorry, one more question. That if you look at the number of people, if 100 people are diving, how many are diving who are PADI certified, and how many are outside of the system who are also diving? That number must be increasing, which is unregulated to some extent.
Yeah, again, this is one of the pain points of, I suppose, a lot of people's industries. So at PADI, we have around about 75% of the market share. So far, of every 100 divers that get certified in the world, 75 of them would be a PADI diver. Now, one thing we see, especially in India, and other countries, I'm based in Indonesia, I've been based in Malaysia, we see this similar, is we have a lot of unauthorized or unregulated operators, and they do what we call tri-dives, where instead of taking the time and training these people properly, doing the 2 to 3, 4 day course where they do their e-learning, they do the shallow pool work, and then they do 4 open water dives, completing all the skills. They see the quick book option of these operators where they'll take mass people on a tri-dive, which is unregulated, not the greatest safety. That is a real issue that we see around. Yeah. Cool. I thank you very much for listening. Please take my call. It's gone off the screen. You please come and see me if you wish to get my contact details or you wish to talk to me. I'm very happy to be here. Again, thank you very much for listening to my speech.
Thank you, Neil, for such an insightful and practical session. One very important takeaway from your presentation is that SOPs are not merely documents created for compliance. They are living systems that protect lives, build consistency, and strengthen professional culture. And perhaps most importantly, safety systems are only effective when they are consistently practiced on the ground. So we have our session continued, and our next speaker is a virtual speaker, and he's already online. Mr. Gustavo Timo currently serves as president of the Adventure Travel Trade Association, one of the world's leading organizations dedicated to adventure travel and sustainable tourism development. With nearly 3 decades of experience in adventure tourism, ecotourism, and destination development, Gustavo has worked extensively with governments, tourism boards, global institutions, and private stakeholders across multiple countries to build sustainable tourism frameworks, strengthen safety and quality systems, and support responsible tourism growth globally. Today, he joins us virtually to speak on global future of adventure travel. Gustavo, a very warm welcome to you. And thank you for joining us virtually today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gustavo Timo.
Thank you so much. Do you hear me well? Yes? Okay. Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be joining you today. I wish I could be in New Delhi in person with you, but I am actually in another amazing place in the Pyrenees in Catalonia on the day before we start our Adventure Elevate Europe, which is one of our main events for the year. So thank you so much. I will just make sure, do you see my presentation? Should I share my screen? I share my screen, okay. Give me just a second here. Share, okay. Got it. 1 second. Tab here. Yes. Let me make it presentation. Do you see my screen now? Yes, okay. So thank you again, ATOIA, for inviting us to share some of the experience we have at ATTA. Risk management is one of the major topics we work as an industry. It's of utmost importance, and we are very, very happy to be part of this webinar. Our role today is to give a perspective of the future of adventure travel. What are the main trends, especially on the side of the market, and how does safety fits in as one of the pillars of adventure travel globally. As ATTA, we are mission-driven organization that focus on protecting nature, conserving culture, and as we create economic shared value. We do this in a long-standing partnership with ATOIA, which we are very proud partners for many, many years. At ATTA, we do 3 main things. We are a global adventure travel association. Basically, we are what ATTA is for India. We are ATTA. We are an adventure travel community for the globe. One of the most visible things we do is market activation events, and then education and industry knowledge and expertise, which is I'm going to be sharing with you today. It's the result of one of our research, or a combination of our research reports and the knowledge we create focused on the adventure travel industry globally. I mean, as I just said, I am here in a city, small mountain town called Viella in the Pyrenees in Catalonia. And we would love to invite you all to come to Quebec, which is our Adventure Travel World Summit, the major gathering of the year, happening in September in Canada. On the research piece, I want to mention we'll be sharing here information about the adventure travel market sizing that we launched it last year, but we did launch actually a couple of weeks ago information around the Asian market sizing, and I will follow up with ATOIA to have that report shared with all the ATOIA members. Also, we're going to be sharing some information about the adventure travel trends and insights report. It's what we call the state of the industry. We do it every year. It's kind of the state of the adventure travel every year, especially for the private sector. So the information I'm sharing here, it is not coming from an office else somewhere. It is coming from the sector itself. So then I would love to talk about the evolution of adventure travel and how we see the sector going. One of the main things to talk is adventure travel is the combination of three main elements: nature, activity, and culture that combine forms an experience that needs to create positive impact at the destination. So when done right, adventure travel is tourism as a force for good. This is from the industry side. From the traveler side, it can be many things. It can be a challenge, climbing up a summit, but it also can be transformational. It can be wellness. It can be something about curiosity, novel and unique. And so we as the industry, what we need to make sure we do, which is using the same pillars concept that my friend from Paddy just used. We at ATTA, we believe adventure travel has three foundational pillars. Adventure travel needs to be safe, it needs to be sustainable, and we need to deliver quality of experience. So basically, safety, sustainability, and quality are the three main pillars of adventure travel, right? And so that's how safety in this very important seminar fits into how the industry should be as a foundational element. And then what we see from the trends is adventure travel is the where it's growing more is on the soft side of adventure. So although adventure travel has been, I would say, historically known, and I would say especially in Asia and more so in India for the hard adventure, what we call like the high mountains, the roped activities, the white water activities. This is I would say the legacy positioning of adventure travel globally, and I'll say all over Asia, in possibly in India as well. The open to adventure, what we call, or the more soft adventure travel, is what's growing more. But the one thing that makes adventure travel really special is the impact it brings on the ground. So basically, adventure travel done right brings more benefits to the economy than any other forms of tourism. And here you see a comparison. But in a nutshell, when adventure travel happens, it leaves more money at the destination level. We are bringing foreigners or nationals, or when you're doing domestic tourism, from the main tourism or the main cities, the main economies, to developing destinations or to the rural wilderness areas where we will help the economies of these places to be more sustainable and to have a new source of funding that will support conservation, will support community heritage, will support nature. So basically, adventure travel can be seen as sustainable tourism, nature and culture focused. So basically, a more sustainable form of tourism, and also knowing adventure travel has different terminologies across the globe. So we at ATTA, we believe adventure travel is an umbrella terminology that can include ecotourism, active travel, and other types of denominations as well. So then the very important thing I want to share is what you see in this graphic here. Is what we have been talking about, the adventure travel market evolution, which is based on a research we launched last year, which basically brings the new size of the market. So what you see here, the 30% core, circle, is where adventure travel was measured last time in 2019. So what happened in 2025, so of course this is after COVID and after many evolutions of adventure travel, is that that core market, which is, I would say, it's activity and nature focused, grew to 40%. So you probably heard ATTA saying, many of our adventure travel industry leaders that would say adventure travel is 30% of the global international leisure market. Actually, now we're saying, well, the core adventure travel is 40%, but open to adventure travel. So travelers open to adventure travel are now 67% of the market. So what that means is, from the core 30, we evolved for 40%, but a new travel behavior, which is very focused in culture, curiosity, in being more of an experimentation mindset, made the market, our market, the adventure travel market, to grow to up to 67%. And this is more, and so you see here the different segments of how these travelers are divided. And so there's the adventure intensives, the nature enthusiasts, which kind of like form the core. But cultural explorers and experience samplers, they are kind of like where it's growing more. This is even more, well, and then this forms a $1.16 trillion industry in 2024. So last year, actually 2 years ago, that's how it was measured. But if you see here, there's a huge tendency of growth. So by 2032, we estimate to get to $2 trillion. But this is more important in the Asian market, where the ratio for, or the percentage of open to adventure travel is bigger than global. So in Asia, as we measured consumers from India, China, and Japan, that numbers from 67 grow up to 72%, and more even in India. So this 77% number here is specific to India, which was one of the countries that we did the research with consumers. So, and we can say India is the most important or one of the most prominent and one of the highest potential in outbound market. So of course, this research was focused in the outbound market. I would assume that this to some extent also relates to the domestic Indian market as well, because of course travelers are outbound, but in many cases they are traveling internally as well. So anyway, the future of adventure travel in Asia has more potential than in other parts of the globe. And I would say India is one of the main drivers of that growth potential. And again, you should note here the cultural explorers and the experience samplers being a very important driver. But in India, adventure intensives and nature enthusiasts are the bigger size, or the bigger segments of travelers, which is unique to India. So why did that happen? So what's driving this transformation? So from a niche segment, adventure travel, it become open to adventure. So it's becoming mainstream. And adventure is becoming less about hard adventure and more shaped by attitude and behavior, curiosity, immersive experiences, meaningful connections with nature, culture, and place are driving this transformation. The traveler is evolving from not wanting flop and drop anymore, or like the drive-bys. It's really about getting engaged, doing something that is going to be unique to them, and also considering there's a lot of lifestyle. Who are they traveling on that moment, and also how adventure travel is blending with other segments of travel, like wellness or the high-end market, and so a lot of, I would say, overlapping with other categories of travel, as travel behavior is kind of like evolving to an experiential travel behavior. On the supply side, and that is also happening. So as there is more demand for experiences, the supply side also grew on that significantly on that side of the offering. So you see in probably I would say in any given destinations, the multiplication of providers, and so there's tour operators, outfitters, single day operators, and in adventure travel, that is in many places an explosion of offering, which has good side, but also many consequences of that. And I would say specifically for adventure travel, safety is where things can get really dangerous, because in adventure travel we are dealing with the life of people, and then that's where safety becomes really risk and safety management becomes really an issue, and that multiplication of operators without proper elements in risk and safety management, it's really critical. So that's where I wanted to stop a few minutes here to discuss what this number is showing us. And so what you see on the screen right now is the result of a question we asked the global adventure travel community on this year Adventure Travel Trends and Insights report, basically asking, does your company have a documented safety and risk management plan? And so 84 of 200 respondents, basically ballpark, said they have. And of course, this is a global sample of the international, the operations that work internationally with inbound and outbound markets. So what this is saying is safety risk management is not something that's optional. It's not optional. It is becoming a global standard. At ATTA, we truly believe in the ISO standards as a reference, and we fully support the work ATOIA is doing in India on the adoption of the ISO standards, especially the 21101, which is the safety risk management, the safety and risk management system for adventure travel companies. That is the standard, and as my colleague from PADI said, ISO is the most important standardization body in the globe. It is the global reference. That's the direction we should all follow. And so back to something I mentioned in the beginning, safety is one of the pillars of adventure travel. It is not a detail. It is a foundation, and it is becoming more and more important. Of course, there's always newcomers, and we need to make sure as an industry, and thus the importance of ATOIA putting together this webinar, newcomers in the industry keep safety as top of mind and allows companies, especially the newcomers, but not only, to have tools and means to implement safety risk measures, plans, systems in their operations. At ATTA, every ATTA member has the benefit of engaging in an online course on safety risk management implementation, including a toolbox. One of the references we use and we've seen is the work ATOIA has done on the safety risk management guideline for activities. So I think we do have plenty of resources in toolbox for toolbox-like measures to support companies, but that should be kind of like an industry effort on the long run, supporting companies to do that. So basically, as my closing thoughts, I want to say adventure travel is becoming more powerful. It's not a niche segment anymore. It's becoming kind of like a way, a behavior, a way of traveling. It's really important for destinations development, sustainability, and it's really making tourism be a force. It can be a defining force in the future of travel. It should be safe. It should be sustainable, and it should really focus on quality of experiences. So with that, in my short remarks here, I want again to thank you, ATOIA, and congratulate for the event. And I'll make myself available if there's any questions you'd like to ask. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gustavo, for your global insights and future perspectives. The future of adventure tourism belongs to destinations that are responsible, sustainable, and professionally managed, and India is uniquely positioned to play a major role in that future. Any questions for Gustavo? Anything we need to know from Gustavo? Oh, we are all good. Thank you so much once again, Gustavo. Thanks for being with us over here today.
Thank you so much. I wish you the best in the seminar. I hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So we understand the importance of hydration. So we will make sure that you all are hydrated. We'll keep on serving the teas and coffees and the waters wherever you are sitting. We do understand it's a very heavy day for all of us today with heavy topics being discussed. But this is very, very important. And we thank you for your patience once again. As operators, many of us entered adventure tourism because we loved adventure. And then came the permits, and then came the compliances, and then came the risk assessments. So adventure tourism became an adventure for the operators itself. So we carry on with the session, and our next speaker also joins us virtually and is someone whose life itself is an extraordinary adventure story. Mr. Jerry Moffat is internationally regarded as one of the most experienced whitewater expedition leaders in the Himalaya. Over a career spanning more than 35 years, Jerry has led expeditions across the Himalaya, Greenland, Alaska, South America, and Africa, and has been credited with pioneering descents of some of the region's most challenging rivers. National Geographic has referred to him as the most experienced whitewater guide in the Himalaya. An award-winning filmmaker and expedition leader, he has also worked with the National Geographic, BBC, Discovery, and several global adventure platforms combining exploration, storytelling, and outdoor leadership. Today, he joins us virtually to speak on life lessons on risk management. If you're going to be stupid, you better be tough. Jerry, thank you very much for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jerry Moffat.
Hello, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, I'm very honored to be included. Thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful event. And I thought a lot about the topic in terms of how I now have come to understand the concept of adventure over a lifetime of expeditions and exploits around the globe. And a few years ago, I came across the definition, I actually understood the definition of adventure, which really struck me and has shaped the work that I'm doing today. And the definition of an adventure, when we look at it in the dictionary, actually requires three components. To have an adventure, you have to have risk. There's risk involved in an adventure. You have to put effort in to an adventure. And the third component is that you have to accept that you're moving into completely the unknown, that we have no idea how an adventure is going to turn out. And that's quite revolutionary, to actually move into a space where we don't know how things are going to turn out. And I think that people forget that those are the three components that go into making up a successful life. So when we look at things that we can actually live life like an adventure, it becomes quite interesting. So I'm going to hopefully share my screen top right now. Here we go. Get rid of that. Getting used to this technology is an adventure. And here we go, people. Can everybody see that? Are we good? lessons from a lifetime of adventure. And it does kind of, I think I go back and I do kind of go back to that space of if you're going to be stupid, you better be tough. It, those are hopefully days in the past, but that's certainly how we kind of grew up in the space when there weren't any rules or regulations and we were making things up as we went along. There was no associations, no guidebooks, no rules to what we were doing. Everything we were doing was a first. Everything was an adventure. And my relationship with adventure changed significantly when I was invited on a trip to Everest. And the first thing that you see when you get to Everest is the cemetery. This is on the north side of Everest. And it is a sobering introduction to the mountain and to all the climbers who've died on our slopes, pursuing their hopes and dreams. And the next thing that you notice is how mind-blowingly immense Everest is. Looking up the vast north face of the mountain at 29,028 feet is absolutely daunting. Breathing up here feels like sucking air through a straw. There's 50% less oxygen at base camp.
Sorry to interrupt you here, Jerry, but we are unable to see your presentation.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me share again. Hold on. Oh, here we go, maybe. How about...
Yeah, absolutely good now. Thank you.
Okay, good. All right, so let's go back to the beginning and then we'll hit play here. Hold on. Are we looking at the depressing sight of a cemetery? Yes? Are we good? Can we see that, people? So are we, I can't quite hear you. Are we good to go, everybody?
We're absolutely good.
Okay, great. All right. So that's for Everest, 29,028 feet. Very difficult place to exist. It's not a place that humans were meant to be. It's too high, it's too cold, and it's too barren. And yet Everest has attracted explorers and mountaineers since it was first surveyed by the British Royal Geographical Society in 1865. And many people consider climbing Everest to be the definition of extreme adventure. But as somebody, myself, who is a kayaker, a river runner, and I'm not particularly comfortable with heights at all, the allure of Everest and mountaineering in general were always somewhat lost on me, despite spending decades of my career in the Himalayas. But many moons ago, I found myself sitting on the north side of Everest about to embark upon one of the hardest challenges of my life. And why I was there forever changed how I came to understand the relationship between risk, effort, and the unknown. So I got invited to join this Everest expedition, but it wasn't just any project. It was a film project about the legendary explorer George Mallory, who many of you might know was the first man who may or may not have summited Everest back in 1924. Our job was to go in and recreate Mallory's story and then potentially rewrite the history books on Everest of whether it was summited well before Hillary and Tenzing in 1953. Now, I was excited about the project. I knew that I was in well over my head. So the first thing that I did was reach out to a friend of mine, a guy by the name of Ed Viesturs, who's credited as America's premier high altitude mountaineer. There are 14 8,000 meter peaks in the world, and Ed was the first American to summit all of them without the use of supplemental oxygen, which is an amazing feat. So Ed gave me two pieces of advice. He said, first, Jerry, summiting is optional. Coming home is mandatory. And number two, prepare yourself. You can pay now or you can pay on the mountain. So the first thing that I did was panic because this seemed like a really daunting prospect. the thing is, you can't just go to Everest and start climbing. The altitude will kill you. You have to prepare yourself physically for many, many months before you go. Now, from base camp at 17,000 feet into advanced base camp, it's about 22 kilometers. And when you get to advanced base camp, or ABC as it's known, you actually begin moving on to the mountain and you climb from ABC up to Camp 1 at a height of 23,000 feet. And you do this numerous times, acclimatizing yourself. Eventually, you spend the night up at Camp 1. And then once you're acclimatized at Camp 1, you begin the process again, moving up towards Camp 2 at a height of 24,750 feet. By the time you get to Camp 3 at 27,000 feet, you've been acclimatizing on Everest for about 6 weeks. Now, I had some comfort going on in the project. I was there to help coordinate the overall production. I wasn't expected to go to the summit. Camp 3 was as high as I was slated to go, but that's still not a cakewalk in terms of the difficulty and the risk, which is why I'd paid really close attention to the preparations and thinking about Ed's advice, you can pay now or pay on the mountain. I'd noticed that the acclimatization schedule looked quite tight, and I think that was because of dollars and cents to do with the production. So with Ed's advice ringing in my ears, I decided to go out to Nepal before the expedition, trek into Everest Base Camp on the south side, and begin acclimatizing myself well in advance. So by the time I got to the expedition, I'd already been at altitude for about a month. And that was to pay off significantly because 2/3 of the way through our project, we'd lost about 70% of our crew. It's one thing climbing Everest, it's a completely different thing working on Everest. And when you're working on Everest, you really need that time to acclimatize. We'd lost our team to cerebral edema, pulmonary edema, snow blindness, dysentery, you name it, it hit us. By the time we'd got to Camp 3, we'd shot a lot of the film, but we were down to only a handful of people still functioning on the mountains. So the producer made a call and brought everybody back down to advanced base camp and said, look, we've shot most of the film, but we haven't shot the crux of the story, which was Mallory's attempt at the second step. And without that, we just didn't have a film. Now, the second step is a 120-foot pitch of vertical rock. It sits at about 28,000 feet. It's arguably the most difficult part of the climb. In the 70s, the Chinese put in a couple of sections of ladder, but obviously in 1924, when Mallory was there, the ladders weren't there, and the difficulty of the second step was one of the hardest things that Mallory would have had to do if he had made it to the summit. So in order to stay true to the historical events, we had to remove the ladders from the second step and film our two protagonists free climbing the second step. Time was running out on us. The monsoons were on their way, and the short weather window that you get on Everest was closing. The producer came up and asked me if I thought I could make it to the summit, take a camera, and work as part of the production crew. Now, here I was, a non-mountaineer. I'd been on Everest for about 3 months. I'd lost 30 plus pounds in weight. I'd been working for 6 weeks in and around the death zone above 26,000 feet, where there's not enough oxygen to survive. And I was being offered, no, actually asked to try for the summit. And that circled back into this idea of adventure. There was risk, effort, and certainly moving in towards the unknown. But I'd paid the price ahead of time. I was in great shape. And so I basically said yes. Now, if everything goes well, it's about it's about 16 to 18 hours round trip to go from high camp to the summit and back. You leave at about 1 o'clock in the morning and you start climbing. Now, we had one chance and one chance only to get our shots right on the second step. So we held at a place called Mushroom Rock on the summit ridge. And you can actually see the curvature of the earth. It's quite extraordinary. And I sat there and I thought, oh my God, how the hell did I end up here? Because it's quite intimidating to go from here towards the summit. Now you're really stepping in to a place that's relatively high risk. The cameras were in place, the climbers were ready. We waited for the sun to come up and hit the wall on the second step. And I kid you not, I sat there. The director and the producers were way down the mountains with telescopes and radios, and we were all in position. And I heard one single word come over my radio: action. And on we went. Now, I won't spoil what happened in case you actually want to see the film for yourself, which is on, I think it's on Apple and Netflix. But here's a few moments from our exploits.
George Mallory dreamed of being the first man to climb Everest. He and his fellow climber were last seen 800 feet below the summit. They were never seen alive again. 75 years after Mallory vanished, mountaineer Conrad Anker took part in an expedition looking for their bodies.
This is George Mallory. Oh my God. My God. I'm going to have this chance to go back and see what it was like for Mallory to try climbing Everest in 1924. George Mallory and I, our two paths have intersected 75 years apart.
I know what it's like to be the wife of a climber who doesn't come home.
My dear one, I will be thinking of you as you set off for the summit.
Humans weren't meant to survive this altitude.
Suddenly, temperatures plummet to 20 below freezing.
There's no dream. You mustn't be dead.
People often ask me, do you think Mallory summited Everest? And I completely understand that question because we're all focused and conditioned on the summit. But after everything that I experienced on Everest, I think that's missing the point. I kind of ended up knowing that what drove Mallory wasn't the summit, it was the effort. You know, risk is something all of us try and avoid, but whatever has taught me is that a significant portion of risk can be mitigated through our own efforts, through our willingness to relentlessly prepare, plan, train, suffer our efforts. Ed Viester's advice, pay now or pay on the mountain, isn't just about Everest. It applies to all the opportunities that we get. And the good news is that effort is entirely up to us. My whitewater career in the Himalayas started in 1983, and I worked as a young river guide for 6 years across Nepal. I then went on to northern Pakistan and set up the first river company in in northern Pakistan up in Gilgit, which then, due to geopolitical tension and Taliban and all sorts of external threat and risk, came in and kind of took us out of there. I then went over to Bhutan and spent a decade of my life mapping the river systems of Bhutan. And then in 2001, I became the first man to have kayaked all the major river drainages in the Nepalese Himalayas, which had taken me a 20-year quest to do. And then the kind of crowning, the top of my career as a whitewater kayaking took me to the Grand Canyon of the Stikine in British Columbia, which is basically regarded as the most difficult river, one of the most difficult rivers in the world. It's a 3-day battle. Basically, you go to war in this place and you spend a lifetime preparing for it. It is one of the most beautiful, one of the most extraordinary rivers in the world. It is a Grand Canyon. It's like having Half Dome on one side and El Capitan on the other, and this river goes through the middle. And what makes it interesting is that there's what we call must-run rapids. Normally on a river, you can get out and portage and carry your raft or your kayak around. But on the Stikine, you're in, and you're in for 3 days, and you better have it together and you better be ready. So for my sins, after a lifetime of kayaking, adventuring, and exploring, I was offered a wonderful position as the first ambassador to Nepal for adventure travel. Terrific honor. And my first job was to create a series of rules and regulations for the Nepal Association of Rafting Agents, which I thought was great. And I went out and cherry picked from different licensing boards in Idaho, California, Costa Rica, New Zealand, and I put together a loose package that we could potentially bring to Nepal, given the infrastructure and the culture and what was available in the Nepalese Himalayas. And I was about 2/3 of the way through the project, and then a friend of mine from UNDP handed me a report which changed everything in my life, because this report came out and it said that 40%, excuse me, of all working age men in the foothills, in the farming areas of the Himalayas, were now working overseas in the Gulf states and Southeast Asia. And what that meant, that there was a migration of all their families, millions of people had migrated out of their original farming communities and were now based near infrastructure. And as we know, infrastructure requires roads, and those roads typically go next to rivers. And so people moving upwardly in terms of wanting to have access to hospitals, schools, electricity, and a better life, so to speak, had migrated. Yet the environment and the small towns didn't have any ability to cope with trash and with sewage and so on and so forth, which was then, deposited straight down into the rivers. Nobody's fault, so to speak, because it's just this geopolitical landscape, and you don't realize till after the fact that fossil fuels being extricated in the Middle East was going to precipitate this massive migration. It was quite interesting. So it kind of blew up my idea of this project and what we could do in terms of, like, because here you've got 60 raft companies that I was about to deliver a report to, who are pretty mindful anyway and had a minimal impact on the rivers. So what were we going to do about it? And that's when I got together with some of my best friends in the industry across the Himalayas, and we started the Himalayan Outdoor Education Program. On the left-hand side, my dear friend and business partner, Mr. Mahindra Thapa, who I've known for 40 years. Vaibhav Kala, who you all know from your own organization, a dear friend, phenomenal outfitter in India, leading the charge in so many aspects of quality within his company and impact that he has on everybody, around him. Chotok Serene, an unbelievable kayaker based up in Ladakh. His company's name's Wet and Wild. To the right of me, Ram Sealwal, owner of the Royal Beach Camp in Nepal, longtime kayaking expedition friend of mine. And to the right-hand side, Mr. Min Magar, owner of Paddle Nepal. And what we did was we got together and I pitched these guys an idea. And basically it was this. It was, guys, we need to make a bit of a difference. And what can we do about it? You all run successful businesses. How about we pair each of our businesses up with the local government school, with your local government school, and we start to offer an outdoor education experience to the 10th graders. And the way that we did it, I run a small foundation in the States, so we could afford to pay the outfitters enough to cover our costs and run these programs that I'll kind of explain to you what they are right now. And everybody was right in the door, said, yes, absolutely, we're going to do this. So HOEP, Himalayan Outdoor Education Program, they are 3-day programs. We work with 10th graders, and we basically take these guys onto the river. We run the same kind of river trip that we would run with international clients. They're all group participation. So the kids learn how to paddle effectively, how to pitch their tents, and they go off on an adventure. We camp, the kids do the cooking, the kids do the washing up. And in the middle of this process, we start to bring in a few concepts to them. And what's interesting is that we do the usual, like, what did you learn today? And, oh, I learned to paddle. Oh, I learned to swim. I learned this, I learned that. But then we start to pose questions like, well, what did you learn about yourself? And we also introduce the idea of adventure. Because when we're talking to the kids about potentially what they want to do, some want to go into the army, some want to be dancers, some want to go into be a doctor, we start to explore what's your path? How are you going to get there? And we explain this idea that life is an adventure, that first of all, they have to take a risk. So they have to fill in that application. They have to put the effort in. So they got to get grades at school. And then they kind of have to turn the results over and not necessarily know how it's going to turn out. And for young people, that's quite liberating in today's world because they are under tremendous pressure from family and society to kind of know where are you going and what are you doing. And it's not something that actually I think is very helpful. Now, these are the same young people from these areas that are going to be the stewards of their environment. So we also work at a level where we start to talk about environmentalism and sustainability. And that's what's wonderful about the camps that we work with and our outfitters, because they have tremendous best practice when it comes to recycling, when it comes to organization, when it comes to keeping their environment pristine in and around the camp. That trickles down into these kids. And they get to see a way of living in terms of how to dispose of trash and so on and so forth. Spontaneously, and it's funny how you start these things off and they begin to evolve. When we were up in Ladakh on one of the programs, I was walking past the Ladakh Ecological Development Group Center. This was the very first program that I put together. I went in, I asked them what work they were doing, and in Leh, there's upwards of 500 new hotels been built in the last 10 years. And a lot of that water, that black water, is going straight into the ground and has now contaminated the drinking water. And there's E. coli in the underground springs. The Ladakh Ecological Development Group have a phenomenal project underway to implement sewer systems and so on and so forth. And so what we did with our kids was the first thing they do is they go on a tour, field trip with the Ladakh Ecological Development Group, and they get to understand what's happening with their environment. So with HOEP, we're beginning to bring in different NGOs, different layers of expertise. We're kayakers, rafters, and adventurers. We're not, but there's these tremendous resources about connecting. And just as we'd connected the outfitters together, so now we're beginning to connect different NGOs into our program. These are our operations right now up in Leh on the Ganga. We have 3 in Nepal. We're in process to open in Bhutan, and we have one over in Arunachal Pradesh. So it's just fantastic. I love the work. And selfishly, these are the places that I love to go myself. And working with the kids is great. So here's just a little bit, pictures say 1,000 words. So here's just a little bit about what we do. After 3 years of real world pressure testing, the Himalayan Outdoor Education Program is no longer just an idea. It's been an incredible effort, bringing together schools, teachers, and outdoor professionals in different communities across the Himalayas. From the Zanskar on the Tibetan plateau of Ladakh to the banks of the legendary Ganges, from Nepal's lush Trishuli River Valley to Pokhara's Lake Phua beneath the Annapurnas. We came together with a common goal: to use Mother Nature as a classroom. We came together with a shared belief that young people need authentic experiences to inspire them, to propel them forward with confidence, to help them become better dreamers, change makers, and leaders. A heartfelt thank you to our HOEC partners, schools, outdoor professionals, and donors. Your support and commitment make everything possible. And to everyone who's followed us on this pilot journey, this is just the beginning. We will need your support in the months and years ahead to continue this amazing effort. Join us in doing what we can with what we have to make this world a little better. We'll see you soon. So there we have it. I know I've run out of time and talked your ears off, but I want to say thank you so much. And if anyone needs to reach out to me after this conference with any questions or you're more or need any more information on what we do, I'd be more than happy to connect with you. So thank you for letting me rabbit on, and I really appreciate your attention, and I hope you have a great conference.
Thanks a lot, Jerry. Thanks for your time. It was wonderful hearing you. Thank you. Hi, folks. So we're going to start our deep dive into best practices over water, land, and air. My name is Vaibhav Kala. I'm Senior Vice President at ATOAI. I run a company called Aquaterra Adventures, and I've been guiding mountain and river trips for the last 35 years. Right, so here we go. I'm going to start with water, right? And like Jerry said, preparation is the key for any time that you are in the outdoors, anytime you're planning an adventure, and preparation is what we're going to start with. And with preparation, there's that acknowledgement of risk and acknowledgement of the team. It's a full buy-in by the organization that this stuff is risky. It takes effort, and there is an unknown. And these sort of forces of nature come in all sizes. I don't know whether you can spot the kayaks in there. These are the biggest rapids on the planet in Congo, the Inga rapids. Some of them are unnavigable. Some are very friendly. Some are in desolate environments, remote and at altitude. Some are very big in volume. Size does matter when it comes to water as well. Some have complex obstacles. Some are very, very technical. Some have extremely steep gradient, potentially risky, fairly remote at times, which increases your inherent risk. Risky maneuvers, cold water, very demanding on several levels, continuous, fast and steep. So I'm going to talk about a couple of concepts. One of them is, which is what we use on our operations. What is the Swiss cheese model of safety? If you look at the picture, so it believes that accidents in safety management are rarely caused by just one mistake. It explains that incidents happen when a series of small weaknesses, gaps, which are represented by the holes in the slices of the cheese, creates a clear path for hazards to get through.
So to understand it, pretty much each slice represents a barrier to hazards. The barriers may be physical, equipment, experience, procedural. The holes represent gaps or weaknesses. They may appear due to human error, poor design, unclear procedures, unclear SOPs, rushed decision making. And that's when accidents happen. When you have a clear line through these barriers, multiple gaps will lead you to a situation, an incident, a casualty, an accident. The other concept is the PEEPS concept. Yeah, it's the person, as in your health and well-being. And this is what I meant by the buy-in by the team. All our guides, all our trip leaders need to buy into this. They need to be highly aware of this when they're operating on the ground. How are our people? Is everyone feeling good? Is anyone sick, dehydrated? Is anyone stressed? Are they able to finish the objective that they came for? E is for environment and conditions. What are the temperatures that we're looking at? Is everyone kitted out in terms of equipment? How are your partners? Are you able to partner up with someone? Is there someone to help you on your expedition? And the last one being the scenario. Walking through situations that potentially may occur during your expedition. And these are things that ground teams need to be really aware of. What happens if this happens? How are we going to take the person out? Worst case scenarios, yeah? And that is how you're able to mitigate that risk, manage that risk. I don't know if any one of you heard about this accident in Chile about 11 years ago. The founder of North Face was on a kayak trip in Chile, yeah? And if you go down to the PEEPS model, if you review it, and had it been reviewed earlier at that point in time, I mean, hindsight is always good, gives us 20/20 vision, right? But in terms of when you come to P, the whole group was feeling well. They were a very experienced group. They were led by top guides on the planet. The environment was well. The lake was at 3 degrees Celsius. The water and body temperature spread was massive. Yeah? The winds each day were getting progressively stronger. By 10:30 a.m. on that day, it was about 50 miles per hour gusts, 6-foot waves coming from multiple directions. Equipment, apparently Doug's kayak had a faulty rudder. Yeah, this could have been checked earlier. And very importantly, again, only 2 of the 6 were wearing a wetsuit in such cold conditions. When you come to partners, this was a group traveling together. How the decisions was made to separate, Doug tried to head to shore. Who made that call? Why was it made? Why was it not planned, etc.? And the scenario, the critical question should have been, what should have been done had a boat capsized? Should everyone have huddled together? Should everyone have headed to shore? So all these questions really bring you to the answers as to how this could have been prevented. And the learnings is that you control all variables that make or break your journey. Making good decisions, well, best practice is how do we prepare our guides and trip leaders to make these good decisions? Experience is often the best teacher, the most valuable tool. Study of accidents apparently contributes a lot to learning from accidents, how not to do it. India has a very abysmal record of accident sharing. We're at about 5 to 6% of accidents that happen. Incident reporting is all-time low. You are all aware of the Ganga. It's north of Rishikesh. Is probably the busiest river running stretch on the planet. 280 companies. It's largely class 3. It's non-technical pool drop. There's road access throughout. Relatively warm temperatures. No danger of hypothermia. Medical help is available throughout. Massive guide and equipment hub. We've had an approximate 30 deaths till 2020. These are river running deaths on the water under guided commercial trips. Only 5% accident reports have been shared so far. And we've had over 35 beach drowning incidents as well. So coming back to case reviews, how do we learn from accidents? There are some, I won't go into details, but this is how it's done the world over. When you have an accident, you put out an incident report. We spoke about the Maldives incident. I don't know how long, Neil, you'll get, but we'd love to hear from that, what you found out, what happened to those people. But all these incidents have been recorded. They've been shared, and there's no dearth of it. I'm not going to go into everything, but yeah, that's how people have learned. That's how there's a repository of accident reports, conditions, what happened, what was the reaction. And typically the net result is that one bad decision leads to another. As the string grows, the alternates to ensure a safe option, it reduces drastically. So our teams, it all comes down to our teams, our people on the ground. They have to be trained to think, decide, and act quickly and correctly. And that's something that we all must endeavor to. And the case reviews learning is that the accidents keep repeating themselves. The same thing happens again and again and again. And which is why it's really important to keep sharing what we see, near misses, incident reports, accidents. So India needs to up that thing. We need a repository of, I think Maninder, you've been working on that, getting accident reports together. Superbly important. The devil is in the detail. And this is going to only go one way, because the changing trend is that more and more people are going to the outdoors, more and more people are undertaking these activities, and over time, the physical ability of our guests is coming down. It's not as good as it was in the 80s and the 90s. More people are doing it, but they may not be able to have the right skills. I'll cover a quick case study on the Wall Rapid. This is the biggest rapid on the Ganga River. A lot of you may have gone down it. And we've had some accidents on the wall. It has a dreaded left eddy, and safety must be planned, in advance. It's okay to have safety, but if it's not positioned correctly, it's really of very little help. So in the early 90s, when there were no dams on the Ganga, the wall was, it was a free-flowing river. It was a massive rapid. If you see the left of the picture, there's a big eddy on the bottom, and there have been rescues that have gone on till 11 o'clock at night on this rapid. And even at the time, in the 90s, when I started guiding, there were no safety kayakers on the river, so the effort was always to put one raft in the eddy. There had to be somebody there, because if there was a chance that the swimmers would end up there. Yeah. And it all comes down, again, the best practice for dealing with difficult scenarios, challenging objectives is understanding by the team that, hey, we need to stop before the rapid. We need to scout for sure. There's no option about it, a mandatory scout. Prepare your guests, check every life vest, check every helmet, check every foot brace. Ask them whether they're okay to go down it. Tell them the truth. Tell them that there is a 50-50 chance you may swim. You can get stuck. And that's when you really take charge and you go down. And when things go south, there's very little you can do except your training. Your training, again, needs to be top-notch. People drown in water. They drown very easily. It's a painful death. It starts with an involuntary period of laryngospasm, and then it's slow. So on remote trips, on difficult stretches, always carry an AED. They're available in India now. They're very compact. You can carry it. On high, cold, remote expeditions, always do that, and it could save your lives. Prevention, like I said before, understanding of risk by the team leader. It comes from experience and knowledge. It has to be transmitted to the entire team. The minimizing of the risk is your company's responsibility, and everyone in the company must understand that. Communication to clients, a lot of what we hear, even at the ATOAI office, and issues that come up boils down to issues with lack of communication to guests. Before on arrival, briefings every day. What all is covered? Are liability waivers signed? Is going to the water highlighted? What are the dangers? What is the environment? What do you do? Even little things like, don't go barefoot on a riverbed. Is swimming allowed? What is your night out time? When do you not go to the river? When everyone's asleep? Is your entire team sensitized? What happens when you're not on the water, but we're just hanging by a water body? Warning signs is a must. That's something we've been dealing with on the Ganga. We've asked them to put signs everywhere because they're unnecessary drowning deaths, people picnicking. So something as simple as a warning sign can save lives. PFD and rescue bags are must, absolutely must by the river. make an activity popular. A supervised activity is always a good way to avoid people randomly going to the water themselves. Get guests to take responsibility, and ask them to leave if they don't obey rules. About guiding and safety briefings, we get all nationalities, and a big gap is simple and plain communication. All guides must be able to deliver a safety briefing in an international language like English. There are over 350 guides in Hokkaido that speak perfect Japanese. So it's really easy for people to do this, and that's a big gap in the industry. And a lot of the accidents also happen because there's a gap in understanding between what is being said and what is meant. Checking about medical issues on trip, equipment checks. I mean, these are little things. I am going to run through a lot of this quickly. We are short on time. Briefings on the water, just little things like equipment checks, logbooks, who sits where on the boat, something as simple as that comes with experience. And yeah. Guest fitness screening. Do you have ample screening for who's coming on your adventure? A lot of us may not be asking the right questions. Who are you? What have you done before? Is this trip for you? Something as simple as that can have huge impact. Equipment inspection protocols. What is the status of your PFDs, helmets? Do you have logbooks that tell you when they were last bought? When are they going to be retired? Emergency response and communication, trip leaders must have adequate knowledge of how to operate an AED, where the stretcher is kept, where is the first aid kit at every point in time. All guides must have at least a WFA certification. Never run anything that is off limits by any yardstick. Anything that your team is not used to running must not be run. Safety standards, again, certification. Swiftwater rescue is extremely important if you're trip leading difficult expeditions. If you're running trips across the Himalaya or overseas, you must be able to have a Swiftwater rescue certification. Mental readiness. A lot of guides get very, very tired, and I've seen that myself. I used to be one of those myself, running multiple trips a day. It does, bear on you. Fatigue. Is your team fatigued? Is everyone getting a break? Something as simple as that, a day off, a weekly day off. The quick reference, pre-trip checklist that most of you know. I'm not going to state the obvious. But more and more, the basis of safe trips is becoming, is good trip leaders, good guides, on-water training, the safety program. There's no substitute for logging in miles, and actual experience on ground. There's a checklist for company owners. We're going to share this with you. I'm not going to run. I'm going to make up some time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take some. And of course, I'm here all day in case you want to come have a chat. Yes, please, Taranjay. Sure.
So you talked about, the near misses and also sharing best practices. Do we have a platform where we can do that?
Sharing.
Except the ATOAI membership, ATOAI member WhatsApp group. I mean, besides that, do we have a permanent document, uploaded on our website or somewhere we can share our best practices and also report the near misses? Because I can always get back to the last year or year before. What happened, on the Ganga or whichever river or a trek or expedition, we can just find that out. WhatsApp group, usually the messages disappear.
Agreed.
Neil, in one of his presentation, he gave a lot of emphasis on reporting near misses. That's really very important because it can prevent the future accidents, So do we have that plan? Do we have a platform like that?
So we don't. I know Maninder can tell us more on his session right after me, but there has been talk about it. I know for now what you can do is if you have any, if you know any, just write into ATOI. I remember I passed an ATOI Hall of Fame award in 2013 because we had an incident on Stoke Kagri, and till I submitted a full report, I desisted from accepting it. So I think for now, the best way is to at least write it to the Secretariat. If you know of a near miss or an incident, or if you've had one yourself, the idea is to not feel shy and share it, because your sharing is going to help someone else get smarter.
Yeah, my purpose was asking, that we should have like a permanent document record somewhere, that it can be referred back anytime.
Great idea. We'll build that in the very near future.
Thanks, dear.
Thanks. Anybody else? Thank you, guys. Harsh, over to you.
Rebel, thank you so much for this enlightening presentation. And now we move on to Mr. Maninder Kohli, founder of Juniper Outdoor, has decades of experience leading expeditions, adventure travel programs, and outdoor initiatives across the Himalaya and beyond. Widely recognized for his contributions to Indian mountaineering and adventure tourism, he has worked extensively in expedition planning, high-altitude operations, outdoor leadership, and risk management systems. Today, he will speak on risk management and safety protocols for land-based adventure activities with Indian case studies. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Maninder Kohli.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to share that I've been kind of looking at case studies for a while, nearly a decade now. I felt that it was an area we had to all, as the industry, move towards. One of the things which I did when I got involved, next slide.
No, just make it full screen.
Yeah. How do I go to the next slide?
So you'll have to just keep going down.
This one like that.
So you can just like go down like this. There's some issue.
But next slide कैसे आएगा?
सर ये आपने PDF बनाया तो आपको ऐसे scroll करना
ऐसे करना पड़ेगा.
हाँ जी.
Fine. So one of the things I did was I wanted to see what are the best practices internationally, and I zeroed in on the US and Canada, where they have the annual Wilderness Risk Management Conference. It's been going on for several decades now. There is a huge participation for this across the industry. People pay up to $750 to attend this 3-day event. And that's how seriously they look at it. They look at all near misses. They look at all the accidents which have taken place. Approximately 16 people die every year in North America. And each case gets reviewed, very, very closely. Taking things forward, just pre-COVID time, I was able to organize 3 meets at the IMF. We set up a small team, looked at various incidents, and started to announce events one after the other for 3 years. There was a lot of participation. About 70, 80 people turned up from all over India, and they were very keen to know how can we all improve safety standards. So there is an enthusiasm, but unfortunately, after COVID, somehow things slipped, and that didn't sort of continue. But today what I wanted to do was I wanted to share 5 incidents which I personally or the team looked at, and I wanted to share with you the details. So first one is about this boy called Bharat Ashok. He was on a climb to climb Bhagirathi 2. This incident happened in 2019. The Ashok Abbey is with us, Brigadier Abbey. When he goes to Gangotri area, Gangotris are 3,000 meters. The team spends normally 3 nights at Gangotri trying to gain acclimatization. But when I investigated this particular incident, the trip leader who was actually appointed, he was not part of the team, he was just a mountaineer who was made a trip leader. He said, I was told to keep the schedule very tight, because they're all working from Bangalore and they needed to kind of come back fast. So these are errors which came in. When they reached the Nandanban, Ashok started getting first signs of altitude sickness, and the team recognized that, and they started to finally bring him back down. And at Bhojwasa, he died. This is his image here. When we looked further into this particular case, this team did not have an oximeter, they did not have a stretcher, they did not have an oxygen cylinder. An oxygen cylinder cost about 10,000 rupees, an oximeter cost about 200 rupees, and a stretcher cost about 2,000 rupees. Not a huge cost. I don't know whether till now do we mandate this for each expedition. Like this was approved by the IMF. What is the process we are following? So we keep talking about a lot of things, but very simple things are kind of overlooked. Now, if a mountaineer has altitude sickness, he was made to walk across down the Gangotri glacier. So you cannot subject a person with altitude sickness to walk. He has to be put on oxygen and on a cylinder because his body is already under stress. If you're going to make him climb even down, you're asking for problems, and this is such a sad case that which was a very, very preventable type of death. Okay, move on to the next case study, and there have been a few cases of animal-related incidents, and I wanted to bring it out. The first one was in 2021. I was personally heading to Tarsar Lake in Kashmir, and we were near Tarsar Lake, and a rock fell and hit my arm. And I was suddenly surprised, and I looked up, and there was a huge contingent of sheep grazing at quite a height, and there was a kind of a, you could say, steep downhill. So I asked my guide, Tausif, who's always with me in Kashmir, I've done many treks there. I said, why didn't you tell me about this? That, you know, that there is grazing and there could be a rock fall. He said, sir, it didn't strike me. So it was a clear example that simple things like a briefing, which we do, but the briefing has to be possibly engineered with a certain checklist, that where are small issues which could happen. Now, there was a report in 2022 at Fuktal Gompa in Zanskar, where a big stone apparently hit a lady. This is an unguided kind of a situation. People are going to the monastery, it broke her leg, and she had to be then airlifted by a helicopter. So rock falls engineered happen quite a bit. Then another case came up of this boy called Rahul Ramesh. He was a kind of a trail runner in the Manali region. He went alone for a trek, and a bear apparently charged him. This is a bit unaccounted for because he was alone at that time, and he fell down about 400 feet into a gorge and died. So these are some incidents which happen because of animal issues. I want to go next to another case of Hamta Pass. So in Hamta Pass, Akhil Chadda wanted to exit the trek. These are, I guess, low-cost treks happening. There is not much guiding support. There are not many people around. And when he said, I like to exit, he was told that, you know, it's a simple trail, walk down. But unfortunately, on the way down, he must have slipped, and 3 days later, his body was found. In the mountains, we are always told, I mean, it's an unwritten rule that never go alone. You know, there has to be one companion with you. Even if you have had a fall, somebody is around you, they will support you, assist you, you know. So the question which comes around in this is that if a person is charging 5,000 rupees for a trek, does that make them immune to look at the safety part? I mean, it's ridiculous, but it's coming down to that. You know, if you send a person down and he dies, who takes responsibility for such an event? Okay. I'll like to now talk about another case which happened in the Beas River, and there was this trekker. Again, this information, I don't have the date and the exact nature of the event, but it's a true event, which I have researched and we've got out. So this particular winter time, this particular girl, while trekking, falls into the Beas and now starts flowing down. And there's an immediate effort to rescue her. She goes and gets stuck under a snow bridge. Now, because she's under the snow bridge, nobody could reach her. So about 40 minutes passed. Finally, a kayak was assembled, went down, got her out. Now she's, at this point in time, got full-on hypothermia, serious level of hypothermia. Now, it's if anybody's done wilderness medicine courses, it's very well known that a hypothermia patient cannot be moved. You have to just keep them warmed and let their body gain some strength. Because if you move a hypothermia patient, you'll trigger cardiac arrest. This is a known fact in medical science. None of the people around, I guess, were aware of this, nor were the medics who came in an ambulance. They put her in the ambulance. On the way to the hospital, she died. Again, a question of a death which could have been kind of managed better, prevented. Now, I want to talk about a very interesting case which happened 3 years back on Pangarchula. So this is a photograph of a kind of a very tough guy called Sanjay Negi. He lives in Chennai. He and Kailash Mehra went on a winter ascent of Pangarchula, just ahead of Oli and that area. There were two of them alone. They were not guided. And they were strong guys. They said, we can just do it. So around 2:30 or so, Sanjay Negi said, I can do it. Kailash Khera said, I'll wait for you. I can't continue. I'm tired. So in that process, they got separated. And around 4 o'clock, they were able to talk to each other. They were not able to see each other. There was a whiteout. But there was a situation where they got separated. So Kailash Khera came down to Khulara, which is the base camp area, and where he got phone connectivity. And he called up one of his friends in Chennai that this incident has happened. He's stuck on the mountain. I've been able to come down. His Chennai friend called me up and said, can you help this guy? So I started making calls immediately. And I soon learned that there's a gentleman called Vivek, who is Vivek Kumar Panwar, who is a local guide who has set up a rescue unit. And he is willing to, if there's any incident, he goes himself. So I was able to get through to him at around 9:15. And I told him that this particular Sanjay Negi is stuck up there. So I called up the SDRF, no response. But this guy, Vivek Kumar Panwar, within 15 minutes of my call, he, with two other guys, left to rescue this guy. So he reached Khulara at around 1 in the night. He's based in Joshimath. And at around 5 o'clock, they reached near the summit area of Pangarchula, and they found this Sanjay Negi huddled under some stones in a very bad shape, completely, let's say, entry-level frostbite situation, not hypothermia fully. He had survived the night, but he was in a tough situation. And they had all the equipment with them, hot drinks, everything. They sort of revived him, and they kind of brought him down, And I was so happy to hear about this particular incident, how Vivek had managed to get him down. I called up Brigadier Abbey. I said, just call him up and congratulate him. This is something really great which this gentleman has done. And Ashok did that. The families send in a very good, generous deposit. We send it to his account. And it was a good end. And I said, Vivek, what support do you need from the community? And he said, I just need a bag of equipment. And what I felt from this particular incident was that at the end of the day, we have got these guides in all these areas. If we can somehow put together some gear, put them together as a small support group, they can go and make rescues like this. This is a very good example of something great. So coming to the end of my presentation, I feel it's time now that we have an annual risk management meet. It can be a collective support of the IMF, ATOI. We should mandatory in all trip leader trainings have a very long session on some of these case studies so that these whatever near misses, actual incidents which have happened are used. I feel that we should, anybody who attends some of these meetings, they should get a badge, something like this, which shows the fact that there are a company which is having a responsibility towards risk management, and you should all illustrate that badge saying that you participate in conferences of this nature. And also we should set up these quick reaction teams like what Vivek showed in Joshimath. I think if they spring up in all the commercial centers, they will be able to play a big role in just keeping everybody safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maninder. We really had a wonderful time listening to you and we've taken in account your recommendations as well, and we will definitely work towards it. And our next speaker has played a pioneering role in organized aerosports and skydiving operations in India. Mr. Rudra Bhanu Solanki is the founder of CEO of Sky High India and has been actively involved in developing safe and structured air-based adventure experiences in the country. With extensive operational experience in skydiving and aviation-linked adventure activities, he has consistently advocated for stronger safety systems, training standards, and professional operational protocols in the aerosports sector. Today, he will speak on risk management and safety standards for air-based adventure activities. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Rudra Bhanu Solanki.
Very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rudra. I'm here to present a little bit about skydiving, what we've managed to do so far, and what I personally feel is important for risk mitigation. So just quickly jumping into it, we are Sky High. We are a skydiving operator, and we've been around for 10 years. And I started skydiving when I was all of 21 years old. And I think one of the most important advices I got back in the day that has stayed with me till today is that before you get into anything commercial to do with adventure sports, what is your experience in that particular sport? And that advice changed everything for me because I had the privilege of already having access to aviation aircrafts. But before I started commercial skydiving, I went all the way to the US to learn skydiving. And it changed my perspective on how things are done. We've already talked about the global market potential for adventure sports, but I'm going to show you the global perspective on what skydiving looks like across the globe. So there's skydiving facilities across almost close to every major city in the world. Currently in India, we are the only company, and there is a few reasons to that. One of them, which I will dwell into later. But before I get into what we did, this is the global stats for fatalities, or rather unfortunate incidents in the year 2025. Over 3.4 million skydives and 16 fatalities. It's very important to understand each of these 16 cases, but there is a 0.00046% chance of you dying while you go skydiving. And this is just important to know that being one of the most over-regulated adventure sports because of aviation, there is still a chance that you may be exposed to inherent risk. This is who we are. Like I mentioned, we've done over 12,000 jumps so far, and 12,000 jumps so far in the last 10 years, over 4,000 flying hours. We now have a dedicated aircraft, and I will show you a video about us before we get into how we managed to do whatever we managed to do. Sorry about that. Video is playing here. Yeah, volume.
In my childhood, I had a dream to go skydiving. And in that dream and thought, I also knew that I will have to travel to the US for skydiving. In the year 2011, I signed up for a course and went to Skydive Arizona. And during my course, I just couldn't fathom how something like this didn't exist in India. So I took it upon myself to start skydiving in it. I started India's only skydiving drop zone, and Sky High was born.
The journey so far has been nothing short of magical. We've done tandem skydives, we've done solo jumps and demonstrations all across the country. But the moment that gives me the most amount of pleasure is when I come to the drop zone, watching people land.
Amazing thing. It is damn safe. Their instructors are too good, their divers are too good.
जन्नत अगर कहीं है तो स्काई हाई में है ऊपर.
Extremely amazing. I need to some 2 minutes for relax. मतलब अलग ही experience है.
हिंदुस्तान के बहुत सारे एडवेंचर लवर्स के लिए ये एक पॉइंट ऑफ अट्रैक्शन बनेगा. I wish all the best.
Hi everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate Sky High for completing 10 years in skydiving. And most of all, what I also want to appreciate is the fact that for the 10 years, they have been accident free. There have been no compromise attitude towards safety, and they have been running very, very strong.
I think I enjoyed the free fall the most, the jump and then the lapping. That's my favorite part.
Thank you. That was absolutely brilliant. You're fantastic, man.
फिर बर्थडे आया तो सौरभ ने कहा मम्मी आपका बर्थडे मनाते हैं, आपको टैंडम करवाऊंगा. मैंने कहा ठीक है करवा लो.
In my childhood.
Okay, so ours is a happy story. And there is a reason why our story is so happy, and there is a reason why we managed to stay safe so far for the last 10 years. And I think I will try to cover 4 burning questions about our personal story. One primarily being, how do you regulate when regulation doesn't exist? So when I started 10 years ago, there was no skydiving, there was no proper skydiving or no proper regulation in India. How do you establish trust in the Indian market? I think it's a very important question. We all have to understand this question, and we all struggle with this question regularly. How did we keep skydiving safe in India for 10 years? And what is the future of aerosports in India? How did we regulate when regulation didn't exist? I think in the broad framework, we worked with the DGCA, we worked with among the best equipment manufacturers, and we worked with the global standard for skydiving, which was United States Parachuting Association. But I think if I deep dive into what we really did, it was very important to study the current regulation and the rationale behind it. I was hearing the question about satellite phones not being allowed, and I think ours was a very similar story, that there is a rule in the aircraft rules which says that dropping of articles is prohibited from an aircraft. So whatever permissions we have is actually an exemption to that rule. And it's very easy to say कि यार ये क्या है इंडिया में ऐसे ही होता है and you know things like that. But just like the satellite phone story, there is a national interest aligned with it. There was some arms drop when I was probably not born or very, very small, because of which this rule was written. So it's very important to study and understand the rationale behind why something was written and why there is strict regulation. And then once you understand the rationale behind that, I think it's very easy to work towards a framework where you meet the other person halfway. I was fortunate to meet some officers who suggested that since regulation doesn't exist in India, why don't you work towards a regulation? And I started attending World Drop Zone Operators meets and understanding the commercial side of skydiving. And it opened my eyes to another world of skydiving. I mean, I already started skydiving. I was 22 years old, so I really thought I knew a lot, only to realize now at 37 that I still know very little. So that's a big takeaway for me. The other thing, very important thing, was to, when you study the global practices, it's very important to know that most of the regulations, whether it's paddy, if I may say, or skydiving, or any extreme sport, most of the SOPs have not only been written by experienced people, but have rather been written in blood. And it's very important to understand that people have lost lives and incidents have sparked certain regulations, certain standards, certain limitations on people. And those limitations should be respected. One very interesting thing about skydiving is that to be an instructor, you not only need a certain number of skydives in a, like say 800 or 1000 skydives, but one question that is asked when you start becoming an instructor is that how many years have you spent in sport? So I may be able to complete 1000 skydives that is required for my instructional rating within a year, but that does not allow me to become an instructor unless I have spent certain number of years in sport. And it's the rationale behind that is that you are able to see multiple seasons across multiple locations before you really understand what being an instructor or what skydiving really is on the commercial side. Of course, the best practices we already talked about. Now, another very important question, how do you establish trust in the Indian market? So, few things that I learned is that the first person who trusted me with the skydive was my very own sister, were my friends. I actually had to pick up people from Delhi when we got the permission, take my friends skydiving, make their videos, and then start posting them online for people to start believing. And I think in the Indian context, it's very important to rely on word of mouth. Just like we are very competitive with our neighbors, we are also very reliant on what our neighbors do. And once our neighbor does something, there is a high probability that we are going to do it. We are in the era of social media. People post about pretty much everything they do. I think when people come to skydive with us, 30% of their skydive is for themselves, and 35 to 40% of their skydive is for social media. So it's very important to know that and use that as a tool, which is why it's important to stand your ground on your pricing, on your regulation. We took it really slow. We did not start any training till almost 2 years back, even though we had the license and approval, because I felt like we were not ready. We used a certain kind of equipment. The closest equivalent to that equipment, which was being used globally, was half the cost of that equipment. And it was a very big pain point on our balance sheet to be able to continue to afford that equipment, to service that equipment in Dubai, because we did not have people in India at the time to be able to service that equipment. So definitely, I mean, I understand that there are multiple challenges when you start out in adventure, but there is a saying in skydiving which says there are old skydivers and there are bold skydivers, but there are no old, bold skydivers. Yeah. And how did we do it? I think the few things that really stuck with us was the equipment, the team, the compliance, and the risk mitigation. The equipment I already mentioned was very expensive. Just because it was expensive was not necessarily being safe, but I think it's very easy now to study global practice or global equipment and understand what is being used globally, and rely on information that's available online. You can really deep dive into stuff now. The team, I think one of the most important aspects of skydiving or any adventure sport, especially in the air, is the team that conducts the sport. You're going to be pretty much strapped to another person who's going to jump out of the plane for you, and you're going to enjoy your ride as a first tandem customer. So the team makes all the difference. I was fortunate to have worked with some very, very highly trained professionals and some very senior people. And I think that is one of the key reasons why we managed to stay safe so far. I've had Brigadier Shekhawat sir, who's here with us today, who's leading our team now. I've worked with another person who's very experienced from the Navy, has more than 18,000 skydives now. So I think the thing that I said about clocking seasons in a particular sport is very important, because it actually teaches you many things about the sport that you would not otherwise understand when you gain experience quickly. Finally, I think the most important thing that I wanted to talk about in mitigating risk is that follow age-old practices. I already mentioned these practices are written in blood mostly. Ask yourself, as an adventure tour operator who's handing over somebody who's offering this experience to a customer, would you offer the same experience to your child? If your answer at that moment is yes, I think you have pretty much done most of the SOPs, covered all of the risk assessments that are important. It's also important to not to try to rewrite the book a lot. I know it's very, in the Indian context, things are very different, but on a larger scale, I feel like safety is not very different globally. So if you are able to follow international best practices in terms of SOPs, equipment, procedures, training, I think you're okay. And most importantly, don't chase the money. I know it's easy to say, but I think as operators or some people who conduct adventure tourism activities, it's important to know and remember that we didn't sign up for an adventure tour operator business for the money. Money is only one part of the business. One of the big reasons why I personally started skydiving and now in the business is because I feel like adventure is a way of life. So it's very important to have that segregation and know and understand why you're doing something. If you are going to only chase the money, I'm not saying don't, I mean, money is obviously an important factor. It helps us all survive. But if you're going to only chase the money, I'm not sure if adventure is going to be the right place for you. And that's pretty much all I had. Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rudra. This was really, really nice that you shared your personal life experience with us as a case study. And as we move on to the final speaker for this session, Captain Hon'ble Chauhan serves as Chief of Staff and Chief of Flight Safety at Skywalls Hot Air Balloon Safari and brings extensive experience in aviation safety, operational systems, and incident response management. Over the years, he has worked closely on developing safety-led operational frameworks and implementing structured SOPs for adventure aviation experiences in India. Today, he will speak on best practices, SOPs, and incident response frameworks in Indian adventure tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Captain Hon'ble Chauhan. I know there will be a lot of questions for all the people who are coming here as speakers, and we can all catch hold of them over lunch. Please, welcome.
Three seconds. That's all that we have as a pilot to look at our team, to look at the sky, and to look at the checklist and say, not today. Because that 3 seconds, it's when the lives of all those 24 passengers who are flying with us is decided. So at ATOAI, we are very much ambitious about growing to the numbers, $683 billion, and become the top 10 in the coming decade. But as we are growing at this pace, our safety standards have kept on being stagnated. And what is it about? Every season, we hear a name, a destination, and an accident that happened because someone didn't knew how to use this very basic equipment, didn't knew how much is the life of this equipment, what are the certification required. I'm not here to talk about ballooning today, but rather I'll talk about things that matter to each and every one of us in this room. This is a carabiner, I'm sure each and every one of you uses this. So, little bit about who we are, and it would really matter because we have achieved 100,000 passengers without a zero incident. And it all went down to one basic principle. I'll come to it. So what we do at Skywalls is there are 5 basic principles, and this is very much associated with each and every operator in the room. The pre-flight protocols, 3 layers of signed checklist, and if we don't sign the checklist, we don't go on that day. The crew, each and every person on our team knows exactly what are their roles, what are they accountable for. The guest clarity. We all have these kind of safety cards. We show it to our guests while they are busy on their phones. And we somehow try to cut our eyes and think that let's go over it really quickly and we don't have to face that embarrassment. But believe me, that's one guest can become the most unvariable thing in an incident. The emergency readiness. How often do we practice our ERP procedures? Does everyone actually know what are they supposed to do when there is an accident or an incident? And then the last one, the media and PR. I'll come to it in a while. So in aviation, we have a system called SMS framework, the safety management system. And it is very much applicable to all the operators. It comes down to the very 4 basic things called the safety policy and objective. As a founders, this is the statement that we make. This is our commitment to our industry and our guest of what we are going to provide. The safety risk management. Sir, may I ask, do we have the operators in this room who have identified what are the hazards? What can actually go wrong while we are doing this activity? How many of you have actually noted all the hazards that can go wrong in your activity? Can we raise hands who have done? Amazing. So, sir, for the rest, if we cannot name the hazards, it would become very difficult for us to find ways that we can mitigate the risk and find ways to overcome those hazards. The next one is safety assurance. About audits. How often do we audit the hazards and our equipments and everything? And the last one is safety promotion. Can every person on our team answer what will they do in the first 3 minutes of an accident or an emergency? Be it the cook, be it the driver, be it the guide, every single person. So the anatomy of safe flights or be it any adventure activity, is about the checklist. Be it for the pilots, the crew, or the vehicle. I'll give you a very small example. 4:40 a.m. in the morning, the guide, the crew, the pilots, they're already up in their activity. There is a flat tire. The pilot is already taken off. The guests are in the balloon, and the retrieval vehicle has a flat tire and with a no backup tire. A very little safety overlooked without the checklist could lead to potential hazard for all the people flying in that balloon. So very basic things that we overlook by not reciting the checklist is so important. So 5 principles that the industry can learn from Skywalls of what we do. Always customize the experience, never the safety. So we are flying across multiple destinations with multiple different teams, but the safety standards stays very much to the standards that have been set by the DGCA, by the authorities. Train everyone, the guides, the crew, the support staff, because that is one person who would be the most responsible for their place. Guest clarity. So guests needs to be briefed about the safety because that is the most prominent asset in a situation where we are facing an emergency. So write your ERPs beforehand, identify all the risk, the hazards, and emergencies that can happen during your operations. And media, I promise I'll come back to it. So whenever there is an accident or an incident, it's either us who will give facts and important information to the media, or rather they would fill in whatever they understand out of it. So it's very important to make them your active stakeholder, share the facts with them, and keep them very well aware of it. So I'll conclude on it that safety is not just a department, but rather it's an attitude that we carry with us. So to sum it, we always adopt, have checklists and SOPs for everything. We train every team members for the ERPs, and we report our incidents for the industry to learn out of it. Thank you. Thank you, Ajiji.
Thank you so much. And meaningful, definitely. And now it's time for lunch. So before we break for lunch, I would like to remind everyone, all the people present over here, that ATOI continues to give you a platform to showcase your products, to network through our various options like webinars or fam tours, things like that happening throughout the year. We have a business builder also, which we have incorporated, where we are trying, it's a matchmaking tool actually, and our secretariat is very well equipped to help you with everything. So we break for lunch right now. It's 1:40 for about 40 minutes. And we come back 2:20. 10 past 2. All right. So we come here, President's order. We come back at 10 past 2. Thank you so much. We welcome you all back as we continue the sessions. I hope everyone had a productive lunch. We now move into session 4, focused on the adventure tourism safety framework. As adventure tourism continues to grow rapidly across India, Safety can no longer remain dependent only on individual operator practices. It requires structured systems, clear policies, training standards, incident reporting mechanism, as we have learned from the previous sessions, regulatory support, and most importantly, a shared culture of accountability. For this session, we have Mr. Hari Kishore S., Joint Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, who will be chairing this session. It is my proud privilege to invite the session chair for this segment. Mr. Hari Kishore S., IAS Joint Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, has been actively involved in several important tourism initiatives and policy interventions focused on strengthening India's tourism ecosystem. Today, he will present the Adventure Tourism Safety Framework. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Hari Kishore S.
Thank you, everyone. So as mentioned by her, I may not be able to stay for long. I may have to go at 3 o'clock. So she was mentioning that I'll be chairing this panel kind of. So I'll just present and go. Please permit that. And in summary, this is nothing. What I wanted to communicate is we are very happy and proud that Model Adventure Tourism Framework is approved in the National Adventure Tourism Board. And as mentioned by Honorable Minister, it has been circulated to all the states. And we presented this presentation. This is the same presentation which I presented 1 week ago to all the secretaries of all the states of India. And we have educated them. They are willing to take it forward. Now, the next step that is required is we should one by one approach each state, in the sense many states have, they have to make it as a law. So for a state to create a new law, it's a long process. It takes 6 months, it takes 1 year, and some of them may have to slightly customize it. So it may take another, some more time. So it's only a matter of time that states will adopt it. And our real objective is this Model Adventure Tourism Safety Framework. It will not have any value unless it is adopted by states. It's only a guidelines which states will make it as a rule for ensuring safety of tourists. So the next step for association, next step for ministry is to slowly and steadily engage with each state so that they adopt it. We got Narendra from Uttarakhand. Maybe you can lead it by Uttarakhand should, because there are more adventure activities in places like Arunachal, Uttarakhand, Himachal, etc. Automatically, and Rajasthan, Kashmir. So wherever the mountaineering activities, those states, if they take lead, and we can do whatever is possible. Like if there should be an educative session with individual states, etc., we can do that. So this is a summary of my speech. I can run through the presentation just for appraising you all with the details of the framework. So the part first is about general about adventure tourism. Like UNWTO defined adventure tourism as any activity where there is it's associated with the physical activity, there is a cultural exchange, there is interaction with nature. So this is the UNWTO definition of adventure tourism. You all know because you all are active stakeholders in adventure tourism. And second paragraph is nothing but India has huge potential, whether it is land-based, air-based, etc. Now, in the model safety framework also, these 29 activities are listed. What is an adventure activity? These 29 activities are adventure activities. Land-based activities are 15, air-based activities are 7, and water-based are 7. Now, why this framework? There is huge demand, there is huge potential. Safety is very important. If you have one incident, immediately the demand will go down, there will be unemployment, there will be fear throughout the country that, okay, adventure is risky, we should not. So we really need to have a framework. And yes, we are doing good in adventure tourism framework also. There is a international benchmark for adventure tourism, the Adventure Tourism Development Index. And India was 96 in 2020. We moved to 38 in 2024. And I'm sure with this safety framework, we will go further up. And in India, these are the risk landscape in India, and we really need to manage risk if there is a strict regulation. That's the bottom line. And because of this rationale, we have an adventure model framework where there is provision for licensing, there is provision for certifying guides, there are systems for regulation, there is a system for auditing, etc. So this proposal has everything: safety audit, insurance, environment safeguard, everything is put together, is our framework. And this is what ministry has done earlier. It started 2 years ago. In 2024, we had this draft framework was prepared and circulated to all the states. States gave their feedback. Again, it was put together as a single document. Again, it was given to legal affairs, legislative vetting, ministers' consultation, further consultation with states. So in 2 years, last February, this was approved by the Adventure Tourism Board, and finally it got approval of ministry through file. And minister released it last week. So this is the history of this framework. And I have 5 more slides on this framework, in the sense, this is into 3 parts. There are 7 chapters. Chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7 are focusing on protection. Protection of tourists, protection of tour operators, protection of guides, workers and environment. And part 2 and 6 is focusing on promotion, to promote responsibly, to promote sustainably. And 2, 3, and 5 are on regulation. So this is the broad framework of the model law. And we'll explain each chapter quickly. Chapter 1 is defining everything. What is adventure? What are the activities? What is the scope of this? What is the coverage? What are the exemptions? Like indoor activities, amusement devices, passenger ropeways are all excluded. And those air-based activities which are governed by the National Air Sport Authority, it is excluded from this framework. So what are the exclusions? Primarily in the law, there will be definitions. So chapter 1 is taking care of the definitions. So from chapter 1, we will be able to clearly identify which are the adventure activities which this law will govern. And in chapter 2, the Adventure Tourism Framework, that is a law to be adopted by each state, proposes a governing framework. This governing framework is the proposal for creating a state adventure tourism regulatory authority or a union territory adventure tourism regulatory authority. It will be a statutory body, and it will function as the single body in the state. Once this law is passed by the state legislature, it will be the single body in the state to regulate, to audit, to register all the adventure activities. So this is the crux or core of the proposed law. And part 3 in detail explains about the registration and safety audit. And the summary is no adventure activity without an audit. First, there should be an audit. The safety audit is legally binding. It's mandatory for all pre-activities. There is validity for a minimum prescribed period. And once this audit certificate of your adventure activity is obtained, with that audit certificate, you apply. You apply or register. You apply for permission to conduct that particular activity. So part 3 of the law in detail explains the safety audit and the subsequent registration. And also in part 3, who will do the audit? It is not the state government officials or it is not the private operators who will do the audit. Audit will be done by statutory auditors. So how somebody can become an auditor? How auditors will be appointed? How they will conduct the audit? Their recognition and their ethics. Will they be independent? What is their credibility? So everything related to the selection of safety auditors and the publication of safety audit standards by the state. and everything will be in public domain. It will all be a transparent thing. So this chapter explains about audit, auditors, and also registration. It's okay, continuing. And there is penalty for defaulting. Now, chapter 4 explains the need for insurance and its compliances. So insurance is mandatory for operators, for workers, and also for all the participants. And this chapter explains everything about the requirement for taking an insurance for the adventure activity. Other details like incident reporting, rescue integration are also here. And also this chapter is detailing the leave no trace policy and the environmental sustainability. But the key thing is the insurance from a regulatory point of view. And this law also provides for grievance redressal system and for data-based, for a governance based on data. So if there is an incident, it has to be reported. There will be an online portal for uploading the grievances. There will be unique tracking ID. Timelines will be defined. So it calls for a transparent and time-bound grievance redressal system, and also a data-driven safety governance. Strict penalties are there, I think up to 20 lakhs. Penalties are there for non-compliance. And part 6 is the community angle. In the definition also, adventure activities for the community, for the nature. So this chapter details the prioritization to be given by states for local community, how the skill development programs can be there, how we can facilitate community-led enterprises, and integration of indigenous knowledge and culture. So this chapter details the sustainable part and responsible part of adventure tourism framework. And chapter 7 is for accessibility and inclusion. It is aligned with PWD Act and all. And then there are annexures detailing about the ISO standards and all. So this is in nutshell the framework which we have approved and circulated. If you ask me what is the summary of this framework, it is nothing but an authority will be created in the state, and that authority will be defining the audit procedure. Everyone will have to do a safety audit, then will apply for permits. Once they get the permits, there is a system for grievance redressal. That's a summary of this. As I mentioned in my initial introductory speech, the requirement now is to slowly and steadily handhold states one by one so that they adopt this in the form of a legislation. So that is a requirement. And as a first step, ministry presented this to all secretaries, and they are all in agreement. They are all happy to adopt it. Now we have to conduct maybe one-to-one workshops, one-to-one meetings, maybe a regional workshops. And we may need to get a leader. Some states should do it immediately and see the benefits so that others are also motivated. So in next 2-3 years, I would say 2-3 years, we should have at least 30 states adopting this. That's a thought process in our mind. Yeah, this is okay. It's about safe, sustainable, and globally competitive adventure tourism ecosystem is the summary. And the way forward I have explained that now states should adopt this. So this is from a ministry's point of view regarding the framework. Other point, I think Honorable Minister also might have mentioned that government is giving good importance to adventure tourism. You can see from the budget announcement this year for the proposal of Himalayan trails and bird watching trails and all. So we mapped states for that. As per the budget announcement, we have to have some Himalayan trails. So we wrote to respective state. They will come up with an input that these are the potential trails. Then if there are any infrastructure gaps, ministry will be funding that. So that's about budget announcement. That's all. That's all from me regarding framework. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you.
Hello. Sir, my name is Rajesh Oja. I run adventure travel business in Himachal Pradesh primarily for last 32 years. Today's morning was really very educative. The minister came and gave us a lot of inputs. One thing I will like to suggest that the ministry, before these frameworks come into play, what we can do, we can create a mechanism where we can educate people who go for adventure travel activities. You know, how to do, with whom you should travel. If it comes from a credible source like ministry, or, you know, we kind of sensitize the media that you should talk about. Now, the way things have mushroomed, adventure activities, and people are losing their lives, I think it is only required for the ministry to create a media cell or a media awareness program which talks about who are the kind of operators and activities you should be doing and what you should keep in mind. That will also deter, if you, the people who pays for it, if they know that whom to go with, a lot of these mushrooming players, there will be a deterrence for them to operate. So I was thinking that something can be done on this line. Maybe the association can also come up, but the ministry will have to provide some budget in sensitizing the media.
Maybe I'll have another counter question, in the sense, what is the document, or whom should we promote from the field? Say, suppose let us take river rafting in Rishikesh.
You should say that there are...
What is the, those who are having license of government Uttarakhand, or tour operators who are promoting certain packages, whichever. Your proposal is it for marketing the adventure tourism or for promoting the ground level? That's my question.
No, it is for sensitizing the people who go and indulge in that activity.
Okay, like
what should you keep in mind before indulging in an adventure activity?
So it's a general thing, like if you are buying something, you buy an ISI product kind of thing. If you are going for an adventure activity, look for these three things.
What's happening in Himachal, sir, every year there are several deaths for paragliding. And you know, not that. All other activities, our trekking business, everything is getting really curtailed because people are really worried that because that incident will get blown in the media and everyone else will be seen with, you know, with that negative lens. So I think this is only a good thing to do. And that will also help the states to make up their mind quickly to come out with this framework.
So will Mr. Bajaj be able to, you know, help in that content part? What is?
I think the association can do that.
And from ministry, we selected Ms. Rashi is there. She is a nodal. She is here, so she'll be the nodal point for adventure tourism related activities. So we'll do that.
Thank you, sir.
Any other? Primarily through social media. At present.
I think we should also.
I heard your word budget also.
Mainstream media, sir. Because that seems still very credible.
Last, yes.
Namaste, sir. Kailash Mansarovar Yatra is one of the very important yatras for Hindus from all over the world. So will this Kailash Mansarovar Yatra will also be covered under the Model Adventure Tourism Safety Framework? As of now, there is no guidelines.
That I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, you can explain. This is a general thing where certain activities are excluded. This is, you can explain.
So, Rudraji, that's a good question. This is going to be a part of our next National Board for Adventure Tourism meeting, the 9th one, which is going to be chaired by the Honorable Minister, and all our colleagues from the Ministry of Tourism will be there as well. See, this is an MEA subject as well. It's not so much to do with the adventure tourism safety framework. This is more MEA. Indians are going every year for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, which is a combination of pilgrimage and adventure, right? And sadly, as we all know, many of them are dying due to negligence, right? So this is on our radar, and we are going to take it up together as a team, all of us, and ensure that we put some protocols and systems, right, to do that. Yeah. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our Ministry of Tourism. We've got a great partnership. It was just a few months back that our team of office bearers, we went and we met Mr. Hari Kishore, and we requested him for a lot of things pertaining to the growth of responsible adventure tourism in our country. And I just want to thank Mr. Hari Kishore and the entire team. They've been really, really responsive. It's like we are working with a team of brothers and sisters. So it's like we are on mission mode together. So thank you from the bottom of our heart, for the great partnership. And like he mentioned, I think in the next few months, few years, you will see a big, big change due to steps that are being taken today. Yeah. So, sir, sadly, Mr. Hari Kishore has a flight to take, but
just one point in sequel to your speech that maybe as an association, you should also sit individually with states. I was director of Kerala Tourism earlier. So we know how states think. And action happens in the state. They will be able to do so many things. We will be able to handle policy level things. We will be able to handhold states. We will be able to solve broader things here. But it is also equally important for the association also, like to have workshop with the state, to sit with state, to solve specific problems and also to encourage them and guide them. So just a suggestion. So thank you so much. If there are no other questions, thank you.
Thank you so much, Hari Kishore ji. It was really nice of you to spare this time for us. So our next speaker is one of India's most respected mountaineers, expedition leader, and safety advocates. I welcome our honorary patron, Brigadier Ashok Abbey.
Thank you. Is it working? Screen operating card. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A great pleasure to be here this afternoon with you. And also to thank the ATOI for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. I am Brigadier Ashok Abbey. I am a veteran and I am the honorary patron of the ATOI, an association which I cherish from my heart. Okay, so today we are going to talk about something very important. I will quickly run down the gospel, or should I say the Bible, of the Adventure Safety Framework. You heard this, that higher the risk, greater the reward. But sadly, every time there is an incident, the feathers are ruffled. Every time there is an accident, there is a furor. And the word safety comes about every time. Now, please remember that safety is a word which is, as I've been hearing since morning, is being used in isolation, excepting a few speakers who touched on the word, or I would say the adage, the Adventure Tourism Safety Management System. So the safety management system is a complete system by itself where safety is not seen in isolation. So therefore, it is very important as tour operators, because this is something which concerns you. This is a systemic approach into coming into the safety aspects of the world of adventure tourism. Okay, very quickly, I will be going about the presentation like this. Adventure tourism activity, just to refresh your mind, is a little different from what we just saw, what the Joint Secretary just said. It says it's a complete, instruction, leadership, and element of risk. A deliberate, accepted element of risk is what really constitutes an adventure activity. This is as per the ISO 21101. Okay. Now, the eternal challenge, as you're all aware, for any activity to be conducted is that it should be successful, it should be aspirational for the person who's undertaking that activity, and most importantly, it should be safe. Now, the purpose of this safety management systems approach, or as I would call as ATSMS, is in front of you. I will just highlight this point that the whole purpose is to deliver a safe activity. Whether it is air, whether it is land, or whether it is aqua, the whole purpose is to give a safe activity. And this defines the process which will actually ensure your safety. So this framework is nothing but an amalgamation of the various processes which have to be put in place to give you safety. Now, the other important thing to note is that this standard, it lays down the minimum requirement. Nothing stops you from going overboard and going aim plus. But these conditions have to be met for you to get that compliance or for you to get that recognition. Okay, now the scope of this is very clear. Like I said, it is to enhance the safety performance. When you follow this, you will find, because of the processes that you undertake, and that safety is inbuilt, you will find that automatically you are enhancing your safety performance. This aspect was also touched by some of the speakers earlier in the day. Now, the good thing about this standard is that this is for all types of providers, of all sizes, of all those who are operating in different terrains, whether it's the seas, whether it is the mountains, anywhere, for different cultural, social, and geographic places. So this standard is applicable across the board. Neil spoke about paddy. They are also following this. We heard the speaker, Gustavo from ATA. They're also following the ISO. So this is the standard, the world standard. Okay, let me just touch on some salient points about this standard. And let's have a good look. Now, this is just to explain to you. Now, in this standard, every organization is supposed to be having an ATSMS system, a system of your own. And this is by the ISO, the International Organization of Standardization. And this particular organization has three corners: the top management, the staff, and the participants. Participants, most important; staff, most important, which includes your guides. And of course, the top management, which gives the strategic direction to the organization. And it is based on this strategic direction and the leadership of the top management that a safety policy, the adventure tourism safety policy, is made. This safety policy also has certain adventure tourism safety objectives which have to be met. And then this is fed into the ATSMS. Even the risk management process that you follow is actually a part of this ATSMS. So this is really the mother framework as to how the system really works. Now, the ATSMS is actually integrated into the processes of the organization. And that is how, when all those ingredients are put in, the processes automatically take you to that safety level. Okay, quickly let me come on to risk management. You've had enough of this, but just to tell you, now the risky conditions are always there in the mountains, in the effect of high winds, in the effect of poor visibility conditions. And the adventure tourism, risk management process, like any other processes, this is one of the major processes of this standard. And every organization will implement an SRMP, which is a systematic risk management process. And this is fundamental to the ATSMS. Now, this is a fundamental part, and it will actually it will address the risks, it will assess the risks, it will establish the context of the activities, the nature of the activities. And most importantly, this will be documented. Okay. Now, you are all aware about the various stages of the risk management. But let me just tell you that imagine a state wherein in the risk identification, you have gone wrong in your assessment. You haven't done your hazard mapping. As a result, your team, which is looking after this, or which is actually looking at the risks and identifying them, could actually go terribly wrong. And this could have disastrous, consequences for the activity. So hazard mapping is very important. It is actually a prelude to risk identification. Okay, coming on to the operation of the ATSMS, let me just say the organization, which is the head and which is headed by a management and which gives direction to the organization, will plan, control and implement the process both internally and externally. With whom, when and how. Okay, the applicants, again the participants who are undergoing this, and this is very important, must have a minimum understanding of the activity that they are going in for. They must also have a minimum understanding of the risks that they are going to encounter when they undertake that activity. Also, the goods, safety and equipment, which was being touched upon, falls within the purview of the operations. It is directly related to the operations. So equipment management is very important, vintage, certification and usage by qualified people, the kind of equipment you buy and its certification. And of course, the processes and procedures to ensure that the serviceability of equipment, its carriage and its further use is of the highest quality. Okay. The other important aspect it touches is the emergency response. Again, it's a very, very important aspect because you're aware, in an emergency, if the response is not quick, it is not proper, it could lead to an accident, which could actually lead to loss of lives. So, you have to identify the emergency situations. You have to have the appropriate services, competent persons. In other words, your human resource, the people who actually get this activity conducted based on the leadership given by the top management, must have people who can actually implement this on ground. And therefore, the competent persons to implement emergency response plans and procedures are equally important. Now imagine you have a situation like this. So you have to have people on ground who can actually act. And that will only happen if your processes, which includes the selection, training, education, certification, is all there in place. Another mountain rescue emergency situation where you have to get people out. Again, this is another form of an emergency evacuation which could take place. You have to have the resources which are inbuilt. Okay, coming on to communication, the standard very clearly lays down that there will be internal and external communication with the participants and the staff. Within the staff, between the staff and the participants, between the top management and the staff. So this communication is most important. Even when you are in a tricky situation, the communication has to be very effective by the people who are getting that activity conducted on ground. Okay, now performance evaluation, internal audit and management review. Again, this aspect has been touched. It has been touched by some of the speakers earlier. So the internal audit is very important. And the purpose of this internal audit is to ensure that the strategic directions given by the top management are actually being adhered to on ground. It shouldn't happen that the management is saying, is passing certain directions which actually are not being taken cognizance of or are being implemented in a weak manner. Okay, non-conformity and continual improvement, very important. There will always be certain requirements which are not met, which is a non-conformity. As per the standard, this has to be addressed and removed at the earliest. So therefore, it's very important that the non-conformity is addressed. Again, this aspect has to be documented. And most importantly, there is to be a constant endeavor to improve that the effectiveness of the ATSMS is an ongoing process. It is an ongoing process which has to be reviewed, which has to be corrected, which has to be augmented where required. So therefore, this continual improvement is something which is inbuilt in the ATSMS. Let me come on to another very important aspect, and this is the documentation. Actually, this is the documentation which is to be held. Now, in this standard, there is a lot of importance given to documentation. Whether it is a review, a timely review of the safety processes which are being followed, whether it is a direction which is being given to undertake, say, an audit of your equipment, every aspect of this, of part of your operations or part of your processes, will be recorded. And I say this why? Because perhaps the people or the organization ISO, when they made this standard, they felt that if something which is documented, there are less chances of you losing sight or track of. When we talk about it in a verbal manner, there are chances that you could miss out in terms of an oversight, or if it's an informal way of doing your activity. But when everything is documented, there are less chances. So everything, right from your incidents and accidents reporting to results of your various, your audits which have taken place, your interaction with your participants, the feedback taken from your participants, every aspect has to be recorded. It all has to be documented. And when the ISO team comes to see that whether your organization, whether you as a service provider meet the requirement of your being awarded the ISO certification of 21101, and when you write it in front of your company, well, they are going to check your documents thoroughly. So the documentation is an integral part of this standard. To conclude, I will just say that, these are the 4 things which become very important and the actual takeaway, that get the ISO certification done. All of you sitting here must endeavor to get your organization ISO certified and you become 21101 compliant. You must strive for continual improvement, which is part of the system. You must become the benchmark by upgrading the standard of your operations and your processes. And most importantly, you make your adventure safe. Now, this standard is just about 20 odd pages, but when you read between the lines, there is a phenomenal amount of work to be done. But like he says, well, everything is achievable. And this is what is really going to give you that robust system of getting safety into your operations and making your operations absolutely safe. I will just end by this very famous note. I don't know how many of you know who Edward Whymper was. Anyone who knows who Edward Whymper was? Anyone? A lot of mountaineers sitting here. I'm surprised. Okay. In 1865, when the golden age of alpinism came to an end, it came with a disastrous accident on a mountain called the Matterhorn, 4478 meters. And in that, out of the 7-member team, there were 4 who fell to their death when that rope broke. And out of which, there were 3 guides. Michael Cross, the French guide, and the Peter Togwalter, his son and father, both senior and junior. They were there. And in spite of that, this fall happened. A stage came when they said mountaineering is a useless sport. Queen Victoria was told to ban it. And please read what Edward Whymper had to say about that accident. And his words, which he said on the 14th of July, 1865, are so true even today. And this is true not only for mountaineering, for trekking, but for every activity which is within the ambit of adventure tourism. Thank you. Any questions, please, anyone? I'll be very happy to answer and interact now or later. Yes? Good to see you. Bohemian Travels, right? Yeah.
I attended the BIS standards according to this, the 2-day seminar that they held in Delhi. I'm just wondering, there were very few of us there at that point in that 2-day seminar, as well as very few people here today. are we going to do something as an organization to, as the association to, I think the question might be more for Jeet, to disseminate this information widely in the larger community and to have smaller, let's say, workshops to make sure that people understand how to become compliant.
Okay. So let me just share this for the information of everyone, that this standard has been adopted by the BIS. Okay? It has been adopted with the same name. This is ISO 21101, but it is also IS, Indian Standard 21101. It has the same number. Okay? It has the same number on which this has been adopted already by the BIS. So this, in effect, is actually an Indian standard now. So it's a very good idea, and I'm sure I will give this point to the BIS, and the ATOI is probably the right body to take this standard, break it up into segments, and then discuss. Like I said, there is a lot to understand, there's a lot to read, but also to read in between the lines. So thank you for that, and I'm sure in due course this will be taken care of. Any question, please, anyone? Okay, so I'm available here now or even later. Anytime it would be a pleasure to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and we must all heed your advice, and we must all get the ISO certificates in place. ISO standards are not merely certification for display. They are systems that create consistency, accountability, and operational discipline. So we shall all do the needful. Our next speaker joins us virtually from overseas. Dr. Claire is the director at Risk Resolve and brings extensive experience in outdoor risk management systems, incident reporting frameworks, and adventure safety governance. She has worked closely with outdoor organizations, government bodies, and operators in developing structured risk management practices and learning-based incident reporting systems. Today, she joins us virtually to speak on incident reporting and risk management systems, lessons from Australia and relevance for India. Dr. Claire, thank you for joining us virtually today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Claire.
Thank you. I just want to check that you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Fantastic. I can see some some familiar faces in the crowd. So lovely to see Mr. Bagaj. Brilliant to see you again as well. And I'll just share my screen as we go through. Just 1 second. Too many screens. One second till I move all this stuff. Okay, brilliant. I'll just check. I can't see anybody. If somebody could be close to the camera and just let me know, or a thumbs up that you can see the screen okay. Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you. That's great. Well, look, wonderful to be here with you. I'm sitting in Melbourne, Australia. The accent is not Australian, it's Irish, but it's probably via the US, Wales, Canada, and a number of other places. But I'm lucky enough now to live in Melbourne. I was in India a couple of years ago and absolutely loved your country and really interested in the work that you're doing. And you know, this seminar is just absolutely fantastic. So thank you for the invite. My background is, as you know, as was introduced there, I'm an adventure tourism operator and outdoor educator for many years. Grew up in Northern Ireland during the Troubles, if you remember that period, and I got interested in kayaking, canoeing when I was a young child, and really from there on had a lifelong love of the outdoors. And I guess for me, in many ways, it changed just to start off with a bit of a story leading into this, my love of the outdoors changed a lot with this picture. And this was a long time ago. This was the end of the 1990s, and I was working as a young instructor at an environmental education center in upstate New York. And I was young. I thought I knew everything. And at this exact spot, one day, everything changed for me. And unfortunately, and as we've just heard with the previous speakers, when bad things happen, we all hear about it and they can have significant impact. And that's what started for me. I think I was about 22, 23 years old when a teacher who was visiting our program tragically lost her life in a drowning accident. And I can remember really clearly this incident, even looking at that photo, it's very benign. It's a beautiful environment. Not all incidents and accidents happen and involve raging rivers or flash floods. In fact, many incidents, and as I'll show with some of the data, the majority of incidents don't involve those higher risk activities. In fact, things such as free time or traveling, all those sort of areas outside of perhaps what are seen as more the overtly risky activities, we're seeing significant number of incidents. So fast forward, this incident, the big focus from this incident was on the decisions and actions of the instructors on the ground or the participants. That's what really garnered a lot of the focus after. And then fast forward about 20 odd years to this place. And for those of you who've been in Australia, you'll know that this is a very representative picture of Australia. It's dry, it's dusty. And this was actually just outside, it was in a park near Canberra, in Canberra itself, in the nation's capital. And the difference between these two pictures is quite stark, obviously different countries. But what really stands out for them, this picture I was standing next to a couple of regulators, health and safety regulators, and you can probably see a little tiny tree that was planted. That tree was planted because a young man tragically lost his life on an adventure activity, playing a game of capture the flag, basically hide and seek. And unfortunately, the boys who were playing this activity were bored. There wasn't much supervision, and they picked up a tree or picked up a log, and unfortunately the log fell and hit one of the young men who was standing under it. The thing that I wanted to share about this story, and it really stands out with what I'm going to present this afternoon, and what we really just heard from around the ISO, is that 20 years apart, there were very different approaches taken to try and understand what contributed to these incidents, what contributed to these, horrible fatal incidents, and what could we learn from them. 20 years before, it was very much around the decisions and actions of the staff on the ground or the guides. 20 years later, it was the regulators who had commissioned myself and my team to do an investigation or review of this incident. And what they really wanted to understand were what were the range of systemic and organization and cultural factors that contributed or had some form of presence in contributing to this incident, so that we could learn from that and hopefully identify and address these types of factors, not just those factors associated with the individual decisions and actions on the day. And so that leads me to this. When we think about the safety science, and there's a lot of folks who work in this area, it calls safety science or human factors or systems thinking. And what we know is that our understanding of why incidents and accidents have happened has significantly changed over the last sort of 30, 40, 50, 70 years. And you'll notice the picture on the left are these pictures, the famous, the Titanic. And that, what we learn and what we've learned is that significant incidents and catastrophes that happen are often studied, and we're often evolving our understanding of why incidents and accidents occur. So if we think back to 1912, 15th of April, 1912 with the Titanic, long time ago, that, it was really specific there, really focused on the equipment. She was too heavy. She couldn't get through the icebergs. And our understanding has really, we started to many years ago, really think about equipment failures as that sort of contributing. That was what led to the incident. And then we sort of move into the 70s and 80s, again, seeing more and more major catastrophes such as Chernobyl or Zeebrugge or Bhopal, for example, Long Island, so plane crashes, train crashes, significant sort of 3 Mile Island nuclear reactors. And our understanding of why these incidents and accidents happen has evolved to the extent where then we started thinking about the human, and they talked about the naughty humans or these unsafe acts or error. That's where we started to hear the term human error come into the vocabulary of why incidents and accidents happen. But interestingly, that really was quite limiting. As more incidents had happened, as more sort of awareness was increased around why these types of incidents could happen, it wasn't just as easy to just, and it wasn't sufficient any longer to say, you know what, it was just that human doing a bad thing. We started in the safety science world to get more interested in what are these other, what influences the decisions and actions of humans. Things such as fatigue, such as financial pressures, cultural pressures, ability to speak up, rostering, staffing pressures. Those things started to come into our understanding of potentially featuring and playing a role in major incidents. So that's now where we start seeing things such as systems level factors, cultural factors. And what's fascinating about it is that for many of us who work in practice, there's still quite a limiting understanding or a limited focus following incidents or near misses as to why they're happening. We still focus quite largely, and that's what we did here in Australia, quite largely on, that must be that human, the guide who made a bad decision, and we'll use the blame, shame, and retrain approach. But interestingly, research has really moved in the safety science world, has moved quite far ahead. And again, as we know, as researchers, there's quite a lag between research and then practice catching up. And that's really what today's about, is really trying to, sharing a case study here from Australia around how we've tried to bridge that gap a little bit in terms of our understanding of incidents and how we can then, what we can do with that understanding to better prevent them. So we've got an evolution, and really in this context then, this area of systems thinking, and we've just heard a comment about it earlier, systems thinking is now in the occupational health and safety world and in risk and safety world is the most common, most frequently and current explanation of contemporary explanation of why incidents and accidents happen. And so it's underpinned by three main key features or principles. The first one is around this idea that safety or risk is impacted by decisions and actions of everyone involved in the adventure tourism sector, for example, or program, or organization, not just those folks at the front line. Secondly, incidents and near misses, they're always caused by multiple interacting factors. There's not just a single or poor action or decision that actually causes the incident. Of course, there's going to be a triggering event. Of course, there's going to be a bad storm or a decision to proceed with, crossing the glacier or deciding to cross the river. But those decisions and actions are always influenced by other factors further upstream, whether that's training, whether that's pressures, whether that's time pressure, whether that's staffing constraints, for example, whether that's, these rich tourists from overseas have paid a lot of money and they expect to be able to see that wonderful highlight of India. And then third, the things that we do about it, the things that we do to prevent or to reduce the likelihood of incidents reoccurring, they should look at the wider program design. They should look at the holistic aspect of the work and the organization, not just those single actions. So for example, we used to see quite a lot here in Australia, if there'd been an incident, the instructor involved in the incident, they would basically be pushed aside or fired or said, see you later. And the challenge with that is that all those other factors that influence their decisions and actions on the day are actually still there. The only thing that's changed is that person's gone. So we've had many incidents and many case studies where we've seen that all these other factors are at play, and purely moving the staff or moving that individual person is unlikely to be that effective in preventing future incidents. So systems thinking sort of represents the most contemporary explanation of how to enhance safety performance. And I would completely agree with the previous speaker, safety and quality and outcomes go hand in hand. They're not separate. They shouldn't be treated separately. And so here's a framework to show that. This Rasmussen is probably, this framework is the most used framework to explain this that we're seeing now in terms of work health and safety and in risk management. And really what I tried to do here is that this framework, it's as theoretical as we get, basically says that within any organization, there are multiple people and things, and organizations are made up of multiple tools, hierarchies, people sitting at all levels of the work system. And in that, there are decisions and actions made, social norms, cultural norms that within this overall organization or work system that influence and shape system behavior and performance. And so if we think about yourselves at the work level, these are the things, the infrastructure, the equipment, it might be your gear. We just heard about the importance of good equipment, might be the tools that you have. Then we get into the staffing level. So for example, your guides, maybe other vendors, maybe other companies sharing the areas that you're working in, your clients. We're getting into the management of the organizations involved, perhaps leaders, policies and procedures, your documentation. So we're starting to see now that there are lots of people and things and different actors within a whole work system and within an organization. We get up to that leadership level, you might have your directors, your third parties, perhaps you might have parks and land access. There would be lots. These are just some examples. But interestingly, that's the point at which the internal organization stops. But if we keep going, we know that, for example, there are other actors at play that influence what goes on within organizations. And so we've just heard from some today, the Ministry of Tourism, the association, ISO, which we just heard about, for example. We might be international bodies. So there would be lots and lots. And then we've got laws and legislation that govern your states, govern, performance or govern decisions and actions that have to be taken within. So here in Australia, we've got really quite significant work health and safety laws and legislation. So organizations have to work within that, and that has to be part of what they do. So you'll see here that, basically the key here with this framework is that decisions and actions at all these levels influence and shape overall safety performance and quality performance, client outcomes, for example, client satisfaction. So it would be incorrect, I guess, and it would be probably not that helpful to solely focus down here at the guide level. It's saying that actually to enhance safety performance, we have to understand that all these factors and actors interact with each other to shape outcomes that we're looking for. So that's as theoretical as we get. And what I want to try and do now is really just highlight two features of this approach, this so-called systems thinking approach, that has really direct relevance, and then share a case study around incident reporting. And so the first one is this one. You may have come across this before in your work. I find this one as someone who's worked in this area for many years and who's received calls at all hours of the night around incidents to be really important. It's this notion of local rationality. What that basically says is that at any given point in time, we do things that make perfect sense to us. For example, none of us go to work this morning, or none of our staff or our guides go to work to do, this is the day I'm going to stuff it all up. Like, it doesn't happen. So decisions make perfect sense. I'm a little embarrassed to say it right now, but I used to receive phone calls about an incident happening, and I used to think I was the risk manager of a large organization, and I used to think, what were they thinking? How could they have made this decision? And really it's very unhelpful. It forces us to go down and in, to look at that individual level only, rather than the question, why did it make sense for the person to do, say, feel, or think that? So forcing me as a leader, as a manager, to look up and out. What were the things? Why did it make sense to that person? Because at the time, it made perfect sense. And I think as a leader, as a risk manager, this has been a game changer. As opposed to saying, what were they thinking? Asking the question, why did it make sense? Because at the time, it really did. No one goes to work. 99.9% of us don't plan to have things go wrong. Don't think things will go wrong. Don't make them go wrong on purpose. And then the second principle is this one. And I think this is a really big one. And it was sort of tied into a bit earlier in the earlier conversation. This idea that fixing broken components won't solve your problem or won't address an issue or a potential foreseeable risks that you're as part of your risk profile. And I want to show you a bit of data on this and why I suppose I believe this. We know that for adventure tourism programs, for outdoor programs, risks, there are multiple risks at multiple stages of the program or potential. And I'm an optimist. I think there's multiple opportunities to get your design, your planning, your preparation right and really well done, so that when the trip or when the program happens, it's much more likely to be successful. So I'll just get your brains ready. You've had a long day, but here's a bunch of boxes. Don't worry about what's in the boxes. What I want to do is just briefly explain. This is a study that we did with 100 outdoor, so 100 heads of outdoor education. So basically, like perhaps some of you in the room, folks that are running large programs, are designing, planning, are responsible for organizing and delivering these big programs involving lots of young people in remote environments all across Australia. And so what we asked them to do is we said, will you please tell us how you plan a program, how you plan to take, whether it's this was an example of a 5-day rafting program down a remote river. And so what you'll see is each of these boxes represents tasks. So for example, to ensure they have the right insurance, we heard that mentioned earlier, to actually select the activities that they were going to do, the location that they were going to do, in the planning, to get parent consent or informed consent. They were going to get information around any pre-existing injuries or illnesses. They were going to brief their staff. They were going to make a decision, for example, are they going to subcontract and outsource, or do they have the relevant skills and knowledge and capabilities to run the trip internally within their school? There are 55 tasks that they go through, so quite significant, obviously. It's not until task 44, what we learned, 44 out of 55, that the child or the student or the client or the tourist, in your case, actually puts their foot in the raft. So it's not until almost at the end that the trip starts. The takeaway there, and it's again very highlighted to this idea of a safety management system, is that there are all these foreseeable areas of upstream risk to get right, or perhaps to get wrong if our systems are not as effective as they should be. Very, very powerful, and hopefully you can see that, a very powerful sort of focus on we have to look further upstream than just solely the point at which we put our foot in the boat. Most of our risk assessment approaches, most of our documentation approaches start at the point where we put our foot in the boat. But as we can see, if we get our planning, if we get our design right, we're much more likely to identify and to manage those risks at the point of which they occur. So how does that lead us to this case study in Australia? It's quite significant because this case study that I want to share with you around the Uploads project is underpinned by the systems thinking approach and by those key principles. The reason I put a photo of a kitchen table, a round table, is because in Australia back in 2010, we were having quite a lot of incidents. We're having a number of incidents within the led outdoor activity sector. What I mean by that is basically programs where there was a direct duty of care led outdoors. So basically professionals, whether it's schools, whether it's adults, it could be the army, for example. So quite a large sector. But we were still seeing accidents and injuries continuing to occur. Our approach up until then had largely been, and I'm probably being overly critical, but I think it's fair, is it was very much this blame, shame, retrain. Like it was very much, let's just move this person, the person who's been involved or the people involved, let's just move them aside or let's just retrain them and we'll be good. That was not working. We weren't seeing a decrease in incidents. Many of us who all came together from different, like you're doing today, from different organizations around Australia, sat around a table and said, what we're doing doesn't seem to be working. So, and then the interventions, the things that we tried to do to improve it, didn't seem to be having a big impact. So we didn't have much. We literally had a problem, a shared problem, and that was it. And we had a desire to improve things. So what we did is we got in touch with the academics. And we basically contacted, at this point, Monash University Accident Research Centre, later became the University of the Sunshine Coast. And we said these folks were really deeply involved in how to optimize human performance when you've got lots of complexity, lots of moving parts, lots of moving people and things, exactly what we just referred to. And so we basically had them do an initial study and give us some recommendations as a sector. The main recommendations were is that we needed a lead outdoor activity. We needed an accident and incident database that was underpinned by a more contemporary thinking approach to why incidents happen and how we can prevent them. So what we had up until then was really probably an Excel spreadsheet with a number of incidents, but really our focus was primarily on what happened that day of the incident, not what were the wider contributing, how can we get a much better understanding of what are the things that influence these incidents. So that's what we did. We got some funding. We put our hats on together, the sector and the academics. and we got some funding, and we developed Uploads. And Uploads basically is an national incident data set. It's been going, we had some prototypes, but it's been going since 2014. And so we're up to now over 20,000 incidents. It's the largest lead outdoor activity incident database in the world, and it's able to capture data, as you can see there, on a range of types of incidents that you would all know very well in your work. We've over 130 odd organizations, about 1,100 registered users, and it covers across Australia. It's an opt-in system, and it's free. There's an app, and so the app was developed, I think, around 2018, and so that makes it much quicker for staff in organizations to be able to capture and to be able to report their data. The key bit here is that the upload system is underpinned by this idea that there are factors across all levels. So that basically means, or there may be factors in an incident across all levels and how they interact with each other. So that basically means that within organizations, staff who report incidents, you obviously would have your field level, they would be using the app to report, but you also have management and leadership level who are also entering data surrounding the incident. So it's giving a much more sort of holistic perspective for trying to deeply understand these incidents. Importantly, obviously, data is de-identified. That was a big part of this, was obviously privacy concerns. And then probably the key bit that's important here in terms of a selling feature for getting organizations to come on board is that they can interrogate and benchmark their own data. So for example, if I run a sea kayaking organization and I know what my incident data is, I want to know how I'm going against the sector. I want to be able to benchmark against other organizations who also do sea kayaking. So I can literally go in, I can do by venue, by region, by activity type, and I can get a good understanding of sort of how am I going, how am I traveling? And that's been a big part of this project. So to sort of sum up, what have we learned? We have 20,000 incidents over 10 years. We've just got a bunch of new funding to really take the tool and go to the next level and include now risk assessment, prospective risk assessment, which is a whole other story. But here's what we've learned. We've learned by far, and now we have the data to prove it. And I heard, I think a couple of speakers ago, we're the same here. When you have an incident, oftentimes my job, I get contacted either by media, I get contacted by regulators to speak about incidents that happen and, oh, this is terrible for the sector. We know that when incidents happen, they can generate a lot of fear and negativity. And so to have data to show, literally to demonstrate that the vast majority of incidents are minor and incredibly minor. We also have ability to compare. So we can compare to, for example, sport. In our case, cricket, netball, for example, Australian rules football, that lead outdoor activities have a much, much lower incident and injury rate than these organized sports, which is very important for schools. We also know that the sector is quite effective at the higher risk activity management. So that's a real plus and a real benefit. Most of the injuries that we're actually seeing are these areas. Again, most of this is dealing with dependent participants. So free time, walking, running, camping, that's where we're seeing a lot of incidents. That's where we're seeing the majority of incidents. Not, for example, major catastrophes on high ropes courses or flash floods. Obviously, we know that the catastrophic impact of those can be significant, but interestingly, we think we're really confident that those are being really well managed. We also can tell and confirm and prove that there are multiple factors spanning multiple actors. So, through the data itself, it's showing that we have to be more comfortable to look up and out versus just down and in at the triggering events or the triggering actions of individuals, and look more holistically. So overall, a lot more to it than just participant error. And then really to bring us sort of towards the end, this is a big one, and this is one as a researcher now and who's heavily involved in this work. We're seeing that the patterns to the minor incidents are pretty similar to the big ones. So in many ways, we're getting free lessons. My colleague Paul Salmon talks about this a lot. Really, it highlights the importance and the benefits of deeply, spending time really trying to, understand the contributing factors, not just the outcome, but what were the factors that contributed to these incidents. The areas that keep coming up, where organizations and where the data is showing improvements are needed, are, you can see there, communications, probably things that are very similar to you and your work. Risk assessment, interaction between all the different players involved, the clients, maybe third-party vendors whoever you might work with. How about folks who come with pre-existing injuries? Again, and how do we manage those? How do we find out about those? And how do we alter, if we need to, our program design? So those are the areas that are sort of, highlighting red flags that we need to do some work on. And as you can see, those are really important design factors. And then, we're really proud of this, that, a peer-reviewed evaluation has demonstrated that upload users, so folks who've been using it, organizations who've been using it for a while, demonstrated a reduction in their incidents through using the tool. Here's the big 8. Here's the sort of takeaway out of 20,000 incidents. These are the sort of factors that come up regularly. So across incident types. And you can see there in your adventure tourism world, there would be a lot of similarities. Parent communications, you're really thinking their client comms. We know that, is there a match between client expectations and what we can deliver? Have we really clearly sold? How are we able to deliver what we've sold? Does our marketing materials align with what actually happens on the ground? Program design, so again, is that consistent? Does the program design meet the needs of the participants or clients involved? So this is where, if people, if a question was asked, what should I focus on? This was what we would focus. These are the big 8, the recurring, that keep coming up over those 20,000. So really sort of useful data. And so then, here I had to think about sort of, if in your journey and your safety framework and the wonderful work that's happening in India, I think I'd probably take away, in 2010, 2009, when we started this and sat around a kitchen table, I think the takeaways here were, for us, getting early adopters, getting folks who were really happy to sit around and go, let's give this a go. Let's try something different. Let's look beyond sort of ourselves or, what happened that day, and let's see what we can look at holistically, organizationally, but also sector-wide. You're doing that as we speak around the wonderful work you're doing around the safety framework. So early adopters were really important from all parts of the sector. I think there was a real fear of being exposed. So that took a long time. We had to really work through that privacy, making sure data storage, making sure that competitors wouldn't see people's data, organizations' data. That took a long time and a lot to work through. It was a good lesson. I think also we couldn't just leave it to the academics. We had a partnership with the academics, but actually the sector really had to stand up and take accountability and responsibility for the training and the involvement in terms of how to analyze incidents using a much more holistic approach. And I think you've got a wonderful in your association, that's what you're doing as we speak. So I think that was really critical and a really big outcome in terms of our learning. And then I think people will do and give discretionary effort if they get something back. So that was a real, again, learning around this, was that we share now quarterly. There are literally quarterly infographics that go out around the data. We've just done one recently on concussion and head injuries, which has become a real hot topic here in Australia. So we were able to go through all the data and just really analyze that one area. We had one we've had ones recently around heat-related illnesses, because again, living in Australia, that's a major issue. We've had some around cold-related in wintertime. We're able to look specifically by activity itself. We're able to look by region or venue. So really communicating to the sector on a regular basis kept them involved. And that's important, because people will not, and there's a lot of data around this and research, people will stop reporting if they don't feel if it's any benefit, if they don't hear anything back. And that's what we see in organizations a lot, especially those that have Excel spreadsheets or very, very limited incident reporting. Unless something's being done with it, people don't have the time or inclination to continue. And I think finally, many of us have a lot more gray hair than what we did back then, but it's well worth it. It's a process. It takes time. It's a very sometimes counterintuitive way, because when incidents happen, people tend to get defensive, or they tend to try and make it go away. And if it goes away, if we just focus on that, then we can make it all go away. But I think if we really want to truly enhance safety in our sector, if we want to try and provide our clients with and our staff with a better experience, and know that they'll be supported if they speak up, we also know that we're getting guides speaking up a lot more, because they know they're not going to be crucified. They're not going to be blamed, that they're able to talk about the things that concern them. That's really that's a big takeaway. So I know you've had a big day, so I'm very happy to take questions, comments. I put in there a couple of times the website for uploads. Very happy to get in touch outside of the session today, but thank you again for the time. It's much appreciated.
You have a question?
Yeah, just had a question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
So we are very interested about that 20,000 cases you have got. Is it possible in some fashion to share with us the process you follow? What is it, like a app, or is it like a website where people upload it? What is the way that is done? Because we are right now at the stage where we are going to start putting all our cases together. So it may help us to kind of move in a certain direction.
Yeah, definitely. It's I can probably talk more offline because there's quite a lot to it. But
Yes.
basically, in short, when we first started in 2010, it was before, it seems like a long time ago now. We had no apps. That first app came in 2018. Even then, it was pretty clunky. That was a big learning. Was unless users are able to report easily and quickly, they won't report. They won't keep it up. And so that's the big takeaway for me. So now there is an app, this third iteration of the project, we're just kicking off this year. And there's a significant investment going into upgrading the app, and that's how it's done. It's basically on an app, upload your incident, that goes into a national incident database, which then becomes de-identified. All that is held within the university because that's seen as a neutral agency. So that's something that I think is worth considering, how you would do that in India. How do you make sure that people feel comfortable sharing their data? And it's one thing we heard a lot, oh, what if it's held against me if something happens? So there's a lot of that to sort of navigate through, but very willing to chat about it outside of this.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you so much, Dr. Claire. We
Very
learned
welcome.
from you that incident reporting is not about blame, but about learning, improving, and preventing future mistakes. Thank you so much for sparing your time for us.
Pleasure. Thank you, everybody.
So we now move on to our next speaker. May I invite Mr. Narendra Bhandari, ACEO and Additional Secretary, Planning, CMO, Skills, Government of Uttarakhand. Today he will speak on regulating adventure tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Narendra Bhandari.
Thank you, ATOI, for inviting me. Mr. President, Vice President, all the members and all the participants. It is an engaging session from, I really liked the energy and I got to learn so much in last few hours. And I thought that it would be a panel, so I didn't prepare. So I just put it in whatever notes I had in Claude, and this is what it is. So I think much has been shared by Joint Secretary Sir also, and with last presentation about research in this area. And Uttarakhand, I'm from Uttarakhand also. I'm posted in Uttarakhand. I'm from Uttarkashi. And adventure is one of the backbones of Uttarakhand tourism because like the state's mandate is also employment, and I think this is one sector which has low threshold. Like in other sectors you need like graduate, post-graduation, and government has less scope for like providing more employment in government jobs. How much can we provide? So for this sector, for the state, as representing the state, this sector is a crucial sector for the state. And as part of Uttarakhand tourism, we are initiating a lot of activities with the help of ATOI also. So we are working on a tracking and monitoring policy which ATOI is helping us in, and that will soon be moved to cabinet. We are working on bungee jumping and sports policy for Uttarakhand. The draft is ready, and Similarly, we have a lot of policies in pipeline. As Joint Secretary Sir also said, we have received the model framework, and this, I hope that Uttarakhand will be the first one to work on it, because this sector is very crucial for Uttarakhand. If you, like, Rishikesh is known for river rafting, and we have so many peaks. 83 peaks are open, 40 peaks are in High Court, and the Forest Department is like pursuing that, and 25 peaks are like positioned to be opened soon. So we are in the pipeline to open the adventure sector more. And I saw the Sky High PPT presentation also, that was so good. So we will also like to get more expertise from ATOAI, that what the state can do. As working in the state government, I have seen that one of the challenges is state capacity. So how much expertise can we get fast? Because we have, I think we have the resources, we have the money, we have the intent to do like more in adventure, but I think one constraint we face is, I think, the particular sector expertise, and I think ATOAI and through ATOAI others sector experts can help us in that. And through this medium, through this podium, I would like to also announce that we are hosting the 18th annual ATOAI convention in Kausani this December, from 10 to 13 December. And Kausani is a great place. Thank you. I think our Secretary Tourism is also very, he has worked in tourism before. He was MD Uttarakhand Kumaon Tourism, and I was also MD Kumaon Tourism. So we are moving in tourism, and because I know this sector is very close to our hearts, and we know that what it can do for Uttarakhandis and for all Indians who are interested in adventure. So if I have to run this, this is the agenda, the sectors, what the poster I can see, apart from scuba diving, I think we do most of the things in Uttarakhand. And this is the paragliding history. I thought I would share how it started and where it is. So in this also, we are in the process of developing a safety framework, and there have been few incidents, and based on the model adventure safety framework, the state is also developing a detailed framework. Currently, we have 62-point checklist, but we are developing a complete framework for this. As I said, this is with the Forest Department right now, and it will move to the cabinet. I'm sharing the state perspective, how things move. Things move faster in the state, but one constraint, that is expertise, and wherever we do get expertise soon, things move very fast. This is also under development. Rafting, we have 900 plus registered rafting guides, 320 registered rafting firms. And we are, through ATOAI, I think Vice President Kalaji was here. Through them, we are also launching a new river rafting initiative in Tons River. We'll be launching that soon. Overall, I think the safety framework has been discussed. The state is, in all the three sectors, is developing the framework. It is very hard for the state. I think it's in the tough spot, because on one hand we have to have more growth, more employment, and on the other hand we have to regulate. But as we all know, it is the same thing actually. Both hands meet at the end, because if you have a safe adventure tourism, you'll have more employment, and you would have a sustainable employment. So I think I'll also like to say my thanks to ATOAI, and also request ATOAI to also hold such conferences in the state also. Because not the whole tourism wing, adventure tourism wing we have, they all couldn't be part of this conference. But I think if we have it in each state, then it is very easy to engage and then move the whole body together. Like the ISO 2110, and it was discussed. BIS was also discussed. So it will be good to have that knowledge transfer to all the wings of the tourism government. So, and we would like to host the first one. If you would like, we would totally fund it and host it in Uttarakhand, because that would help us get to the vision we are, to the vision we want to go. Thank you. That will help us get there faster. And we have all our, like in the last PPT it was discussed, nobody goes to the work thinking that I will mess up today. So I think nobody in the government also goes with that mentality. So if we have a convention, if we have a workshop, and all the stakeholders know what they have to do to achieve this vision. So I think that convention, that seminar in Uttarakhand would be great, and we can host it whenever convenient to ATOAI also. So thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm loving the sessions here. I'm gaining so much knowledge, and I hope that I get to implement some of it to, like Brigadier Sir is here. He has been in NIM Uttarakhand. So this sector is very special for Uttarakhand, and I would definitely like to implement the good recommendations here if we can get a note of it, what states can do. Thank you so much. Please.
Thank you, sir, for presenting your future for what Uttarakhand will look like. I'm also from Uttarakhand. I'm Guneet Puri, and बहुत अच्छा लगा कि आप आए और आपने ये बताया कि हम आगे क्या कर सकते हैं. सर, एक छोटा सा मेरा क्वेश्चन है. हम लोग गैस टूर ऑपरेटर्स भी जब काम करते हैं तो सिर्फ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टूरिज्म के अंडर नहीं आते हैं, क्रॉस मिनिस्ट्री भी बहुत चीज़ें होती हैं, स्पेशली विद द फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट. अभी जैसे आपने बोला कि 83 पीक्स ओपन हो गई हैं, तो 83 पीक्स में अभी भी फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट जो है परमिशन दे नहीं रहा है और फॉरेस्ट फीस मांग रहा है. एज ऑफ लास्ट 5 डेज़ में भी ये हो रहा है. तो ये सारी जो बीच की रेड टेप है कि टूरिज़्म मिनिस्ट्री ने तो एक चीज़ पास कर दी, नोटिस आ गया, सब में सर्कुलेट भी हो गया, हम लोग बड़े खुश हुए, और अड़चन वहाँ जाके आ जाती है. तो इसको कैसे क्लियर किया जाएगा? बिकॉज एक छोटा सा इंसिडेंट बता रही हूँ, और भी बहुत चीज़ें हैं जो फॉरेस्ट के साथ और बाकी दूसरी क्रॉस, नॉट ओनली सॉरी फॉरेस्ट बट ऑल्सो लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन. हल्की सी बारिश नहीं होती तो कोई भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट का डीएम जो है हफ्ते 10 दिन के लिए विदाउट एनी नोटिस बंद कर देता है. दूसरा, आर पैरेलल विद द पिलग्रिमेज. सो हाउ आर वी प्लानिंग टू decouple चारधाम एंड पिलग्रिमेज फ्रॉम ट्रैकिंग, बिकॉज कुछ रूट्स पैरेलल हैं. तो दोज आर माई क्वेश्चंस कि हम क्रॉस मिनिस्ट्री रेड टेप स्मूदिफाई कैसे होगी, एंड ऑल्सो हाउ विल वी decouple फ्रॉम द अदर problems that we have which happens because of district administrations. Thank you.
Thank you. बहुत ही like I think crucial question है, because when we discuss with other departments also, so different departments have different mandates and ways of thinking, and I think tourism goes for promotion, and other departments also think in terms of what their checkpoints are. So in like as we saw in the last presentation, like a complete what we are trying to do is here we are trying to fix the broken parts, and we saw like it is a systems thinking will be needed here. And I attended the last meeting, I think it was last week, we had with Secretary Forest sir, and I'm looking after skill development also, so he's my secretary skill development also. So we discussed this part, but we were discussing like one department is giving another taking it back. So this these are some loopholes which we need to address, and these can be addressed by a proper like coordination policy with all the departments. So that I think I'd like your input also, how, because you are the experts who are dealing it in the field, you are facing it, and you're right that all departments need to come on board to like make adventure not just in terms of paper policy but actually coordinating it. So I think that is one area which we can work in, and I would like to take your like feedback on that, like how, like what, not from you but from ATOAI also. And the second part was Chardham. So we recently had a Chardham skilling conference also. So in that also we discussed like do we need to decouple it, or we need to plan it better, can be thought of, because Chardham is our like around 60 lakh people come in that are registered on our portal, and we talked with forest, so 50 lakh nature they have tickets, so they have data, Uttarakhand Forest Department. So it is like equally strong sector, and it is like low intensity sector, hardly any carbon footprint if you see. So both sectors are important. If we need to decouple it or we need to plan it better, can be thought of. So I would like to take your inputs on that rather than give my 2 cents, I think. Thank you.
I have a question, not a question, a suggestion. So, to cater to or to look after interministerial, interdepartmental thing, just the way we have the National Board of Adventure Tourism in the central ministry, probably every state could have an interministerial department and they work together and solve for such problems sooner and faster. And at a policy level, there's a national board, but at an execution level, if we could create one state-wise, and Uttarakhand could take the lead.
Thank you. That's a good point that we can discuss it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd just like to thank you, Mr. Bhandari. Thank you so much for announcing our national convention, 18th national convention in Kasoni. Please save the dates. It's December 10th to the 13th. Please thank the secretary, Mr. Garbyal. Thank you to you and the entire UTDB team. Uttarakhand is one of our premier states for adventure tourism in the country. We've had a great partnership with you, and we are really hoping that you will lead the way when it comes to implementing the adventure tourism safety framework. Thank you once again on behalf of the entire team. Thanks.
Certainly deserves a huge round of applause, and we will love to welcome you all to the convention. So we quickly now move on to our next speaker. I can feel a little bit of energy dip, here. So let's please keep rolling the teas and coffees. And I'm sure our next speaker is going to invigorate your spirits. So we would love to welcome Brigadier S.S. Shekhawat, KC, SC, SM, VSM. We now invite him on the stage. Brigadier Shekhawat has had a distinguished career marked by leadership, operational excellence, and extensive field experience. Today, he will share best practices and case study. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brigadier S.S. Shekhawat.
Thank you, Ajit sir, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to speak here. Ladies and gentlemen, 30 years in army, got my share of fighting, drew blood, shed some, got a fair number of peaks under my belt, lot of jungle bashing, and lot of military skydiving. In all my missions, be it combat, battlefield, mountain expeditions, I prided myself to get all my numbers back until the last one, where we lost 4 boys. So this is a story which I'm going to narrate, and you can draw the lessons. The operation is called Operation Rohit Thakur Gautam, whom we left on the mountain and we could not dig them out. So I will just narrate the story. High Altitude Warfare School, as you all are aware, is the last word about mountaineering. I was Deputy Commandant and Chief Instructor there. And in Hawes, we not only teach to climb, we teach to climb the peak, thereafter hold the peak and fight there. You all must have heard about Bana Peak, 21,000 feet. All the warriors who are fighting on the frontiers, on the high peaks, have been trained in Hawes or SBS, and all the instructors are Hawes trained. So that is the importance of Hawes. And this is one, saying which is written on the mountains, that in mountains, when in trouble or lost, next to God, remember Hawes. But sometimes nature has the way to humble. And this is that story where we got humbled. So we train infantrymen, we train army soldiers to be mountain warriors, and then we train our own instructors to be the best instructors to train the soldiers. And to do that, when there is a gap in between the courses, we launch FDP, Faculty Development Program. In 1 year, there are 2 faculty development programs in which we climb 7,000 meter peaks just to train the instructors. So, one of the FDP we launched for Mount Kun. Mount Kun is a 7,077 meters high peak in Suru Valley on Janskar ranges near Kargil. You all must be knowing about it. So this is the location. I will just, time is very less. So we established roadhead camp at a place called Shafat Nala, where a Nala with the mountain stream which comes down from Kun basin, and it dislodges itself into Suru river. Then it was October 23, we established base camp. Very quickly, I was following the team one bound behind, this FDB team. And then we established Camp 1 at around 5,700 meters. And on 8th October, I was doing load ferry, acclimatization ferry to Camp 1. And my team, the point team, the route opening team was opening a difficult rock face, ice wall that is around 700 meters. It is the gradient was 85 degrees. So this is the wall. You can see the red marking. So the route opening was being done. You climb this wall, thereafter you travel and then climb the rock face, and then there is a flat plateau. On the rock face, after having climbed the rock face, you establish Camp 2, and after the plateau is Summit Camp. So this is how Mount Kun is attempted. So the lead climbing team was climbing. This is not working. I would have, yeah. So where you see fracture of line slab. So the boys were climbing and they were somewhere here, 4 of them. Generally, 80-degree slope is considered that there are less chances of avalanche because the snow doesn't get accumulated there. But in this case, an ice slab broke. You see a clear fracture, and boys had reached here and they were fixing the rope and they were swept off. And thereafter, the force was such that they were brought to this crevasse, which is shown below. And all got buried. I was about to reach Camp 1 and I saw avalanche breaking, and I just prayed that Ishwar, my boy should not be here. But I was wrong at that time. And we had that unfortunate incident. 4 of my boys, Tenzin, Rohit, Thakur and Gautam, okay, they swept off and they were brought in and they were buried in this crevasse. It's called kind of hanging crevasse or bergschung, very deep. I had not acclimatized. My team, the team which was with me, they were also not acclimatized, but we rushed. We reached here. This is around 6,100 meters. We followed this route. We reached the crevasse, and thereafter we kept on digging. And we dug for 6 days, and we could get only 1 boy out. He was Tenzing. And rest 3, Rohit, Thakur and Gautam, they could not be taken out. And on 11th October, the weather started packing up and we started getting the weather warning that weather is packing up, leave the mountain. I requested my seniors that, sir, Till the time it is clear, let us dig. We may be able to get other tree also. Because it is very hard. It happened with me for the first time that I am leaving my number back. And we were not ready to do that. So till 13th October, we kept on digging. And then the weather packed up. And the situation became so bad that 22 Army aviation sorties were launched, 22 helicopter sorties were launched to get the team out of the mountain. So we could not get those three. These are the mortal remains of Stanzin Targyas. He was brought down, and then we had to leave the mountain. Beaten, we came back, and we did the review that what went wrong and how. The what went wrong was that probably there are changes happening on the mountain. Not the same. 8th October, September, October is supposed to be the good climbing season where the temperatures are low and the snow has settled and everything is hard, and you are starting early in the morning and then you work on the mountain till 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and thereafter you come back. But now this is not the case. The snow is melting and there are fractures which are appearing high. So that is how this slab avalanche broke. Despite our calculations, and we had climbed Mount Kun just 3 months back. And same team was there, lead climbers. So in this we realized that now if we have to go back, we need to establish a camp close to the site. And there was only one very narrow windswept ledge on which we had to establish the tents to work in the crevasse, and we need to get some good equipment. And then we need to have everything at the camp to charge the batteries and to work, and supply chain from the roadhead to the site has to be maintained. And on Mount Kun, the route is very long and it is very treacherous. And then we have to have aviation support continuously at beck and call. So we, after having reached Hawes, we immediately got on to the task. Apart from running the courses, this was the main task that we have to get our boys back. And a task force was created. We mustered 200 climbers, cavalrymen, pilots, porters, signalmen, 2 helicopters, 15 Janskar horses. This is the task force which was created. And it was then finally the incident happened on October 2023, and June 2024, this expedition, this task force moved again to the base of Mount Kun. We procured equipment, everything was ex-import, lightweight. Then the issue was, like, while we were digging on those 6-7 days when we were on the mountain and we were trying to take out our boys, we were unable to dig because of the ineffectiveness of the digging tools we had. We had pickaxes, we had very lightweight shovels, all those, high class, expensive lightweight shovels. Everything was there, but we could not dig because the snow was getting hardened into ice. So finally, we homed on to chainsaw, by which we cut trees. It was all hit and trial. We tried auger was not successful. Then someone suggested, one of my boys suggested, sir, try chainsaw. So we hardened the ice, and thereafter we tried to cut ice through the chainsaw, and the ice was cutting, and then we were taking out slabs of ice. Then we trained, we bought these equipment, we bought chainsaw, and then to haul the load, we got power ascenders, which we use for building intervention. Building intervention operations, where you enter the building and you use this equipment to get the troopers up in the window, or rappel someone down. So this is the equipment we took to haul the mortal remains out of the crevasse. And then Raco 9 radar. This is a diode-based equipment. It can, like, if someone is buried 50 feet in snow, and even if he is having a mobile or a carabiner, this radar will catch and start beeping. So this we had, we got more in numbers. Then utensils, tentage, army tent, and then we bought these geodesic tent, big football shape tent expeditions. Those who go in expeditions, they are aware how comfortable these tents are. And then we trained. 9 months, 9 to 10 months, we trained with the equipment. We exactly knew how many tents, what all equipment to be kept in each tent, and everything was calculated to the last detail. These are some glimpses of training. The task-oriented teams were prepared, and the training was done how to handle the equipment. We also bought some sheets, plastic sheets, and made net of ropes to be put on top of crevasse if more avalanche breaks. So we have the chance of survival. So this kind of practice was also done. In June, we moved back to the base camp, and then we started climbing up. We brought around 15 Janskar horses from Galwan Brigade, which I commanded. Janskar horses, very sturdy pony, to haul the loads up. And then we started again. When we went there on the mountain, there was no rope. Whatever we had left, everything got buried. So everything had to be redone. Everything, route had to be reopened. And finally, we reached. Volume नहीं आया इसका. So this is the record radar. So where it is beeping, the boy is lying there. So we used chainsaws. And made a human chain, got the blocks of ice, tons of ice and snow we removed. We kept on following the record radar. Now at this time also there was danger of avalanche, and present Army Chief General Dwivedi had given me a call that Shekhawat, no more casualties. What are the chances of avalanche coming down? So I assured him, sir, there are chances, but we will take precautions. Though we have to work in the crevasse, but we are keeping the avalanche sentry. He will blow a whistle and we will leave the face, and there is a rock outcropping, we will all collect under that. But in heart, I knew that there is a danger, but this had to be done, so this had to be done. The risk had to be taken. And I had asked all my boys that there is a danger, avalanche, the slab may break again. So you all are volunteers. If someone doesn't want to come, he can back off. But not a single boy backed off. Everyone came. All those who were there in the expedition, they all came to get their brothers in arms out. I named this operation Operation RTG, and as luck would have it, they came out in same sequence. First we found Rohit, then we found Thakur Bahadur Ale, and then we found Gautam Rajvanshi, as we named the operation. And you see this gentleman, Instructor Rohit, He is in his classical 4-point stance. He was just close to the, opening of the crevasse. As they were being, taken down by the avalanche, and as they were being buried, Rohit had already, dug his ice axe on the ice wall, and he tried to come out, holding both sides. Both the buddies were on either side, and he had the rope. In that condition also, he was thinking that I will come out. He was a very strong climber, that I will come out and I will dig them out also. So he was found, ice axe like this, one hand like this, and rope in both hands. And on one side, we found Thakur Bahadur Ale, and on one side, we found Gautam Rajvanshi. This gentleman got Shaurya Chakra. We recommended that till the very last, he fought on, and till the very last, he had this idea in his mind that I will come out, and I will also take my buddies out. So such was his sentiment. This is the formation of crevasse, as now you can see upper lip, lower lip, and then the black darkness. Location where Rohit was found, around 25 feet deep inside. Then these are the remains of Thakur Bahadur Ale. He was around 50 feet. Then Gautam was found around 65 feet inside crevasse. Lessons: global warming, mountains are getting affected. Adventure tourism, everyone wants to climb mountain. We are flocking to the places where human being is not supposed to be there, because there is no life, but we want to climb. People are climbing. The temperatures are rising. We can decide how we want to treat the mountains. Unstable snow and ice conditions, and day by day it is increasing. The danger is increasing, and now danger of avalanche is all the season, all the time. We cannot say that in this season, at this time, this is the climbing season and avalanche will not come. Avalanche will come. Climbing hours from 0 to 100 hours to 1000 hours. Earlier we were told that from 0 to 300 hours to 1100 hours, just before noon, you can work on the mountain, but now the climbing hours are now less. We need strong operation logistics if we are launching an expedition. Route has to be marked, and if we are depending on porters, the training is required to be done. They have their limits. Like when we came back for this operation, on second day, all the porters ran away. But we had the horses. We had 15 Janskar horses, and one Janskar horse could carry 80 kgs of weight. And because of that, this expedition and this mission was successful. Then things like chainsaw, no one plans such, no one plans for such and such thing is going to happen. But this chainsaw was the force multiplier. Had it not been for chainsaw, we could not have taken out our boys. Roll-up stretchers, power extenders should be part of expedition equipment. RECO R9 radar proved very effective. If someone has got buried just recently, like avalanche has come and some people get buried, and they are carrying RECO chips, immediately you can find out where the person is. And sighting of camps. The camp sighting should be such that after 3 to 5 hours of climbing, you should reach the camp. Beyond that, if we have established the camp that you are taking 7 to 8 hours, then you are exhausting yourself. And communication grid, from handheld set to satellite phone, everything should be there in the expedition. And thereafter, the ground-to-air communication, because we had the helicopters, we had to communicate with the helicopters, so we had ground-to-air set for effective communication. So, a small story. We brought our numbers back. Finally, the mortal remains were sent to their homes, and last rites could be performed after 10 months of their passing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brigadier Shekhawat. Real-life case studies often become our strongest teachers. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next session, Roadmap to 7 Sigma. At the heart of this session lies a very important question: how do we move from basic compliance to a culture of excellence in safety and risk management? So we have our first speaker coming up for this session, that is Padma Shri Awardee and President, ATOAI. To begin the session, may I once again invite a legendary name in Indian adventure tourism, Mr. Ajit Bajaj. Today, he will introduce the concept of 7 Sigma in risk management. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ajit Bajaj.
Sorry, sir, just a second. So the video slides, they'll play automatically.
Sure. Good evening. Thank you very much, Brigadier Shekhawat. That was a fantastic presentation, and in the world of adventure that we all live in, quite an eye-opener about what all can happen in our world. I'd like to begin by sharing a small story with all of you. When I graduated from college in the late 80s, adventure tourism, like I mentioned this morning, was considered synonymous with daredevilry, death-defying kind of stuff. And when I told my buddies who were getting real jobs in the real world that I was going to follow my passion and make it my profession, they thought I was completely crazy. I joke about this, but well, this is how I commute to work. This is not every day. This is a 400-meter zip line that takes me across the Ganga River to a campsite we operate across the Ganga River. And of course, we have many adventure tourists going on this zip line and back as well. So I'd like to begin with, well, we have our daily checks, weekly checks, monthly checks, quarterly checks, annual certification. This zip line is certified by Neerath, who's an ACCT inspector, American Challenge Course Technology inspector, so it is certified to American standards of safety. And I have a couple of my colleagues here who are hands-on in ensuring that whatever our agreed protocols are, those are done sincerely and with absolutely no room for error. Well, in our fantastic world of adventure, even sometimes with the best of precaution, skill, expertise, things do happen. This is an expedition to ski to the geographical North Pole. You do ski on a thin layer of ice, 1 to 3 meters thick, on the Arctic Ocean. You tow a sled that weighs 60 kilos. And here goes the sled. Oh, shit. Pardon my language there. And, well, Brigadier Shekhawat just spoke about avalanches. I got to the base camp of Mount Denali 3 years ago. This was going to be the last of our 7 summits as a daughter-father team. A small plane drops you off at Kahiltna Glacier and takes off, leaving to fend for yourself for the next 3 to 4 weeks. This is big. And, oh my God. Oops. Luckily, we were far, far away. And this, well, we spoke about this earlier. Jerry spoke about this. This is the so-called treacherous second step on the northeast ridge of Mount Everest. That's my daughter in the orange helmet, descending the second step. And if you look closely, below there's the body of a frozen climber below as well. So this is what led me to this concept. You know, as adventurers, explorers, and there's many of you here, we all live in that same world. You know, we do sometimes expose ourselves to danger in the great outdoors. But sometimes as professionals, I feel we know what we are talking about, what we are doing with our own lives, risking our own lives. But when it comes to being responsible in the great outdoors for other people, that's where we came up with this concept of 7 Sigma. Let me explain what this is all about. So this process of 6 Sigma was started by Motorola in the manufacturing sector. So the idea was to optimize efficiency, you know, and have absolutely no defects in the manufacturing process. So they could accept about 3.14 defects per million, right? And that was considered very, very highly efficient. But in our world, whether we are running training programs in national adventure institutions or as adventure tour operators, we cannot afford to have a single defect, right? A defect means an accident. It means loss of reputation. It means a loss of everything in our world. And as responsible adventure operators, let me share with you that this is a utopian concept that we are talking about here. So how do we do it? To get to 7 Sigma, we should try and follow the 7 Gs. Now, there are 3 speakers after me who are also going to share some of these aspects. So the first of the 7 Gs is really about your group risk ethos. As an adventure company or an institution, what is your attitude to risk management? And to that effect, you know, are you really following global best practices? Are you learning from the best in the field in your country? Are you doing anything and everything possible in your operation to minimize any untoward incident from happening? Are you, for instance, Brigadier Abby spoke about ISO 21101, Adventure Tourism Safety Management System. Are you heading, is your organization heading in that direction? Your guides, I mean, they are the center of the universe when it comes to providing an adventure experience. Guides or instructors, not only do they have to be rock stars when it comes to technical skills, and I think as organizations, we need to focus a lot more of our energy into their soft skills as well, in their communication skills, in skills like being able to give a really good safety briefing before any activity, in their ability to communicate clearly about conditions and to be able to even change plans. Brigadier Shekhawat spoke about global warming. I like to call it global weirding. We are seeing the effects of that all over the place, right? So our guides not only rescue, wilderness first aid and CPR, and I'd like to encourage all of you, ATOAI has been conducting courses across the country for 4 days. What we are doing is 2.5 days of wilderness first aid and CPR. We do half a day of leave no trace, ensuring that we leave our beautiful wilderness areas cleaner than we find it. And for 1 day, we also talk about professional adventure guiding. What are the nuances of taking people safely for these adventure activities? Equipment, again, I'm going to leave it to Bhushan to talk more about it. but it's not today. Fortunately, our Bureau of Indian Standards, this is work in progress. We are working towards standardizing equipment, but till we get there, let's just use internationally certified equipment. Let's talk to each other. Let's learn from each other. You know, for instance, if you use a certain brand and it's worked well for you, let's share our best practices. So let's keep, as adventure operators, people who are running institutions, let's share some of our experience with each other. Therein lies our true strength. But it's not just getting the best equipment you can buy, but it's also about ensuring that we look after our equipment really well. Our guidelines call it standard operating procedures and trainings. I'd like to share what we do. Twice a year as an organization, we run training courses. We talk about our standard operating procedures. We do scenarios. We talk about risk assessments in every adventure activity that we conduct. And I think this really has helped us. And we do it twice a year. The first time we do it before the main season, it is a longer process for 5 days. And then we also do technical training throughout the year. So whether it's training in wilderness, advanced first aid. Now the course is valid for 2 years, but we train as a team every year. Because sometimes we feel that 2 years is too long a period. Yeah. Our guests, well, I spoke about it this morning. We have to, as adventure operators, ensure that our guests or adventure tourists, they have the experience, they have the equipment, they have the fitness to get onto any adventure. We need to ensure that we know if there are any medical concerns. We need to know about their dietary requirements. I'm talking about, of course, the longer multi-day trips here, from their allergies to every little detail about them. And I spoke about it earlier. Geographical conditions or global weirding, right? Our weather patterns are changing. And I think it's key for us. We need to be flexible. We may have an itinerary, we may have a plan to do something, but if conditions in the great outdoors are changing, let us have the flexibility. And I think we should have this as a part of our documentation that all of us do. That look, while taking guests, people on an adventure is important. It's more important to bring them back safely. Not only physical safety, but another very important aspect today is emotional safety as well. We don't want to bring adventure tourists back emotionally scarred for life. Great communication, I think critical, not just our internal communication as a team or with our adventure tourists. It's really important, our external communication, even with some of our partners whom we work with, absolutely vital. Communication here also means being aware of some of the government notifications, rules and regulations that do change from time to time. So we do have to stay on top of our game. Risk assessments, this is a very simple template, but let's make it a habit for activity providers. We should, as a good practice, go over our risk assessment once every quarter. And I think for those of us who also operate adventure tours, before every trip that we run, get the team together, do a Zoom call if some of them are in remote locations, but let us do a detailed risk assessment and ensure that we do everything that is possible to mitigate risk. Well, we talk about emergency response plans, But I think what's important is to have these plans to prepare for emergencies, but our systems have to be so robust that we ideally, in an ideal world, never have to use some of them. Arsh here is telling me that I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to go over some of this very, very quickly. But the one place I'm going to pause, and Claire spoke about it, is learning incidents or near misses, right? So this came from the chemical industry, where they had to deal with very toxic chemicals like acids and so on. And they realized that for every 1,000 learning incidents or minor, near misses, they had 100 minor accidents, which involved just first aid. And for every 100 minor accidents, you had 10 major accidents involving hospitalization. And for every 10 major accidents, there was a fatal accident. So absolutely vital for us. We need to build a culture where we can share some of these. Let's not call these mistakes. These are learning incidents, and we need to build a culture where we openly are able to talk about near misses and learning incidents. And it has to be a big part of our training. Training our teams, that whenever we are training, we pull out our learning incident logs, we talk about it, and we take steps, proactive steps, to ensure that these near misses or learning incidents don't become minor accidents that lead to major accidents, that lead to fatal accidents. And well, another very important aspect for us as adventure operators is partner diligence. We may do the best job in the world in our operations, but we live in an interconnected world of adventure tourism, and it's absolutely vital that just as we take a lot of pain and trouble in our own operations, we ensure that we do our due diligence on any partner that we are going to be working with. You know, when we do risk assessments as an organization, one of the biggest risks we've noticed is transportation up in the mountains as well. And I think that's another factor that we need to look at very, very seriously. I think as operators, let us take the trouble to do the same amount of due diligence with some of our partners as well, and ensure that it's a real partnership in terms of having a similar wavelength when it comes to risk management. Thank you so much. Adventures yet to come. I think there are 3 speakers in this session who are going to talk more about some of the aspects I touched upon. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ajit. Sorry, I had to rush you.
No, that's good.
You made us understand that safety excellence is never accidental. It is the result of systems, discipline, training, continuous improvement, and due diligence. So our next speaker brings decades of expertise in safety equipment systems and certification processes. Mr. Bhushan Poshe, Managing Director of Allied Safety Equipments Private Limited, has extensive experience in industrial and adventure safety equipment, inspection protocols, and certification systems. His work has focused strongly on strengthening awareness around equipment reliability, compliance, and preventive safety practices. Today, he will speak on adventure equipment, inspection, maintenance, and certification. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Bhushan Poshe.
Thank you very much. for having me here on the stage. This is not Can you use this one? Which one? It doesn't show. So I'm here to speak about the importance of inspection of our equipments or the gear, more importantly the land gears, that is the harness, helmets, harness, descender, carabiners, and the ones we use in mountaineering, rock climbing. And how do we do it when we do our inspections or when we work? So as Allied, the company that we have, this is the areas of work that we do. So we have industrial solutions for rope access, which uses the equipment that we also use in mountaineering. So we have rope access, work at height, rescue trainings in industry. For sports, we have mountaineering, climbing, caving, and mountain rescue, adventure parks. In disaster and rescue, we also use the same techniques that we use in mountaineering, but a bit specialized equipments for rope rescue, flood rescue, disaster rescue. We work with NDRFs, SDRFs, and rescue teams. In the special forces, we also use the same equipments, but for their applications for building interventions, commando operations, rescue operations. The adventure activities that we are concerned, or in the land activities, are climbing, mountaineering, adventure parks, canyoning, zip lining, high rope, low rope courses, and also caving. Via Ferrata is something that is more common in Europe. We have not seen here in India. This can be developed if there are some mountains which are available for them. It's a very thrilling activity if you have done, and but it's very much safe at the same time. Mountain rescue, we had a lot of speakers speak about mountain rescue. We have the opportunity to work with Brigadier Abbey Sir at Hawes to train their team for rescue. And also we had been working with a few of the mountaineering institutes to train their instructors for rescue. Apart from the mountains, we also train the special forces, commandos, paras for operation, and the disaster rescue teams of NDRFs, SDRFs for rescue. Coming to the gears, everybody knows what kind of gears that we use. So we have the harness, typical harness, ropes, carabiners, descenders. When I speak of descenders, for the mountaineers, the best thing that comes to their mind is a figure of 8. And everybody knows figure of 8. But a lot of people don't know what are the other descenders that are now used by the technical mountaineering teams, people who are doing rock climbing, or people who are also doing rescue. So these are some things that you should make yourself aware when you are doing a proper rescue, technical rescue, or a mountain rescue, because these things are there to make things efficient, safe, and for your own, not just for the victims, but also the people who are doing the rescue. Here, so that's examples of how industrial equipments are also used in the adventure. So we see a guy rappelling with an industrial helmet, which is typically a hard hat, not a mountaineering helmet, which is certified for it. We have a zip line here. We have a person working on it with no helmets. There is no backup for the pulley. And you have a knot that is used between the connectors. A kid wearing an adult helmet. So these are some of the things that are happening in our industry, which have a risk. We had a lecture on risk management before. So a major part of risk management and risk assessment is how to use proper gears or the right gears for the right activity. And the second part of risk management is the rescue. Now, I don't know how much of rescue is happening or rescue training is happening with the people who are doing or conducting the expeditions, the adventure parks, and this kind of activities. So the failures that happen in inspection and the equipments, there are no inspection logbooks that have been maintained for people who are running the adventure parks or clubs or the monitoring institute which are having the gears. These gears are not inspected, and I'm sure there is a lot of lack of awareness of how much inspection needs to be done in a year. So we have a lot of mounted years. So what do you think is the proper inspection period before an inspection or before a product can be used? So let's say I buy a product today. When should be the next inspection to be done? Is there anybody who are aware of what are the inspection periods that they do in their organizations?
This is specific to the equipment.
Yeah, so any general, like.
There is no life for a rope.
Okay.
Will go off in 2 months, depending on the usage.
Absolutely.
Right? The fall factor is there, it just go.
Yeah, and no timeline. But I'm talking about the inspection. When should you inspect the equipment?
As regularly as possible. It could be monthly.
Yes.
Again, depends on the usage. Okay, whether it's being extensively used, partly used.
Exactly.
Or used, totally depends on the usage.
Exactly. And when was the last inspection done at your organization of the equipments? So this is a question that we should ask ourselves.
I was heading that Jamba should be able to answer.
Okay. So, so we need to have our logbooks for equipment inspection. We should have a retirement timeline, like when the carabiners, the ropes, the helmets, the harness, or descenders, police are worn out. We should know how do we inspect, what are the criteria for inspection, what are the points we have in mind before we discard an equipment. The training of the guides, so there are guides which have limited training, limited exposure, especially to maintain the equipments and also to do the rescue. In industry, it's very simple. Before you do a job and after you do a job, you have to inspect the equipment. Apart from the annual inspection that they have to be done, which is done by a certified inspector. But in case of adventure, mountaineering, rock climbing, or whatever, we don't have any guidelines on what and how to inspect. And so because there is no awareness, there are no trainings, there are no standards, the equipments are just moving around in the organization. And when an incident happens, that's when people start checking the equipments. There is a knowledge gap. Operators lack awareness of what is the safety factor. Sir mentioned the fall factor. Very few people understand what the fall factor is, and if you have a fall factor which is more than 2, you have to absolutely discard all the equipments that are in line of the fall. The safety standards, the certifications, we are now starting to work on these standards, and I am glad to see that there is a lot of initiation from ATOAI, and especially Neeraj sir, who is taking the lead in taking this up with the IS standards. So what happens with the gears? The police, we know that we have in sports police, we have adventure police. In absence of these police, there are a lot of people who use industrial police. Ropes, the general practice is to use EN or UI certified ropes. Dynamic ropes when it comes to mountaineering, rock climbing, but we also see a lot of people using semi-static or static ropes in climbing, which itself is a risk and a hazard because they don't understand what is going to happen when you have a fall. What are the impact forces and shock loading that's going to happen on the climber and also on the anchor that is being used. Sorry?
That's a killer.
Yeah. And a lot of people still don't, there is a saying that you use the rope, but what kind of rope? Nobody knows what is the difference between a dynamic rope and what are the different types of dynamic ropes. And nobody knows the difference between a dynamic and static rope and what is the elongations that are there. So there is a lot of gap in awareness. And people are still using static ropes at times for lead climbing, which is highly, highly dangerous. You have belay devices. We all know figure of 8. We are still using figure of 8 for belay device. We still lack to use the slot devices or the spring-loaded devices, which are so efficient and so simple and so smooth to operate. Especially in rescue, manual screw gates, we avoid screw gates, also in our industrial rescues. We avoid screw gates. The harnesses we use in adventure park, the one we use in climbing, the ones we use in mountaineering are different standards and also different construction. When we take a belay loop, the belay loop itself, the position of the belay loop can define the position of your device, belay device, and we are still not aware of this. All these things require training, and this is where we want the ATOAI to take a lead on training this kind of clubs or institutions or organizations who are indulging into adventure. The gold standard for adventure safety, the common standards that are used for equipments in adventure industry is UIA and EN certified. These are more relevant to us because the kind of morphology we have or structure we have is similar to the European people. And there is a difference between the European standards, a little bit difference between the European standards and the American standards. The difference is more from the weight aspect and the impact force shock loading aspect rather than the equipment aspect. But we have to be very sensitive when we are using what standards of equipments. What standards are we incorporating in our equipments? We need rigid maintenance, daily, monthly logs, annual inspection. So as per the European standard, the maximum number of months or period before an equipment should be inspected or should go without inspection is 12 months. So within this 12 months, you have to get your equipment inspected by a certified inspector so that you minimize or mitigate the risk which is related to your gears and not to let the faulty gears push into the operations and lead to any incident or an accident which can be fatal. There is a defined life cycle, as we were talking. So the observed life cycle for textile products, I am talking about in use, is generally 5 years, and for metallics, it is 10 years. This is different from a lifetime. When I speak of a lifetime of a product, it means if I buy a harness which is new, I keep it on a shelf and I don't use it. After 10 years, that product, that harness, cannot be used again in an operation. That's the lifetime. For metallic products, the lifetime is unlimited. For any textile or any plastic-related products, helmets, the lifetime is 10 years, which means the maximum life of a textile or a plastic product is 10 years, beyond which you should not be used it. As long as it passes inspection, it can go up to 10 years. So the integration or the total solution that we need is to have the right gears, to have the right training, to have the traceability of the products that we use, a system for inspection, which in conjunction together will lead to the safety of the operation and the people that we are handling as an operator. Our challenges and roadblocks is lack or missing regulations for equipments and also for inspection and operation. There is documentation gap for the logbooks of equipments that are used, how many hours they have been used, any incident that has happened. Retirement, fatigue failures, a lot of failure happen with the ropes. If you leave the rope out in the sun, the polymers or the fibers, filaments of these nylon ropes are going to deteriorate and they are going to fail without any warning. If you use, especially for people who are using metallic equipments at high altitude, at very low temperature, there is a brittleness of the material, even aluminum or stainless steel, and what happens is that the equipment can fail without giving any notice. Even a new equipment can fail without any notice. There are counterfeits that are circulating in the industry. A lot of products are duplicates, which we are not aware, and we are using it because they are cheaper. Emergency readiness, limited rescue gears, and limited training of people who are going to do rescue. So training, whether it is training for operations, whether it's training for rescue, or training for equipment inspection is very critical. Gear inspection, what are the wear patterns, what are the fatigue looks like, what are the counterfeit markers, and correct usage. Having the logbook for tracking your gears for your life cycle and retirement. The retirement protocols, you should have a clear mentioned criteria for retiring ropes, harness, and all the hardware that you use. You have your risk assessment, For zipline rope courses, there should be PP inspection, selection, maintenance, SOPs. So we have what we generally do with the industry is we have courses. One of the courses is belay course, but there are other courses that we do. We have adventure park safety courses and adventure instructor safety courses. These are equipments that we are very familiar with. We have helmets. There are different types of helmets for different work. Then there are ropes. So we have static, we have semi-static, and dynamic ropes. Similar with the harness. So as you see the gear loops, on this one, you have a vertical gear loop. On the other ones, you have a more flatter gear loop. So you have a 90-degree turn in the gear loop, which also affects the kind of belay devices that we use and the way the ropes will turn. So we have a gear loop which is vertical. It's more of a belay loop rather than an adventure activity loop. Here we have an adventure harness which has a more flat belay loop. These are adventure activity harnesses. These are not climbing harnesses. So there is a difference between the harnesses. Again, you have kids harnesses which are different than the adult harnesses. Simply because the same logic happens is when we have American standard and European standard, the same happens with kids and the adults. So the kids are very lightweight. They don't generate that much shock for the system to absorb. And finally, the shock that is there goes to the kid, which cannot take it. We have belay devices. The most common is figure of 8. Then we have the slot devices and the latest cam devices, which are kind of auto-locking devices. The different types of carabiners that we have, different pulleys, auto-lock, the track pulleys. Lifespan, as I said, these are plastic products, textile products, and metallic products. The lifetime of plastic is 10 years. Even if you don't use it, lifespan of textile is 10 years from the date of manufacture, not the date of first use. And for metallic products are unlimited, provided you have regular inspection and maintenance of these equipments. This is an example of the inspection checklist that we have for pulley. We have similar checklists for all the products that we have. So whether it's a helmet, whether it's a harness, whether it's a rope, carabiner, descender, ascender, we have similar checklists. If you are interested, you can just download from Petzl website and use it for your operations. This is a sample log that we do when we do our PP inspection. So the kind of product, so it's a seat harness, the serial number, the inspection date, status, whether it has passed or not, the validity, the next inspection, and if there is any observation. On the right-hand side, you see examples of damages and what can you do. So you discard it, or you use it, or you monitor it. This is just an example that we are giving here for your reference. So for zip line safety, there are SOPs. This is an example of what it should be. For equipments, you should have a pre-check inspection from the adventure park operators before you put the equipments. You should have a briefing for the people who are undergoing the activity, and then when you gear up, you make sure that it's done properly, helmets are fitted properly, the harnesses are fitted properly for the right size, the respect to the rides, how do you land, and the post-check. So this is similar to what we do in industry, is pre-check and post-check, so that you make sure that your gear life is sufficient and you make the best out of it with no accidents. At the end, so this finishes my presentation for equipment inspection. One more thing that I want to touch. We have been talking about adventure. We have been talking about rescue. We want to have 10 steps further is to combine adventure, rescue, and disaster rescue, which means combining adventure tourism and disaster rescue to collaborate and work together. We are training people which are local people for their sustenance, for their livelihood. We can use the same people to train them for disaster rescue, for anything that happens locally. They can be the first responder. So it's CERT is community-based emergency response team, which means any disaster, any calamity, any accident happens locally, the same team which are doing the adventure can be used for in the golden hour to do the rescue, which is very simple for them because they know the terrain, they know the shortcuts, and they are the best people because their own people are at stake and risk, and they can do a much better job before the other teams from NDRF or SDRF or special teams can come for the operation. Here we have all the stakeholders, we have the local communities, you have the youth clubs, you have the institutions, you have the NDRF, SDRF, you have the adventure community, you have the clubs. All the people are involved in this operation, and this is a concept which is very close to our heart, and it's our request to people to take up this concept and work on it. We are here to help you in whatever is required, but this is something that is the need of the hour and which can help to save a lot of lives in this world. Thank you so much. You have any questions? Later on? Okay. Thank you. Yep. Yes?
Say that the import of equipment is facing some challenges. Is that true?
There are, sorry, what?
So there are murmurs which says that importing equipment is becoming challenging now.
It is challenging. It is challenging, especially with these standards that are coming up, which want the foreign manufacturers to certify their products to the Indian standards. And this is a challenge that we are also facing, but we are working around with ATOAI, and especially thanks to Neeraj, who is working from our side, to bring a compliance and bring smoothness in this aspect. So there's a lot of work happening, and Neeraj is the best person to speak over it.
What is going to happen is that it is going to get more and more difficult to get this imported.
Yeah, that's the worry.
Because the Bureau of Indian Standards is now coming with the Indian standards. For example, the rope. Okay, now rope is an item which you will not be able to get from outside the country unless there is a foreign manufacturer who has established and is conforming to the Indian standards, for which they will have to take permission. So these are all coming, and yes, so your harnesses, helmets, cramp, everything is in the pipeline. It's just a question of time.
Sad.
Mr. Posey, we understand that equipment is only as safe as the system surrounding it. Inspection, maintenance, and timely replacement is equally critical. Our next speaker is one of India's most respected mountaineers and adventure trainers, Colonel R.S. Jamwal, SM, VSM, Director of the National Institute of Mountaineering and Adventure Sports, Arunachal Pradesh, is an accomplished mountaineer, expedition leader, and trainer who has led several challenging expeditions in extreme environments. He has played a significant role in promoting structured adventure training, guide development, and skill-based outdoor education in India. Today, he will speak on guide skilling and certification, the foundation of safe adventure tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Colonel R.S. Jamwal.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ATOAI, for giving me this honor, a respected audience. And ma'am, I promise that I'll complete it in 10 minutes, rather half a finger less, so 9.5 minutes. So, gentlemen, I think my topic is simple. I think we all go through this. Everyone who's part of the ATOAI probably is part of this, how guide skilling and certification is important. So rather than going through all the slides, I'll just skip few slides. Please allow me to do that. I'll go straight to this slide. This is very important. आवाज है?
ਅਚਾਨਕ ਹਾਰਨੈਸ ਟੁੱਟਦਾ ਹੈ 30 ਫੁੱਟ ਦੀ ਉਚਾਈ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਬੱਚੀ ਪੱਥਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਡਿੱਗਦੀ ਹੈ। ਧਰਮਸ਼ਾਲਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੈਰਾਗਲਾਈਡਿੰਗ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਟੂਰਿਸਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਪਾਇਲਟ ਆਪਣਾ ਬੈਲੈਂਸ ਖੋ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਦੋਨੇ ਖਾਈ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਡਿੱਗ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਦੋਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੀ ਮੌਕੇ ਤੇ ਮੌਤ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਵਡੋਦਰਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਕੂਲ ਪਿਕਨਿਕ ਤੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਗਏ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ, ਬੋਟ ਪਲਟ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। 12 ਬੱਚੇ 2 ਟੀਚਰ ਡੁੱਬ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਜੈਕਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ। ਰਿਸ਼ੀਕੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਰਾਫਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਬੋਟ ਪਲਟ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸਾਗਰ ਨੇਗੀ ਪਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਡੁੱਬ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਪਾਣੀ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਕੱਢਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਹਸਪੀਟਲ ਲਿਆਉਂਦੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਰਾਸਤੇ ਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਦਮ ਤੋੜ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਗੋਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੈਰਾਗਲਾਈਡਿੰਗ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਰੱਸੀ ਟੁੱਟ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਟੂਰਿਸਟ ਤੇ ਆਪਰੇਟਰ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਾਨ ਚਲੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਆਪਰੇਟਰ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਤੱਕ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਪੈਰਾਗਲਾਈਡਿੰਗ ਦਾ। ਇਹ ਝੂਲੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਜੋ ਕੁੜੀ ਝੂਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਝੂਲਦੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਹੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਗਰਦਨ ਟੁੱਟ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਵਾਟਰ ਪਾਰਕ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਝੂਲਾ ਟੁੱਟ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਲੜਕੀ ਦੀ ਜਾਨ ਚਲੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ। ਫਰੀਦਾਬਾਦ ਦੇ ਮੇਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਝੂਲਾ ਅਚਾਨਕ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਤੋਂ ਲੱਭ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਏ। ਪਿਛਲੇ 4-5 ਮਹੀਨਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਹੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਐਡਵੈਂਚਰ ਸਪੋਰਟ 2 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦੀ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਸੇਫਟੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ।
2 million industry, safety zero. This is what a lot of people think about us. I remember I was speaking on a topic regarding adventure in Y20 program in AIMS Rishikesh, and the director AIMS there pointed out to all the kids there कि बच्चों अच्छा तो बोल रहे हैं, इन्होंने बहुत अच्छे एडवेंचर एक्सपीडिशन किए हैं, पर आप लोग डॉक्टर बनने वाले हो, एडवेंचर पे मत जाना, बहुत रिस्की है। It actually hit me, and when my turn came, this is the slide which I told him. सर, जिस होटल से आप एम्स ऋषिकेश आए हो वो रोड से आए हो आप, और सबसे खतरा आज की तारीख में रोड एक्सीडेंट से होता है। क्या आपने रोड पे आना छोड़ दिया? सर, एडवेंचर तो हमारा फिर भी सेफ है। दिस इज व्हाट द होल स्लाइड इज ऑल अबाउट। Obviously, it is more dangerous to come on road. Adventure is still very, very safe. And as said, I think 0.446 chances of having any accident in skydiving, somebody brought out. This is what happens. And this is where skilling and certification is important in adventure tourism. It ensures tourist safety, ensures it builds professional standards. It creates confidence among domestic and foreign tourists. It reduces accidents and operational risks. It supports sustainable tourism development, and this is where I think ATOAI is doing a great work. And I think in the mid of the presentation, I would definitely request you all to give a big round of applause for ATOAI for doing a great work. What does skilling mean? We all know, but I'll just repeat it. Skilling means training people for adventure tourism activities. And I think they found the right choice. Ajit sir, he called me and said, we want you to take on this topic, but because presently out of 4 major institutes, I'm the one who's leading NIMAS. And I'll tell about NIMAS also later. And skilling means it develops safety, rescue, and survival skills. It improves leadership and communication abilities. It teaches proper use of adventure equipment. It helps guides manage risks and emergencies. It ensures safe and professional tourism experiences. Skilled guides provide better support to tourists. And what certification has? It creates internationally accepted standards, verifies competence and safety training, essential for commercial adventure operations, improves employability and professionalism, enhances India's credibility in global tourism. Role of NIMAS. As we all know, probably, if somebody doesn't know, NIMAS probably the only adventure institute in the country now, giving adventure course certification in all 3 verticals, that is land, air and aqua. We are in land, we are giving adventure course certification in sport climbing, mountaineering, mountain terrain biking, and obviously we are conducting mountaineering expeditions too. In aero, we are conducting paramotor, paragliding courses, and paramotor trike. We are starting this year. In aqua, we are doing scuba diving, mainly focusing on rescues, training SDRF and DRF teams. In whitewater rafting, we will be giving the adventure course certifications, and we have started kayaking last year. Challenges in adventure tourism. Encourages better safety and risk management, creates opportunities for skill development and training, promotes sustainable and eco-friendly tourism, improves infrastructure in remote areas. I'll give you an example of Arunachal Pradesh. When we talk of this point, improves infrastructure in remote areas. Hats off to the persons in 2013 who thought of raising the institute in Northeast, and the CM then, he accepted that, okay, we will give land to this new institute in Arunachal. And today I can proudly say that there are 6 different locations in Arunachal which are becoming hub of aeronautic activities. 7 different rivers, very good rafting potential. I think who knows better than Vaibhav sir. He is here. He even guided us for Brahmaputra expedition. Aero, paragliding and paramotor activities, very good sites coming up, especially SEPA. Aqua, as I told, 7 major rivers. Mountaineering, Gorichin Glacier is becoming the base of major mountaineering expeditions and trekking destination. We are training presently approximately 3,000 in land activities and mountain terrain biking, including sport climbing in Dirang. Vision for the future of adventure tourism. It's a clear vision, as probably today we see. In last 3-4 years, I have literally seen a change in the mindset. I've been part of adventure activities, or rather adventure scenarios since last 20 years. But in last 3-4 years, what changes we have seen? Lot more topics coming up, more talks coming up, more expeditions, and rather more seminars coming up. And ATO has become really, really active. And this is probably the new India which is coming up. A clear vision for the future of adventure tourism in India, clear objectives that needs to be achieved to realize this potential, or rather the vision. Role of technology in shaping the future of adventure tourism in India, timely execution for effective implementation of adventure tourism plans and policies in India, where we are heading in a good cause. Standards and safeties to be followed, mandatory certification of guides and operators. Lot of things are still not happening, but definitely now with the stringent things coming up in the state and in the center, and I'm sure things will come up in a better way. Advanced emergency and evacuation protocols. In this emergency evacuation, I must say that Adventure 360 is doing a great job. 2 years back, we did not had any adventure insurance. But today, every kid who's coming there to us, we are doing adventure insurances from Adventure 360, obviously. Regular inspection and maintenance of equipment, we do it. Environmental sustainability and compliance. Standardized communication and navigation systems. Continuous professional training and simulations. Safety briefing and behavioral guidelines for participants. Insurance coverage and legal compliance, real-time weather and terrain monitoring, crisis management and disaster preparedness system, comprehensive risk assessment and hazard control. Role of adventure operators in shaping the future of adventure tourism in India. And this is where you all are actually doing a great job, and I think there is more to be done when we come to the Indian standards versus the global standards. Innovative adventure packages, promoting responsible tourism practices, collaborating with local communities, adherence of standards and safety protocols, and training and upskilling of staff. Need of the hour, a syndicate between government, adventure institutes, and ATOI. And I must say, as I said, in last 3-4 years, I really see this thing happening in a big way. Conclusion. I think 3 points which I really want to say. Skilling is the foundation of safe and sustainable tourism. Certified manpower will drive India's tourism growth, and adventure tourism can become a major contributor to employment and economy. Thank you so much.
My name is Jitendra Singh. I'm from Jaisalmer. I would request if you can have think of the courses in Rajasthan or North India. Short courses.
Sir, actually, a lot of states want it, but unfortunately what happens that we can't go state-wise to give the courses. So we have certified areas. For example, if you want to do paramotor, we have a certified area where we do it because we have done all the safety checks there. If we go to some other state or other place, we will have to do the safety checks and we do everything and then we can train. So imagine now in fact the J&K wants it. Future. Definitely. Future we can talk about.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you so much, Colonel Chambal. The positivity that you exude is really, really appreciable, and we really enjoy having a conversation with you every time. Thank you very much. So we now invite our final speaker for this session. Mr. Shantanu Pandit is a consultant and outdoor educator who has worked extensively in outdoor learning, experiential education, and adventure programming. Through his work, he has consistently advocated for practical implementable guidelines that strengthen both safety culture and operational standards within adventure tourism. Today, he will speak on role of guidelines in risk management for adventure tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Shantanu Pandit.
Good afternoon. I have identified a hazard, end of the day, end-to-end sessions. So the risk is my session is not going to, be as effective because of you, your attention span, and the whole. But thank you very much for your energy. And another risk is I may start overshooting the 10 minutes. So if I don't hear, so this is where I bring in a risk management control. If I don't hear that bell tap, you can physically come and say, hey, Shantanu, this is done. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so which one? Yeah, okay. So the couple of times that I've been involved in evolving safety guidelines, the key question that was literally not debated but fought over was, do we need guidelines? We speak of SOPs, yeah, people have processes. We speak of guides, yeah, we have competent people. Regulation ho raha hai. Why do we need guidelines? And there have been fights over this. Quickly, so I had a corporate group, Rappel, a trail going up. At the end, we finished the whole thing. We had great fun, debrief session. Some people said, well, the Rappel was great, but we felt unsafe on the trail. Exposure tha. And then before I could respond or my team members could respond, some of the participants said, oh, but you know, the Rappel was so beautiful. You have to take some risk if you go for something as beautiful as a Rappel. And you know, why I'm narrating this is, as one of the speakers pointed out, high risk activity, everything is very overt. And things are like, there is redundancy, there is beautiful briefing, everything is explained, gear is explained, and it's that gray area of a trail which has exposure. I'm really intrigued by this graphic. So there is no time to look at this whole thing, but you can look at this whole thing and I'm going to tell you something. So what I pointed out was, for me, the crux of guidelines is, you know what I told people, that yeah, you have differing perceptions. The whole group would come together and there are two clear areas. This hazard is really too much for us. All of us agree that we are not going through. And the other extreme is, this hazard is extremely easy. Hey, no two thoughts, let's go ahead. The problem is in that a gray area between these two extremes. When the group is split, some people say, hey, this is too much. Some people say, no, 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 no. And then there is this, oh, but you got to take some risk because there is a huge reward at the other end. It's that gray area where the whole group has to come together to take a confident decision. Where does that confidence come from? So as a company owner, as a field instructor or a group leader, I need a guideline to help me handle exactly such situations, in addition to a lot of other things. So that is how I begin to understand that are there guidelines to help me in situations which cannot be defined in black and white? Are there guidelines which would give me the confidence and then give me a sense of control over that group that is hiking up? Because there were just 3 or 4 of us, and the participants are about 20, which is a normal thing, you know, for a hike. Where do I start losing the sense of control? Guidelines help me gain a sense of control. So just a quick thing, the whole idea is we go out for adventure. If things start getting boring, people would stop coming to my programs. and if we go into the terror zone, then we are doing the wrong thing. And this is true for both staff, group leaders, as well as participants. So in this discussion, I'll try to quickly tell you some big picture aspects, bring in a couple of things happening elsewhere in the world, and then let us see what is it that we perhaps could be doing in terms of next steps. Okay, so I'm quoting Veristar. Veristar is an American company led by Jeff Byerlin. They have functioned in more than 50 countries. They work with governments to design the regulation. I'm quoting the source in order to tell you why I have chosen to quote from that company's blog. So it's a blend of these 3 things. The third one is by far the most difficult to implement. Government regulation is happening. Friends, the second thing is what we are talking about. Guidelines, in addition to crucial things like gear, guides, certificate, competence of guides, etc., etc. Obviously, they're all they're all extremely important. But sticking to my topic, we are looking at self-regulation. So this is what I was taught when I sat down in the state of Maharashtra with a bunch of us, about 25, 30 of us worked along with the government to create a set of guidelines. So we got to look at guidelines comprehensively. So SMS, Safety Management System, has been talked about enough today, right? And Brigadier Abe has already explained the ISO 21101, which is a systems approach. This has to be, what's the word, supplemented with a set of elaborate, detailed guidelines depending on what kind of activity we are at, or what kind of set of activities we are addressing. And the third thing is documentation, which would help a lot of people to actually start implementing guidelines. So this is definition. I'm going to quickly go through this. So we are talking of a lot of recommendations. We are talking of a lot of protocols, codes of practice. I think the key point is guidelines are generic. What I, as an ATO or a club or any organization running outdoor education programs, what I need to do is study those guidelines and customize them into standard operating procedures for my operations, for my terrain, for my competence levels, so on and so forth. So that transition is really important. A very simple example is any routine process can be simply made into a simple standard operating procedure, and it takes the burden off people who are working in the field because they don't have to think much then. They just need to follow a SOP, and it's guaranteed to be really good. There are other benefits, but I'm rushing through now. So a lot of times we see that, oh, but this is what I have been doing for the last 10 years. This is what I have been doing for the last 20 years. So the outcome of what I am offering depends on how one group leader functions and the second group leader functions. So we make it person independent, we make it a brand identification kind of a thing. And of course, quality identified process. I think the great thing is we are talking of measurable outcomes, which is where the documentation actually fits in. So if you keep a record of all operations, then it's possible to review your own functioning and hence improve. And enough has been talked about continuous improvement, feedback loops. That's what we are talking about. The great thing is, if a company has a set of guidelines based on which SOPs have been derived, then your staff will feel a lot of support, that this is an organization that supports my performance, that supports my decisions, with the help of documents, with the help of set processes, with the help based on studied guidelines, so on and so forth. The last part, the last two words are really important. We are looking at organizational culture. An open, transparent, supportive, growth-oriented organizational culture is an inherent part of risk management. So any employee, any club member, any outdoor educator should feel the freedom to express a difference of opinion in the organization that they are working for. If this freedom doesn't exist, it is a safety issue. So organizational culture is an extremely important part, and that is why safety management systems are important, because it's the top leadership that can actually drive a very healthy culture. Healthy is safe culture. Yeah, very quickly, I'll just see if I want to highlight something. So emergency preparedness is something that guidelines directly help us, be better at, and that's the first step towards risk management. Our emergency preparedness should be extremely robust and proactive. Standardization we have talked about, certifications we have talked about. The great thing is guidelines are designed by industry experts, so the best practices from all over are consolidated into guidelines. Those guidelines, when I get into my organization, we get repeatable expertise. So what a beautiful connection that is. Yeah, continuous improvement, because we build feedback loops, there are robust review processes, it's a very healthy system, and guidelines encourage that, guidelines foster that. Government policies, we need to take advantage of. Funding has been touched upon, and I hope funds are released for a lot of things, and we can then align ourselves with the government direction. The government would be happy then to help us. Yeah, last point, socio-ecological dimensions of our environment, sustainable development goals. Ajit has already referred to them. And guidelines have a very comprehensive outreach. So right from pre-trip to post-trip, I'll see if I want to highlight anything. You know, customers would love us when they get this crisp, clear, and beautifully worded document right from pre-trip information. They would simply love us. I have seen this happen. So I have changed the efficiency of my rappel session just because I followed a guideline and changed the way I briefed a rappelling group. It's quite amazing. I have concrete data about it. Customers simply would love you if you follow guidelines. Done? Woo. Word of mouth, somebody touched upon it. That was beautiful. Word of mouth. Post-trip, follow guidelines. So guidelines are for all, including insurers. And there is a fantastic point there, partnering on risk data. We need to network. We need to exchange data that would help all of us. Yeah, you can get all this. You can get all this on the net. So, thank you.
This is exactly why I enjoy this session a lot. All the speakers are so good and accommodating. Thank you so much, Shantanu. So with this, we come to the last session, perhaps. But before that, I would like to thank the speakers of this session. This was very, very enlightening session, and we learned quite a lot. And I would also like to give a quick reminder that please still keep your mobile phones on silent. It would be helpful. And ATOI continues to encourage members to actively engage through destination showcases, webinars. We are a platform for our members where you can come and make yourself visible. Please offer fam trips generously to all the fellow members. They can collaborate with you to promote your products, to sell your products. Please use the platform within this industry. So ladies and gentlemen, we now move into session 6, that is liability, negligence, and insurance. Throughout the day, we have discussed systems, SOPs, training, preparedness, and operational safety. But even with the best systems in place, risk can never be completely eliminated. To begin the session, we thought it was important to first hear from the most important stakeholder in adventure tourism, that is the adventure tourist. Ms. Komal Seth is director at Lincoln Reps and a well-known travel and tourism communications professional with extensive exposure to global travel brands, tourism boards, and experiential travel ecosystem. As an avid traveler and adventure enthusiast herself, she brings a valuable consumer perspective on what today's adventure tourist truly expects. May I invite Ms. Komal Seth to share an adventure tourist perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Komal Seth.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there are very rare times that we feel when we are called on the stage to talk about something which is so deep and close to your heart. We've spoken on many forums in the travel industry. We get opportunities to speak at a lot of places. We have a lot of associations we are called. But today I personally feel that it is an achievement that I'm not called as a professional, but I'm called as a person who's done a lot of research, booked adventure holidays, and within the small community that I may have of maybe 100 or 150 people who ask me, where did you travel and how did you book? I'm very passionate about adventure tourism, and more than that, I'm very passionate about keeping our country and environment very clean, because I think charity begins at home, and we as a community, as travelers, we really need to take care of the places that we are going to, and while we promote them, we don't exploit them. Very recent, I went on a trip to Himachal in a small village, which incidentally had a resort, which I put on my Instagram. And one of my friends who's well-traveled in Europe, well-traveled in the US, travels business class, she asked me, how was your trip? मेरे को भी adventure tourism करना है. So I replied to her, I'm sure, sure, go ahead. We should travel within India. And she's like, how many room nights and how was the food? I realized that when it comes to adventure tourism, these are actually technically the wrong questions that we are asking. We first need to understand what kind of questions as tourists, as travelers, we need to ask our travel consultants, our friends who are traveling. Her basic question was, how many room nights? Three room nights sahi rahega? Or is the food good? And I said, no, that's not the question you should be asking me. You should be asking me, what kind of clothes do I need to carry? What kind of shoes are required? Do I need to be careful of the environment that I'm living in? Do I need to give back to it? But I realized that was a wrong audience, and we need to build that audience. And then I had a couple of questions which I keep writing on my phone when I travel, and because this is the opportunity today, and we are sitting in the focal point of people who actually promote adventure tourism, who promote our country, I also want to highlight a fact. We did a trip to Georgia, 2 girls. We took up some adventure activities there, and I promise I felt that I was much safer in India, and the kind of techniques, the safety measures that we follow in India are very good. And something that was very, very important, and then what I got back was, when we were in Georgia, I asked them, while I travel a lot, I ask them, I hope, the harness is correct and I hope it'll be all safe. The person only had one thing to tell me. Everything is written in the manual, madam. Please check, tick, tick, tick. And I was trying to tell him that I've read the form, but I'm asking for human touch. I'm asking you, I'll be safe. Again, on a robotic mode, he answered, ma'am, everything is on the form. You will be safe. But in my heart, I never felt safe. Cut this when we travel to Himachal, when we travel to Uttarakhand, when we travel to Kashmir. When I ask a person who's with me, who's guiding me, sir, kuch hoga to nahi? He always says, ma'am, kuch nahi hoga, hum aapke saath hain. And that's the biggest difference when we go by manual. We are in India, we are a country of heart, we are a country of assurance. And I think these are the facts that we might validate and harness on. While I travel, there are a lot of foreign tourists who travel with us and we end up talking. They always tell us that we come back to India for surety, for hospitality, and also for, the kind of extra services that the adventure sports offers us beyond the set itinerary, which also means just not prescribing Disprin, Crossin, or a syrup, but they will give alternate jari booties, they will give home remedies, they will give adrak water. So imagine we have so much that we can do in terms of hospitality. There's so much that we can do just with how we are raised, how we can welcome people, how we can assure people. I personally feel the game of manual is good because we have to follow the HR protocols, we have to follow the American system of being sued. But our biggest weapon and the strongest and the most emotional weapon is that we are a country of heart, we are a country of assurance, and we must continue doing that. Another point that I strongly feel is that what I see on Instagram is when people are going skiing in Switzerland, they have their big glares, they have their Christian Dior boots, they have the harnessing. So why can't we have collaborators? Why can't we promote adventure travel in India in form of luxury? Because at the end of the day, the real money is in luxury. The real money is when people don't negotiate hard. We were recently doing a marketing campaign because that's the job that I do. And we were talking to Decathlon. The top management was with us because we are doing some advertisement promotion with them. And I did ask them that, because I'm into adventure, I book travel myself. I don't go through online platforms. I do book through human touch. I asked him that, so why don't you do joint collaborations with our Indian travel industry? Why don't you do some, some kind of collaboration? He said there's a big gap. We don't know how to perform there. And I don't know how to code this over here, but because it's a closed forum, and he did say that they want to do a lot. They have a lot of avenues, but they don't know how to do the right kind of collaborations in India. So as a marketer and as a young person who travels within India, being a woman, I feel very safe. But I would be very, very happy if stronger brands like Fitbit or Whoop or Decathlon are promoting adventure tourism. It just gives us a different kind of kick. The truth is that when we have bigger collaboration brands associated with an itinerary, it automatically gets a kick. And as an industry, we must do that. There are outbound tour operators, there are domestic tour operators, and they are absolutely commercializing what they do. They know the jargons of marketing. And I think it is time that ATOAI also gets into the next step where we as consumers see more branding, more awareness, and most importantly, when I started my career again in advertising, we used to have so many joint promotions with state tourism boards only for domestic packages. Why can't we have those promotional packages only for adventure tourism? Create jingles. I remember the MP tourism jingle, which I may not be able to pronounce correctly, but it still stays in my mind after 17 years of its launch. It says, Jungle dekho, Hathi dekho, Chuha dekho, Khajrao dekho. And the way the jingle went, it still rings a bell in my ear. Why can't we have some really good jingle for, each state of our country which resonates with adventure, where we use our Hindi terminologies. We were traveling recently and I said, there is a gadda ahead. And the American lady asked me, what do you mean? What is ahead? It took me 3 seconds. I said, oh, I mean pothole. There's a pothole ahead. We need to get into the ground realities of our own country. If we just encourage our own Indian audience to travel for adventure within our country, I don't think we need inbound tourism or we are dependent on inbound tourism. Last but not the least, and I will go by the timeline, I think local experiences and tour and induction of local villages as well as local population is something very important. When we go luxury, we go totally luxury and we cut off from the local human touch. This is what I feel as a traveler. We must continue doing that. We must make things expensive. We must make our packages expensive. We have to earn money, but we must inculcate on the fact that our strength lies in our people. Our strength lies in the fact that India is very, very safe to travel, and the Indian adventure community is as well versed and in terms of safety and all the other measures as any other part of the world. It'll be a very proud day for me when a European comes and says to me while I'm on a trip that, our trip in India was equally as good as our skiing trip in Switzerland. Thank you so much and all the best for all the small and good wins. Thank you.
Thank you, Komal, for sharing your perspective. We definitely need to take Indian adventure tourism all around. We will work towards it. Thank you so much. Our next speaker brings critical expertise in emergency response, rescue, coordination, and medical preparedness. Dr. Kimberley Chawla is the medical director at East West Rescue and Medical Assistance and has extensive experience in emergency medicine, rescue systems, international medical assistance, and remote area preparedness. Over the years, she has worked closely with travel, rescue, and emergency response ecosystems, helping strengthen medical preparedness frameworks for high-risk and remote operations. Today, she will speak on first aid, medical preparedness, and international insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Kimberley Chawla.
To the rescue, here I am.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, and I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to be a panelist, and it's great to see a few familiar faces around here. I shall be discussing a real-life case scenario that happened earlier this year, and through this, I'll be mentioning the importance of first aid, medical kits, medical preparedness, and how international insurance was involved. I'm going to have to cut it short because Ajit has mentioned a lot, Colonel Jamwal has mentioned a lot, so a lot of things I was going to mention, they've already mentioned, and it's good to know that everyone's on the top of their game when it comes to adventure, sport, and safety issues. Now, earlier this year, there was a couple on vacation at an island just south of India in the Indian Ocean. This is a place that's very popular amongst both local and international tourists for honeymoons, vacations, scuba diving, snorkeling. The husband was snorkeling while his wife was on the beach. Unbeknownst to them, certain events were about to occur that would be life-changing for this couple. a shark attacked this gentleman and bit his legs. His right leg was ripped from below the knee downwards, right down to the bone. Muscles were gone, arteries were gone, the big arteries were gone. You could see his bone. His left leg had comparatively lesser damage. First aid was promptly given at the site by the tour organizers. It was very difficult to stop his bleeding because his arteries that supplied from the leg downwards were ripped. He started going into shock while they were providing him first aid and using the medical kit. As soon as they could get the bleeding somewhat under control, he was taken by boat to a medical facility that was in an island close by. The medical facility had doctors and nurses that were well versed in emergencies. They attempted all measures to keep him alive. It was very difficult to keep his blood pressure up. When he came to this medical facility, his blood pressure was only 40/30. It was likely that he's lost over 50% of his blood at this stage. They transfused him aggressively, stabilized him, and tried to control the blood loss from his ripped leg. The bleeding could not be fully staunched. The medical team said he needs a higher center of care. He needs an ICU. He needs vascular surgeons. What should we do? The closest facility to this island was 400 kilometers away. That's about a 7 or 8 hour speedboat ride. Multiple parties were doing various jobs trying to save this person's life. We were speaking with the tertiary care hospital, we were speaking with this medical facility, we were speaking with the organizers, with the hotel, and also with the wife of this gentleman. We were also speaking with the insurance company. The insurance company, as soon as the insurance company found about this incident, they informed us. So we are on top of it right from the beginning. Now, before I get to what happened to this patient, I would like to mention that the family of this patient has lodged a complaint against the organizers of the group for negligence. This is currently being investigated. The subsequent slides I'm going to be discussing are our assumptions. We have not been in touch with any of the involved parties because it's now taken a legal route. So we just want to be unbiased. So whatever you hear now is our assumptions from certain events that we were involved in. I'm going to be backtracking and going back and forth so that you know the importance of first aid. And as Ajit, he's disappeared. As Ajit said, they do first aid training, they hold refreshers, they run practice drills. It's very important. So regarding first aid, it's absolutely essential that everyone should have first aid training. CPR, as Weber mentioned, carrying an AED is a go-to thing now. It didn't used to be 20, 30 years ago. If you can have an AED with your medical kit, all the better. You should at least have your refresher training every 2 years. Whenever it's off-season in your company, please practice drills. Use your imagination so that you can create all these scenarios. Your training should also let you figure out, or your staff or your team figure out, oh, this person's drowsy. Is he diabetic? Because I actually took his medical information before he came on the trip. Has he taken recreational drugs? Is it an older person who is dehydrated and his electrolytes are down? Is that why he's dopey and mumbling around? So being trained in first aid would teach you how to recognize certain things. Newer problems due to newer medications do occur. I know a lot of travelers, adventure tourists do get vomiting and they do get diarrhea. But a lot of people are now taking injectable drugs like Ozempic and Mounjaro. They often get vomiting and diarrhea the first day or the second day of taking this. Your team should have this information on the medical form that you have taken from them. So then you know, oh, it's not food poisoning. I don't need to start the person on antibiotics. I just need to keep him well hydrated. It's most likely due to the medication. As the lady before me Komal. She mentioned about Americans suing and all. That mentality is also present in Indians, but as you all often have foreigners. One thing to keep in mind is, even though first aid kits are really only supposed to have first aid items and not medication, because of where you go, you are carrying medication. So to protect yourselves, it's always good to put your Crocin, your Dolo, your Combiflam on a table and ask the person to take it. Then they can't say that you gave it to them. I'm just saying, you know, just let them take it. It's not that ye le lo and then they have an allergic reaction. People have reactions even to a paracetamol. So these are just things you should keep in mind. Ah, Ajit has come back. Okay. Now I'm going to discuss various scenarios. Again, please note, these are my assumptions. These are the scenarios that we think the guides, the first aiders, the medical team, the hotel perhaps thought as a part of their medical response plan or their medical preparedness plan. Oh, sorry. How do I reverse? Can you help? I want to go to the previous slide, sorry.
This one, right?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. Can you help me, please? There is a sound on this. What do I make? I have to click. Do I click this?
Earlier it was playing, right?
Okay, no worries. No, not this one. Next one. Okay, all right. Okay, time's running out. This chap's bleeding. He's on the beach. They're trying to stem his bleeding. Decisions need to be made quickly. The first aiders or the guides pulled him out of the water, tried to stem the bleeding. As soon as they stopped the blood from spurting from his legs, they carried him onto a speedboat, quickly took him to a medical facility at an island that was nearby. Now, my assumptions are there were perhaps many plans for certain situations like this. Plan A, take the patient to the closest medical facility, stabilize, take him by speedboat to a bigger facility. Not possible. This chap's in shock. He needs a medical team. It's going to take 8 hours to get him to the medical facility, and soon it's going to be dark. It's already now 5, 6 o'clock by the time they manage to get him to the small island medical facility. So plan A is out. Now we come to plan B. Stabilize the patient, take him to the closest medical facility, which is what they did. Oh, let's send him by helicopter. Oops, helicopters don't exist in that area any longer. They used to have, they haven't for the past 3 to 5 years. That's out. Okay, let's take him by seaplane. Oops, it's dark, we can't do that. There is an airport nearby, but there's no plane there right now. What should we do? Plan C, okay? Plan B is out. Plan C is the one they actually ended up doing. Patient was stabilized as much as possible in the medical facility. They called for an air ambulance from the main island. Now, for any aircraft to come to move a patient, you have to fill a lot of paperwork. There's a lot of legal paperwork, waivers and all to be signed. The aircraft will only really leave once all that documentation has been provided. It's at least a 1-hour flight. Anyway, the flight finally arrives 8 or 9 in the evening. They need a medical team. Luckily, there was a spare medical team available in the medical facility, and this air ambulance had all the equipment to keep this chap alive. Now, things were happening simultaneously. The insurance is like, who organized it? Did the patient do this do this snorkeling on his own? Did the hotel organize it? Did the tour operator organize it? If the tour operator organized it or the hotel organized it, give us their brochure. Do they have insurance for this? Who's paying for the air ambulance? Even though this gentleman had high coverage, the insurance still wanted to know why they don't want to make a double payment. Okay? And if somebody is liable, that person or that organization should be liable for making the payment for the air ambulance. Air ambulances are not cheap. So all of this, while we're trying to coordinate, transferring the patient, get information for the insurance, all insurance companies need to tick mark all the boxes before they can give authorization. Anyway, the hotel or the organizers and the people there realize this chap's critical, we have to move him. So they managed to organize it. Maybe they've made the payment. I know the insurance company hasn't made the payment, and he ended up in the main island. Now, before I get to what happened to the patient eventually, a bit about medical preparedness. Your medical kits, your first aid kits, your first aid training are all a part of it. Having a disaster response plan or an evacuation plan, if you have one plan, great. You need to have a backup of plan A. You have to have a backup of plan B too. You never know what's going to happen. Because of all of this global warming, there's a lot of natural disasters that happened. That avalanche, that was scary, you know. So one should have many plans. I think Ajit or maybe one of the other speakers mentioned about communication. Communication is very important. No matter how good your evacuation or your emergency plans are, if you cannot communicate to each other, the best plans will go south. You have to coordinate things well. So make sure you always charge your mobiles, your satellite phones, or your walkie-talkies before you go out on adventure activity. Again, you must always, as a part of your medical preparedness, have all the medical details of your clients. We are noticing that there are more and more older adults are now traveling. There are people in their 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s who are traveling. It used to be a lot of younger people, but now there's a lot of older people. They're having heart attacks, they're having strokes, they're having kidney failure. There's people with cancer. They want to experience India, you know, but they are going to have problems. You need to know this information, because if you notice anything, then you know, okay, this person needs to rest, or I take him to a facility to look after him while we carry on with the rest of the trip. I think it was Claire who mentioned about data security and data. India now has DPDC, the data protection confidentiality rules, which has been in Europe and the US for decades or 15 years or so. When you get this information, you have to make sure it's secure. You should ideally, I feel, get all your staff who are going to have access to this, sign a GDPR or a DTPC document that says they will not share this information with anyone, especially the press. Now I shall mention what happened to the patient. I'll just start from the top. Pardon? Okay. So starting from the top, he got bitten by a shark, was majorly bleeding. First aid was given promptly. Medical kits were used. He was carried by boat to the closest island facility. When he reached the island facility, he was in hemorrhagic shock, but he was still conscious. Then his oxygen levels fell, so they were giving him oxygen, they were giving him medication to keep up his blood pressure, and they tied several tourniquets to try and stem the bleeding. They couldn't totally stem the bleeding. The packs kept getting soaked and soaked and soaked. He's lost over, my assumption, over 50% of his blood by now. By the time he reached the main hospital, it was about 8 hours since the time that he got bitten or got pulled out from the water. Because of the brilliant doctors in the small island facility, his blood pressure had started to go up, but he was still in shock. He had lost a lot of blood, so he had like a hemoglobin of 3 when a normal male is about 13. So he's lost a lot of blood. There was no pulses felt on his leg. He was quickly assessed, scans performed, and he was taken into the operation theater. The hospital had to amputate his right leg above the knee to stem the bleeding because they could not stop it, and it had to be done to save his life and to stabilize him. After the operation, he was put on a ventilator and shifted to the ICU. He shortly got off it. He was a young, strapping young male who was in good physical condition, so that of course helped. And about 10 days after his amputation of his leg, he started to walk with crutches, and shortly after, the couple were repatriated back home. So I just wanted to mention this so that you know the importance of first aid, having plan A, B, and C as a part of your medical preparedness. And if it's the tour operator that's getting sued, I hope he has commercial liability insurance. And I hope it's adequate enough to protect the tour operator from this. And that's it. So just to show importance of first aid, if prompt first aid was not given, he would have died on the beach. If they hadn't gone through plan A, B, or C and got him to a tertiary care center, he wouldn't have survived. If the tour organizers or the hotel or whoever had actually paid for it or whatever, for the air ambulance, if they had waited for the insurance, because the insurance needed these details, you know? Because if the patient had, I'm assuming, if the patient had organized it, maybe the insurance coverage is not relevant. So it was very impressive that the hotel or the organizers were so proactive that they're like, we don't care the cost, get the patient to that hospital, we need to save his life. So sometimes you might want to have a little extra kitty or a nest egg somewhere just in case things go south, and whichever insurance company, whether local or international insurance is there, that you don't wait for them. Post-pandemic, many of the international insurances don't work on Saturdays and Sundays or public holidays. They're not 24/7. A guarantee of payment for anything, whether it's hospitalization or air ambulance, can take anything between 1 hour to 3 days. So you may not want to wait when you have a situation like this. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chawla. So we learned from you that the emergency response begins much before the emergency actually happens through preparedness, training, and clear protocols. In adventure tourism, preparedness can often make the difference between a manageable incident and a major crisis. We will request you to wait for questions, please. We have a question answer, open house scheduled after this session. Thank you so much. So our next speaker has been actively working towards building structured rescue and insurance ecosystem for adventure tourism in India. Mr. Prateek Gupta is the founder and CEO of ASC 360 Adventure Sports Cover and has been closely associated with developing specialized insurance and assistance solutions for the adventure tourism sector. Through ASC 360, he has worked extensively on strengthening awareness around rescue preparedness, insurance frameworks, and risk mitigation systems for adventure operators and travelers alike. We also take this opportunity to sincerely thank ASC 360 Adventure Sports Cover for their valuable support for today's seminar, for the important industry initiative focused on safety and responsible adventure tourism. Today, he will speak on safety, rescue operations, and insurance frameworks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Prateek Gupta.
Good evening, everyone. I think the energy is low, so let's start with if you can play a video. Yeah, so this was done a couple of weeks ago on Ahmedabad Camp 3. One of the German clients got frostbitten, and we did the rescue. As Dr. Chawla just said, that insurances are actually taking time post-COVID. They are taking more time in Nepal, and especially in these high-altitude crazy adventures, and they are taking time. So in this, we coordinated cashless evacuations. The hospitalizations, we took care of $8,500 worth of, the evacuation cost, $6,000 worth of hospitalization cost. Why I'm saying this is that in fraction of moment, Camp 3 rescue Ahmedabad is super technical, and that's why we say Camp 3 rescues. The pilot was able to land, we were able to rescue. The fingers are okay, he is back in Germany. So I just wanted to showcase what happens when we are able to do a cashless, coordinated rescue effort for anybody in the system, and why some areas are doing much better than some areas as well. So quickly, I'll go through the slides. I don't want to take much of your time. Thank you, first of all, ATOAI, Ajit sir, for giving this opportunity. My topic is Safety, Rescue Operations Insurance Framework in Adventure Tourism. I will try to keep this as field-based as possible, not theoretical. The key point I want to make today is adventure tourism cannot grow sustainably unless safety, rescue, medical response, and insurance are treated as one integrated system. Right? Safety is not about avoiding accidents anymore. It's about building trust with clients, families, regulators, insurers, and global adventure community. Why safety must be reimagined? We all know, I think, firstly, the entire day, all the words, everything, what I'm hearing is actually music to my ears. We've been working for, 7, 8 years now to get this to a stage where everybody is sensitized towards these safety. Now it's time to actually put it on ground. We have everything, but I think it's now time, because we see more than 1 million trekkers in India. I think if I give you a figure from our practical data, there are almost 5,000 to 7,000 paragliding flights just in Himachal every day during season. And we have seen maximum number of accidents in aerosports as well as trekking and other sports as well now. So, today safety is just not operational requirement, it's a business differentiator. Everybody has started asking, which is so good to hear, who is managing the risk? What is your plan B? What happens if something goes wrong? Is there an insurance? Is there a rescue system? Are the guides trained? Is there a medical support? You will hear these questions from the clients now. So the next phase of Indian adventure tourism will not be derived from the beautiful destinations. It will be driven by the trust, safety systems, and professionalism. What informs this perspective? So now we can proudly say, as an Indian company, we have insured more than 500,000 adventurers across the world. We have rescued by air, land, and all the modes 5,000 plus adventurers, more than 100 death claims. We have done more than 100 nationalities. We have secured and protected. This season alone, on Everest, we have rescued more than 30 nationalities. So these are all data and numbers which we have. Of course, Indian tourism paradox, we have everything. But what we lack is uniform safety standards, mandatory adventure insurance, standardized guide and instructor training, integrated rescue and medical framework, and predictable emergency response. We have all touched upon, there are several speakers. The states are different, the federal system is different. So the paradox, India has world-class adventure potential, but we do not yet have uniformly world-class safety ecosystem. I think ATOI is doing a fantastic job in promoting this and pushing this. I would love for ATOI to do more, and I think, Ajit sir, we can take this towards states as well now, where I think the local guides, operators need this more than anyone now, because people are booking more adventure treks and everything directly from these companies rather than the major companies, let's say in Mumbai, Delhi, etc. So what actually causes these adventure emergencies? I have shown this earlier, but I would again emphasize, rather than everybody, if you'll see an insurance says adventure sports covered, but injuries are covered. Adventure sports injuries are covered. But majorly, if you'll see from thousands of data what we have covered, what we have given claims for, 75+% is actually because of any illness. It could be AMS, HAPE, HACE, other things, snow blindness as well. The next biggest factor is 12%, which is non-medical in nature. It could be anxiety related as well. Only after that, 8% is injury related and 5% is weather related. I think it is a duty, and I think we should frame that rule and scenarios as well, how to differentiate a non-medical emergency with a medical emergency, because that would give more clarity to the insurers, and the rescue or the response would be much faster in nature. So rescue operations, what actually happens? I'll give you a very quick example. We did 2 rescues today in the morning, one of a Dutch client and one of an Indian client on Everest Base Camp. So it's a medical triage, as we say, because there are so many fraudulent, and you must have heard about few news articles just before the season in February regarding the scams and everything else. So what we do is, we have our own doctors, we have our own rescue teams, we have our own emergency response centers. Let's say if a client has a low SpO2, we get the videos, we get the medical treatment, first aid done. We do the first responders job as well in some of the areas. And then obviously, as per the doctor's recommendation, we give go ahead and give the guarantees to the helicopters and the local guides, and maybe the guy requires oxygen. So plus we also work not just on helicopters. There's a common misconception about evacuation means helicopter, but it also means stretchers, ponies, 4x4s where ambulances can't reach. We as insurance, because we come from adventure, everything, we take a full sort of scenario and case, and then we pay those claims as well. It's not just, it has to be a certified ambulance. Where there is no ambulance, we do pay claims for 4x4s or ponies where there's no bills as well. So the idea is to save lives. I think I would like to focus on this now. In this slide, you can see in a 360-degree comprehensive network, we have operators who are organizing this, the companies, the clients who are doing this, and obviously the guides, instructors and porters who are involved in this business as well. So they are the backbone. So once we say in terms of insurance, if the clients are secured, if the operators are secured through CGLs, comprehensive general liability, in layman terms, हम लोग third party liability भी बोलते हैं, but comprehensive general liability and professional indemnity, because we are all professionals, and then the insurance for the staff, guides, instructors and porters. When everybody in the system is insured and secured, I think you can expect much better outcomes, much faster outcomes as well. Operators for CGL, I'll give you a quick example. We do include medical malpractice. So if one of your guides or instructor is giving a CPR, and because of that, the family could say, oh, because of your guide CPR, the further problem occurred, then that is also covered. Maybe you have arranged a trip, let's say in Rishikesh, and you have arranged a bus from Delhi, and the bus operator is some other company. Still, if there's an accident or there's an accident on the road, those people can actually sue you. So every bit now, because we are all going and growing towards corporatization, everybody is liable in the system. So my sincere request would be to actually get an insurance which covers all of this, and it should say that your activity, whatever activity you are performing, you organize, it should say that this includes scuba diving, this includes zip lining, it should say that, because tomorrow, just for the regulatory purposes, if you guys take this insurance like third party liability, some of the companies, and I have seen those because it's hard to get these policies, they will not pay whenever it mattered. I hope it never, it doesn't come to that situation, but still, one misconception about CGL, it covers your own assets and properties and your own people. Nope, it covers third parties. So anything which is not your company's asset, your company, it will cover that. So CGL for me is must for an operator in today's world to actually start. Once you have all the paperwork, you should have a CGL in place. You should also have something what we call as guide, instructor, porter policy, and then of course for the clients. And clients, depending on your activity, you should, excuse me, if you are in aerosports, of course you need injury and higher coverage for the death. But in case you are doing high altitude courses, that all depends on what activity you are doing and how much coverage you think in case something goes wrong, you require. We have seen a lot of the claims which have been launched very abruptly. We have faced few issues. Every year we have several claims which are unique in nature. So to give you an example, there's a case in Maharashtra where the person was rescued within a day. So it took 1 day to bring that patient down from wherever in Syadris. The person was hospitalized before the midnight. So as per the insurance, all the claims till your policy is valid will be paid, but the client was hospitalized for next 3 days. So in that scenario, you should know that your policy should have and must have an automatic extension cover, which basically means in case of an incident and the person is hospitalized, so for all the period the person is hospitalized, the policy will remain valid. These are the smallest issues. And in case you want to take him to another hospital, a tertiary hospital, you should please get an approval. In this scenario, nobody took our approval. Insurance would always decline these kind of claims. So small things matter. Activity, you should know if it's included. Altitude, some policies world over now just cover 4,500 meters. They used to cover, let's say, 7,000, 6,000. Now they have big deductibles. You don't know co-payment. We have seen in Nepal and in India, insurances across Europe and US, they say $500, 1,500 pounds in case an evacuation is required. I think PED, pre-existing disease, we are facing a big challenge. I think one of the biggest age groups in trekking and mountaineering and all the adventure sports are 45 plus corporates, and they already have a comorbidity, sort of a disease, BPs, diabetes, and these people do not take their medications while they're on the mountain, and that creates a further challenge. So they do not disclose their own medical issues with their operators, guides, and that creates a further issue. So poor medical notes, you should always consult the insurances what to do next instead of assuming anything. I think one of the key things which we have done, and I have repeated this project in the past, I always say this, that when we all work together, amazing things can happen, and HAMRC is the proof of that. HAMRC is what we call as high altitude medical rescue centers. What we did several years back, we created these high altitude, a full project with the local All Ladakh Tour Operators Association as well as the district administration to create these. Anyone who goes to Chadar Trek would definitely has to go. We created these SOPs, so they have to stay 3 days as part of acclimatization in Leh. Then they have to go through a pre-medical checkup. Only after they are cleared by the doctor, they receive the permits. SOPs were given to them. Everybody has to be insured. Then we set up medical tents, rescue units on the go. We employed local guides, give them equipment. We were requested from the administration about the satellite phone, and they gave us in Ladakh. But obviously, it was under strict supervision. They gave us licensing officers from SDRF. And believe me, we did 3,124 people that year. We rescued 14 people. And since then, all the SOPs, the locals have taken over that project. There are 0 deaths. So idea for us is to collaborate with everybody and make something so unique that, things can actually change 180 degrees, believe me. So these are the four pillar frameworks. We say mandatory adventure insurance, medical governance, integrated rescue and SOPs, training and certification and compliance. I think everybody, I'm not going in details because everyone has spoken on this. I think the way forward for us is to, I think push this, whatever we are discussing, just actually build how we can implement this on the ground. Operators, for the government, of course, we need to have state-level emergency response coordination, recognition of adventure-specific risk frameworks, destination-level rescue protocols, and so forth. I think in the last, I'll say a few things. I want to close with one simple thought: safety builds trust, and trust builds growth. If India wants to become the global adventure tourism leader, we cannot look safety as a cost. Safety is an investment in credibility. It protects operators, it protects clients, it protects guides and staff, and it protects destination. It protects the reputation of Indian adventure tourism. The only way forward for me is collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prateek. We'll be having you back, when people have this open house, and there will be a lot of questions for you, I'm sure. To conclude this important session, we now invite a distinguished legal expert, Mr. Chandar Mohan Lal, Senior Advocate, Bar Council of Delhi, brings extensive legal experience and expertise. Today, he will speak on negligence, liability, consumer and operator rights, and legal documentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Chandar Mohan Lal.
So, good evening, and thank you for this invitation for speaking to this august audience, coming straight out of court. And one of my first challenges, adventure challenges, was how to make a legal point not so scary and a little bit entertaining. So that would be my attempt. A lot of the effort that has been put in is not by me. It's by my junior and also by artificial intelligence. So if you see a general trend, I don't take the credit for it. So I'm going to cover
a lot of speakers before me have spoken about, an adventurer spoke about it, insurance, etc. Also rescue operations. All of this leads up to obviously legal challenges. When does an insurance company doesn't pay is open to a legal challenge. What are the safeguards that you must take as adventure tour operators to secure yourself from those legal challenges? Trust me, if you think that shark attack was bad, you don't want to be in a court. You'll suddenly want that shark to come and attack you, because in courts, there are many more sharks who won't just bite your leg off. So I'm going to cover some of the aspects on negligence versus liability. When does that? That's an overview. I'm going to speak about how should your, contracts are important because you enter into waiver agreements, etc. What kind of contracts will live up to legal scrutiny? I'm going to talk about the Consumer Protection Act, which is a civil liability which may put some costs on you through the Consumer Protection Act, and all users of adventure services would be termed as consumers. And then I'm going to talk about, obviously, in any adventure tour, and especially with the climate change that we discussed, there's going to be acts which are way beyond our control, and that is going to cause harm which we could not have anticipated. What is the effect of that harm is something that I'm going to be discussing. So negligence versus liability. When does negligence convert into liability, and what constitutes negligence from a legal perspective is what I'm going to discuss next. So there is an element of duty of care. Every operator has a duty, even without a formal contract, for the duty of care to your client. So don't think that merely because you have not contracted and once you provide adventure tour operations, your client becomes an essential part of you, and therefore you have a duty of care by law. If you don't meet reasonably prudent adventure operator safety requirements, you may be breaching that duty of care. So you need to be careful. Just to give you an example, you don't have an emergency preparedness, or the equipment that you use is not the appropriate equipment for the activity that you were going to indulge in. When does that duty of care become connected to the harm that may have? It's the causation effect, that the breach must directly cause the harm. If the same injury would have occurred regardless of the breach, causation fails and the entire claim collapses. So where you have made the breach, there must be a causation to the accident. It can't be that you weren't carrying medication or a headache pill, but you had an accident on a raft. So there's no real causation there. And then eventually it is injury that must have taken place. If there is no injury, then there would be no liability leading up to that. What are the types of liabilities in adventure tourism? Is fault-based negligence. Operator failed to meet the reasonable standard of care, most common basis for at least consumer forum complaints. It's very easy to and then that is where your entire checklists come in as to what was that duty of care and how did you ensure that the fault didn't happen. And then that also, under this, I still haven't gotten used to this Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. They've changed our sections. If anybody who's practiced law, you never change sections. We kind of remember sections, and when I argue cases, I rely on the old, criminal acts and so under the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, section 106, causing death by negligence, I'll be talking a little about that. Endangering life, and cheating as a concept when you don't give out the information to your client, and then I'll be discussing that a little bit more in detail. So there are also not just civil liabilities or consumer liabilities through a consumer court. You could also be held liable criminally if you don't put that appropriate duty of care. So and that becomes pretty serious, because in an adventure tourism sport, you could cause great harm, for example, the shark incident, or even death. And at that time, insurance is only one aspect, but you certainly don't want to be going to jail. So let's first talk of the Consumer Protection Act. A faulty zip line installation, not very difficult to prove, unqualified guides leading up to activities. These could all have serious repercussions, but I'm only right now under item number 2, I'm discussing Consumer Protection Act. Just a quick overview of who is a consumer. Any person who pays for a service. The trekker, the rafter, the paraglide, but all qualify as consumers of a service. The second is consumers' rights. Each consumer under law of the Consumer Protection Act is entitled to 6 statutory rights. The safety, the right to safe passage through whatever activity he undertakes through that operator. He's entitled to information regarding that activity. He's entitled to make a choice whether to indulge in that activity or not, and that choice must be an informed choice. And he has a right to be heard and seek redressal. And most importantly, he has a right to be educated about what he is entering into. And let me tell you as an experience, consumer protection fora are very consumer oriented, and they don't necessarily listen to the other side. There's a tendency to be very consumer focused, so you're already in that conundrum. Deficiency of service is also defined in the Act of any fault, imperfection, shortcoming, or inadequacy in quality, manner of performance of a service. Specifically includes acts of negligence or omission or commission causing injury, deliberately withholding of relevant information to the consumer. Services will necessarily include all recreational and adventure tourism activities. It also discusses unfair contracts, excessive security deposits, unreasonable charges, obligations or conditions which puts the consumer to disadvantages. I'll be discussing a few more of these. You can't be, for example, taking money up front and then saying, okay, now you have to sign this waiver because now you're stuck. And then there are unfair trade practices where you don't provide services of a particular standard. The services have sponsorships or affiliations which the services do not have, and misleading advertisements about safety, etc. So inviting you to do something which you otherwise may not have done would also be covered within the unfair trade practice provisions of the Consumer Protection Act. I quickly went through the 6 consumer rights: the right to safety, the right to information, the right to choose, the right to be heard, seek redressal, and consumer awareness. This is just a further elaboration of that, which I spoke about. And 5 is very important, that you can't bar anybody from going to a consumer forum contractually. So don't think that if you put in a clause that I will not have a liability and you may not have a right to go to court, it doesn't stand in a court of law. Nobody can be denied the right to justice, and contractually you certainly can't bar that out, so don't even think about going there. Consumer courts have 3 hierarchies. Up to 50 lakh claims goes to the district commission, then there's a state commission of 50 lakhs to 2 crores, and above 2 crores the national commission, which is only in Delhi. So there are large, you can see that it is a plus 2 crore jurisdiction to, and it's actually plus means there is no upper limit to the national commission, which is the NCDRC, the state commissions, etc. So you may be saddled, and it's important, if you're saddled with an above 2 crores, no matter where you are, you'll have to come to Delhi. That's another aspect that you need to keep into account when you consider adventure tourism. Just because you're away in the mountains, you can't cut yourself off from Delhi. Then the next item I want to quickly cover is the Indian Contract Act, which discusses exclusions and exemptions. Sometimes operators have a tendency to exclude very broadly. So under the Contracts Act, these are unfair contracts. The contract law generally looks at bargaining power, and contract is based on equal bargaining power. So it recognizes not necessarily what's written on paper, but if there is an unequal bargaining power or knowledge power, then there is the Contract Act recognizes that you must therefore then make the other person come up to somewhat your level so that the contract is considered fair. So in short, if you as an adventure tour operator have knowledge of the risks and I as a consumer am ill-informed about that knowledge, a duty is cast upon you before you enter into a contract to ensure that you educate the consumer sufficiently to bring him up to explain the contract to him. This then comes on to free consent under sections 13 to 19 and waivers under coercion, undue influence or misrepresentation are voidable contracts. Voidable means at the instance of the person who has been wronged. A waiver thrust upon a tourist at the activity site after payment, for example, would be a situation where a consumer may go and say that I had no option but to sign because I'd paid a large sum of money upfront, and therefore I wasn't even allowed to withdraw the money, would not constitute free consent, no matter what is written in that contract. And as I mentioned, restraint of legal proceedings is not an option. Then comes, as I said, the shark who eats the leg. So this is now criminal liability, where criminal and civil can go side by side. So you may be saddled with both. And criminal has you typically either jail term or fines, whereas civil would only have damage clauses. So where you endanger life or personal safety, acting rashly, negligently, and you endanger human life or personal safety, if hurt is caused, there's a 6-month penalty. If grievous hurt is caused, then it's up to 3 years. And if that grievous hurt has a causation to your activity, then that could be the obligation on the tour operator. And hurt is defined as, you can see here, emasculation, permanent privation of the sight of either eye, permanent. So, we all know what hurt is, but the Indian Penal Code or the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita describes what hurt is. Also cheating, which constitutes a criminal liability, intentionally or deceptively inducing a person to do or omit to do anything which he would not do otherwise, which causes him harm to that person. Explanation of the states, the dishonest concealment of facts. What are the dangers in this rafting activity? What are the dangers in climbing this mountain or conducting this zip lining operation or going down this slope skiing, sending you down a black slope as a beginner could be a problem. Causing death by negligence, again operator negligence, an aspect quite well understood, also invites criminal liabilities. Now, what are the operator's rights and defenses in this entire operation? So let's look at how one should go about ensuring minimization of risk. Knowledge of the specific task. So it's very, very critical. And all this is recorded, and there are best practices of giving your customer full knowledge of the risks involved in the activity. So and not only telling them what are the safety measures, what could go wrong, what is to be done when you go wrong, and if you are suffering from ailment A, B, or C, what could be the consequence of that? So if you're asthmatic and you're going for rafting, you may be a very good swimmer, but the water is going to be cold. So when you fall into the water, there's going to be problems because asthma may kick in and you may drown as a result of that, though you were a very good swimmer. So these are things which need to be brought out very clearly. So the voluntary assumption of that exact risk by the consumer, you need to ensure as an operator that they have understood the risks and signed up to go for those despite those risks. And you've already asked them for a complete disclosure, which is the next one, that your consent was free, uncoerced of the consumer. No pressures, no tricks. It can't be the first speaker that when I walked in, she said that there was a whole contract, so you can't hand over a 40-page contract and it's in sort of clause so-and-so, somewhere down there, mentioned that this risk was covered and that you accepted that risk. That's not good enough because clearly when you're going in for an adventure activity, I don't think it's difficult to prove that nobody sat down there and spent 2 hours reading that contract. So if you now notice when you do online, tick of contracts, they make you scroll down all the way and they give you an option of downloading, but you can't accept before you scroll down, which means that you actually took the necessary effort to scroll down, which meant you read it and then signed it. You can't be on top of the contract on a phone and say accept. So all three elements are proven, then you're reasonably safe. Then let's look at the Supreme Court said to establish negligence, the duty to care existed, and such duty was owed to every operator, the plaintiff in that case, and therefore was that duty fulfilled is a question that needs to be answered. When we look at the waiver defense, the test formulated by the House of Lords was a reasonable foreseeable consequence of the defendant's conduct in the circumstances. So was the briefing to your client a reasonable foreseeable consequence which you warned the client of or did not warn the client? Was it something which was outside of your control, or was it something that you ought to have anticipated at the initial stage itself? So in the Policymakers case, it was held that liability may still arise even if the exact sequence of events leading to the damage was not anticipated by the defendant. So even though, because the defendant is not the expert, the consumer is not the expert in what to expect in an outdoor activity. He doesn't do this day in and day out. The operator is expected to do this day in and day out and ensure that he provides the customer with the relevant, for example, in a rafting, there may be a sharp rock which may damage the raft, in which case you have to swim out. But then you have to ensure that your life jackets are appropriate, your safety equipment was fine, and your safety briefing in that situation, what is the customer supposed to do? And then he should be asked to make a call whether he still wants to go. So points to note: knowledge of one's risk is not consent to all the risks. The scope must match the harm exactly. Consent under compulsion is void, and the Consumer Protection Act, unfair contracts will override the exact terms of that contract. One would look behind the contract and the circumstances under which it was signed. Then there are force majeure clauses. For example, you go flash floods, lightning strikes, cloud burst, unprecedented dust storms. Force majeure are normally exempted. So that is something that must be documented if there is an accident as to what was the cause of that accident. Whatever evidence can be led to show that it was a force majeure situation, then you may have to go back in a court of law to show that, look, the briefing was done with all possible foreseeable consequences, but this was one consequence which was not foreseeable. A flash flood happened, or a cloud burst happened, or lightning struck. These are risks that we informed the consumer about, and he willfully took that risk, and therefore I am not liable, and that would be a good defense. Then other operator defenses are contributory negligence. Now, if you see here, the safety briefing was given. I don't want Ajit to be mentioning that the person who's taking that selfie is me. It's often when I went out with him, that was me. Come on, Ajit, it's all right. I'm okay, I can take that selfie. I'm still alive, so I should be okay. And Ajit is not in jail, so I think we're good. And so, despite the safety briefing, the client undertook activities which went beyond the safety briefing or contrary to the safety briefings. Resultantly, the raft flipped, or he fell out of the raft. Now you see the contributory negligence. Slide 1, the operator gave a proper briefing. That's good. Check for the operator. The participant took an unnecessary risk contrary to the security measure that was told to him. He then, as a result of that activity, fell into the water. But now your life jacket was not good enough. So you see, you're sharing the risks. So whilst you did activity 1 very well, which is briefing him, you were also under an obligation to give him a proper life jacket. So because he took this additional risk doesn't mean you become risk-free and your life jacket. So you said if he hadn't gotten up to take the selfie, he would have not fallen into the water and my life jacket would not have come to test. It's not a very good argument, as in any of you can understand, will not fly. So in situations like this, courts would largely hold it to be a shared liability, which is again not the best place for you to be. If you had covered 1 and 4 well, which was you had good life jackets, you gave proper briefings, and your guide did try and control this gentleman, you would probably absolve yourself, and the scale would have shifted more in your favor rather than favor of the consumer. But in a situation like this, it would be a liability of 50-50. Legal documentation is therefore clearly an important aspect which I think this association must look at. I think for each activity there should be templated documentation and templated guidance to the consumer. I think that is something that this organization must provide for each adventure activity. This is the templated document that you must sign, and this is the templated briefing that you must give, and this is the templated security measures that we must give, and also this is the templated security equipment measure that must be used for this activity. I think if you give something like this out to all members who are then made and you ensure that they follow that, you may keep yourself out of courts, which is not good news for me, but it's certainly good news for all of you. So I don't know why I'm even sharing this, but then legal documentation, as I said, so I know that ATOAI already has, and I went through that, so I won't bore you with that because I think this may have been covered by my earlier speakers. But you do ask for indemnities and disclosure forms. There are insurance records, medical records, fictional declarations, participant information records. I think this needs to be tightened a little bit more, where you are able to download documents with clear identifiers of what is where, so that they are educators for all your staff. And it's not difficult nowadays to prepare such documentation, which is the document itself may be very legal, but it has to be understood by your consumer, it has to be understood by your operators. There's liability on you for your staff as well. So this needs perhaps tightening. What a waiver can't do is to say, if you're, there are some aspects of waiver which won't cover, and the second one is clearly that you can't bar access to courts of law. That waiver would not work. He should be asked to sign the waiver willfully before he makes the payment, then after his making the payment. It must cover risk created by operator misconduct. Waiver should not be in an unfamiliar language or too legalese or a 30-pager document. It should be fairly drafted, not with fine print. We discussed about insurance and saying it's only hurt but not, or if you slip and injure yourself, but otherwise it won't cover for HAPE and other forms of high altitude illness. So those are fine prints which need to be looked into. Ministry of Tourism has also published some guidelines which I'm sure have also been covered, so I won't trouble you with those. Insurance and worker protections, etc. It's available on their websites. Just some key takeaways. I know I'm running out of time, but I know this is going to be uploaded somewhere, I assume. So these are just some conclusions, but I've already spoken about them enough, so I don't want to be reading those conclusions, but these are some of the takeaways from what I just discussed in my previous slides. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lal. I think it's the first time we've had any legal perspective being discussed in our forum, and the adventure tourism's nuances have become such that we all need to understand the importance of the legal documentation. We thank you for it, and we might invite you again. So ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at a very important moment in today's seminar. It is my privilege to invite a senior policymaker who has consistently played an important role in shaping tourism development and strategic direction in India. Mr. Hon'ble, IAS, Additional Secretary and Director General, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. has been instrumental in driving several transformative tourism initiatives and strengthening India's position as a global tourism destination. Throughout the day, many important themes have emerged: professionalization, safety systems, trainings, regulations, sustainability, accountability, and global competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Suman Billah, IAS, Additional Secretary and General, Director General, Ministry of Tourism, the way forward for Indian adventure tourism. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, everybody. Mr. Bajaj, colleagues from adventure travel industry. It's good to be amongst friends again. I'm fully aware of that you're at the fag end of a very long day of deliberations, and I'm probably standing between you and dinner. So let me try and keep this really quick. I will keep it high level. So I was looking at the agenda and what all things are discussed today, and I've actually noted down about 11 points that I want to flag them to you without any, fluff, so to speak. So we were at Kevadia last week for the State Tourism Secretaries Conference, and Ajit Bajaj was also there. And then he told us that India's ranking in the adventure tourism space has improved from 96 in 2020 to 38th rank in 2024. So of course we find it to be very flattering and we were very pleased with that, but I'm sure that that is happening mostly by the increase in the size of the market because of the rapid growth that India is seeing, rather than any concerted work that we have done to bring a method to the madness that is happening on adventure tourism in India. So I think the underlying principle that we need to understand is that India's demography is changing very fast. We are the youngest country in the world by the age of our population. We are also the fastest growing large economy in the world for over a decade now, which means that we have money, we have the aspiration of the youth, which makes adventure travel a very straightforward fit for youngsters. So today, I think our youth seek experiences, they seek activities, and they want to do things that challenge them, because in doing so, they also discover themselves. So one of the things is today, I think when we look at adventure tourism, 10 years ago when I was Joint Secretary, adventure tourism used to be clubbed under what is called the niche tourism segment. And there used to be adventure, golf, polo, etc. But I think that has become outdated today, because adventure can no longer be called niche tourism. I think we should see it as a major growth vertical for tourism. Which takes me to my second point, and which is something all of you know, is that India is naturally endowed, and I don't need to explain to you that we have the mountains and we have the rivers and everything that is there in between. But I think being naturally endowed is only a necessary precondition for growth. It does not by itself ensure that we will have a strong and robust industry. If we have to do that, it is collective work that all of us in the room need to do to build it into an industry. So the third point that I want to flag is that growth is something that cannot be left to chance. It is not something that happens by accident. Today, one of the most important things that we need to recognize is just because the demand is so high, whether we like it, we do not like it, growth is going to happen. I think there is a certain inevitability to the growth of adventure tourism in this country. Because there is a lot of demand, there is entrepreneurial energy, and what this means is that growth is going to be rapid, but it's also going to be fragmented, and it's also going to be unstructured. So what does it mean when you have rapid growth which is fragmented and unstructured? It means it implies a risk for the consumer, which the speaker before me has so eloquently flagged before us. It also is a risk for the operators. It is a risk for the destinations that have these activities, and in a sense, by extension, it is a risk to all of our credibility. So I think we need to bring some method to how we want to do this thoughtfully to optimize the outcomes for all of us in the room and for the country as a whole. So I think the first principle that we need to work on is that we need to take safety as the core foundation for what we believe. And the speaker before me has also spoken so much about safety and how as an operator that you need to structure yourself. Because adventure activity by definition means that there is some element of managed risk which is inherent in it. But I think what we should understand is that managed risk is entirely different from unmanaged uncertainty. If I get onto a raft, there should be a certain mathematical, certainty that, this is how it is going to be. If you're going to sit in the raft and if there are too many unknowns that we do not know, whether it's going to flip, whether it's going to equipment is going to fail, that is not the situation where we need to be in. And I think if we have to avoid that, we need to ensure that we have proper certification for our equipment, we have operator accreditation, we have robust standard operating procedures, and whenever we have incidents, those incidents are reported not just to understand how many times the system has failed, but also to that it becomes a learning point for us on how to avoid those going forward. We must have insurance coverage, emergency evacuation. All of these become very, very critical for us to operate. And I think it's very vital for us to ensure that we put these into place. The fifth point that I want to flag is about consumer rights. As an industry, are we articulating the rights of the consumer? So if I'm a consumer and if I have come to you, I have every right to know whether the operator is authorized, whether the equipment that he has is duly certified. If something were to go wrong, is there some insurance cover that I get to sort of take care of myself? Or if I'm unhappy with the service, is there any mechanism in which I can flag my grievances and seek a redress? I think these are all very important. And unless we have these, it will be very difficult for us to build trust amongst consumers. And I think in a business like this, trust is the real cornerstone of what we want to do. So essentially, if you have to build trust, you will have to move into the zone of regulation. But regulation is something, again, that you need to be very cautious about how you approach. When we regulate, we want to ensure that there are guardrails so that the bad players are kept out and the good players have a reasonable opportunity to do the business. But we should also ensure that regulation does not translate itself into roadblocks, that it stops every operator from doing every legitimate activity. So I think this fine line that we need to discern is something that is important on how do we distinguish between excessive control and unregulated growth. And therefore, I think when we set up this regulation, and this is something that the government and the industry should do together, we need to ensure that there are clear norms which are understandable evenly by everybody. There must be permissions which are given in a transparent manner. There must be accountability which is well established at every point of the transaction. Last week I was listening to a podcast, and one of the remarkable things that I found was that Amazon as a online platform succeeds so well because the liability is very well established between the manufacturer, between the warehousing agent, between the logistics company, etc. So that if at all there is a complaint, it is immediately flagged to the person who is responsible, and that person is accountable, and he takes the cost of whatever is the deficiency in service. So I think even as we do our adventure activities, it is very important for us to fix that accountability at every level so that it is not a finger pointing exercise. If something were to go wrong, it's because of him, it's because of this person. But I think we need to establish that clear protocol. And I think if we are able to do that, we will be able to ensure not just compliance, but we need to ensure that our compliance is consistent across all times and across all of the people who choose to come for their adventure experience with us. My seventh point is probably more important, and this is something that I've been thinking of for a while from an infrastructure perspective. I think what we need to do is that we need to build these large adventure hubs in the country. Because today growth is happening, but growth is happening in a scattered way, because there's an operator A who goes, finds a site and starts an activity at some place. There is somebody else who goes and does this. But I think there is a great virtue in consolidating these things. So to my mind, I think if we are able to create some method to this, in which even as activity expands, but we bring some amount of coherent design to these to optimize outcomes, I think this is something that can work. So, for example, I think when we talk about Rishikesh, it can be a hub for river adventure. Bir Billing can probably be a hub for paragliding and some aerosports or something like that. So what does a hub do? So to my mind, I think a hub is important because it helps us ensure that there is destination planning. It helps us ensure that there is zoning of the activity, the area, etc. that we do. It helps us ensure that there is carrying capacity management there. We will ensure that there will be certified operators who are using the hub. There are robust rescue systems. There is weather intelligence. That's something that the speaker ahead of me just spoke. There is discoverability from a publicity point of view for somebody who wants to go. There are visitor amenities which are common to all the visitors who come to a hub, like washrooms or whatever it is, accommodation, and of course seamless connectivity. So to my mind, if we are able to, we need to stop thinking small in terms of my camp or my activity at a place. I think there is great virtue in bringing it all together, because as the size of the market goes, there is just not going to be enough space for all of us to go and spread all over. And I think when we have to put money on the table and optimize resources, it's an excellent idea to bring different players within a compact area so that we are able to control it better and we are able to make it more optimal. And one of the things that we have done is the Honorable Prime Minister has said that we will create 50 world-class destinations in the next 3 to 4 years. And there's a large budgetary outlay which is put on that. So perhaps we could consider developing 1 or 2 adventure hubs in partnership with the state, so that we have something which has adequate critical mass, which stands head and shoulders along with the rest of the best adventure tourism destinations around the world. So my 8th point is, of course, also something that the speaker before me had spoken. It's about professional talent and how do we ensure that we create an ecosystem of professional talent. Like how do we have instructors, guides, equipment specialists, etc., all of them who are well trained and who have been certified through a transparent framework that we have set up. We also need to ensure that there is a periodic uptraining and retraining of these people so that they are on top of the game. And of course, I think it's one thing is to give certification. I think the most important thing today is to ensure that there is a way, there's a digital library where all these certificates are kept and which are verifiable, because there are incidents in this country where people are used to, claiming expertise in things that they really do not have. So I think to make it possibly transparent, it's important to have a digital registry where all these certified people are there so that we are able to keep those who are not trained beyond the door. The 9th point that I want to flag is something that's important, that's dear to me, that is sustainability and carrying capacity, waste management, ecosystem protection are all very important. And we need to have responsible operating protocols as operators to ensure that we have sustainability. Because the moment we are not sustainable, I think our calling card of being an adventure tour operator will fail immediately. And I think that is very vital for us. The 10th point is on community. And because we operate in fragile landscapes with communities which are not very well endowed, I think it places a great deal of responsibility upon us to take them on truly as stakeholders along with us and not to leave them as bystanders. So I think there are opportunities in which we engage with local communities and create opportunities for them for livelihoods It could be in guiding, it could be in transportation, it could be homestays. The idea is that we need to create these local entrepreneurship opportunities for them wherever we can, so that the community has a strong and abiding interest in the success of this industry. And in doing so, we also help the poorest and those who require our support the most. So the last and the 11th point that I want to flag is on public-private partnership, and the fact that there's so many of us from the government who have been here, and there are so many of you from the industry are getting together and brainstorming here, means that this is something that can only happen if both the government and the industry collaborate together, actively do so, and for the long haul. And I think one of the things that we need to clear about is that what is the role that the government will play and what is the role that the industry will play. I think the government can help with policy architecture, it can help with establishing standards, it can help with seeking convergence with other ministries and the state governments, and it can use its convening power to facilitate things for the industry. And I think the industry should also play a very vital role, probably more so than the government, because the industry must bring practical inputs that go into the making of a feasible policy. Industry must support with training, because the government that is not something that the government understands, but I think it's best done by the industry. Industry must take the responsibility for quality assurance. The industry must also take the responsibility for responsible growth of this sector, because not just grow the way that the wind blows, but grow by design and ensure that we grow in a way that is sustainable and we grow in a way that works for the country and for all of us. And therefore, I think to conclude, India has obviously three things that is going for it. It has a very large demand base, it has natural assets, and it has a lot of entrepreneurial energy. So I think the three most important elements that you need to make a success out of adventure tourism is already present with us. And I think what we need, and possibly what we lack now, is the first is we need to have a design, have a method. Growth will not happen and deliver results by accident. It will have to be an outcome of the thinking that all of us put together in this room, and we need to sort of design on the tomorrow that we want to see. And it will have to come from discipline in implementing what we want to do and the standards that we establish for ourselves. So to my mind, I have no doubt that India can be a powerhouse for adventure tourism. But my sense is that it will not happen by accident, but it will happen by way of deliberate design. And I think all of us in this room must envision and work towards a future that all of us aspire to. And I'm sure that we can do it, and I'm sure that this is the beginning of a very long journey together. But together, I'm very confident that we will be able to achieve the success that we so rightfully deserve. I thank you all for a patient hearing. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and encouraging address. Your words have truly reinforced the importance of collaboration between government and industry in building a safer, stronger, and globally respected ecotourism for adventure tourism. Thank you so much, sir. Now we come to the end of the sessions. And there's a big smile on everybody's face. But we will let you do the talking now. So for this session, I invite all the office bearers to join me on the stage, because we will give a chance to the audience who've been listening so patiently to everything, to give their suggestions, to introduce themselves, to have an interaction with us and amongst all of you as well. May I request Vaibhav, Ronnie, Neerath to please join me on the stage. May I request for mics for all the office bearers, please? Yeah. Where is Neeraj, sir? Yes, yes. So now this is the time for asking questions. Whether all the speakers are here with us, you can address your questions to them. You can address the questions or give your suggestions to the office bearer team as well. We are all here. Or if you have anything to say in general, please, please say it. We can pass the mic around. They have no questions.
Excellent.
Everyone is
Suspensive moment. People are thinking. Yeah, Ravi.
Yes, please, please give the mic to Ravi.
I just want to congratulate the team of Adventure Tour Operators Association of India. This is absolutely amazing, to organize all the stakeholders to come together, have sort of brainstorming session, the partnership with the government and policymakers. I just can't imagine this 5-10 years ago. I come from an organization which is far beyond all this, but I feel just looking at the aspect of how this whole thing was organized and the minds coming together, I can only wish all the best to you folks and to the industry.
Thanks, Ravi. Coming from you, it means a lot to us. Grateful for your support and for all of you to be here today.
I'm back with another question. Sorry, should I come in front or can you see me? Sitting, standing, I look the same. I was just wondering about the framework. Some of us had questions. Is it publicly available to us? Or is it the same? I mean, is it different or is it same from the safety, what were they called? The safety laws that were circulated at one point? Are they the same or do we have the paperwork for this?
So, Guneet, the safety guidelines were work of the past that's already been circulated to the states by the center, requesting them to follow it. The adventure framework is more complex. It's being discussed at the national board level, which incorporates rescue centers, training, capacity building, etc.
Yeah. Actually, I had a very specific question because initially when the framework, the speaker who presented this framework, there was a line where it said that certain organizations are exempt from the tourism framework. And it went by pretty quickly, but I think it's something like clubs, associations, and a couple of other things, right? Now, to my knowledge, the two biggest disasters that have resulted in casualties in the last 5 years, there were institutions/clubs, organizations that were involved. So if we have a framework that is going to encompass all of us, why is it that some of those clubs and things are being left out?
A very pertinent point. Yes, I think you're referring to the draft that was circulated. It meant exemptions for the armed forces and some institutions clubs. You're absolutely right. But it's draft, and I think that's still being discussed.
Thank you.
Hey everyone. So very important and pertinent points discussed, lots of learnings to take away from today. But so far in my exposure to the industry, and when we talk about guidelines and systems and SOPs, I think the biggest challenge in terms of implementation that I have observed so far is they don't percolate to the grassroots as much as we would like them to, right? People who have taken the effort to come all the way here most of them are already at the top of their game, right? They understand it's more of a pull product for them, right? Rather than being a push product. And where the major problem is, there, it just needs to be percolated better, pounded better. Um, what vision or ideas do we have to actually take it further down where people aren't even aware that these things exist? Do you see technology and especially AI being a way to interact with technology, AI making it so much more simpler, like, removing all the hassle of complex interfaces, complex configurations? AI just makes it like, just speak to it and work is done. Do you see that playing any role in terms of better enforcement of these policies?
I'm going to ask Neeraj Bhai to answer your question. But look, this is not a question and answer session. It's not an us and them. We are all together, right? So this session really is about all of us getting our thinking caps on and coming up with ideas and practical solutions. We know the problem, right? All of us do. We spend a lot of time, day in and night out, out in the field, facing some of these conditions. So anyway, we are going to go ahead, answer your question. But this session is about hearing from all of you, hearing solutions, to this very complex issue of risk management in our country. Right. So over to you, Neeraj Bhai.
Yeah, same thing I was about to say. It's rather than question, it's a newer technologies. So technology always helps. So the stage where we are, everyone know it is a fragmented. We all are trying to make it systemized. System, one person might be expert as a guide, as an operator, as an individual, but it is a system that works. It is a system that fails. Individually, I may not do any mistake, but when my team is there, there might be. So all those scenarios, those need to be documented, those need to be systemized. Once it is systemized, it need to be monitored, third-party reviews, and what everyone discussed. Those data need to be compiled. Once compiled, you have access to that, then you can use the AI. Otherwise, it is artificial. If you are using AI before you have your intelligence, then it will guide you to somewhere else. So that is the important aspect. Technologies are there. They are helpful, really helpful, but the basic system need to be established, and it cannot be by the government. It cannot be by the operators. Everyone, all the stakeholders need to be involved to cultivate that. It's not a manufactured thing. We have to cultivate it in our practice. Then and then we can have that robust system.
Thank you.
Shantanu?
Yeah. If I may go back to what she brought up, Guneet. Yeah, so I have 2 points in, as an input to the discussion. One is these exclusions have happened even in the Western countries. So even New Zealand and Finland, if I remember. And schools, clubs, non-profit organizations. So I think we need to understand more about why those exclusions were made. Maybe the reasons are valid. Maybe they are looked into by some other ministries. Like for instance, the Forest Department has very robust, regulation. The second point is, in Maharashtra, when we worked on this, we struggled with this question tremendously. And what we articulated has been accepted and has been appreciated in comparison is we just stated that where is the responsibility of risk being transferred? Who is bearing the responsibility? So there is a participant and there is an organizer. So irrespective of the nature of your organization, if the risk is being transferred where we go to duty to care, then that's it. So that also could be considered. Thanks.
Any other thoughts, suggestions?
Hi, sir. Rudra.
Yeah, Rudra, please go ahead.
I actually specifically had a question to Chandan Mohan sir regarding liabilities and waivers. You know, it's very interesting. One of the in skydiving specifically, the maximum number of people who say no to skydiving does not actually happen when they're at the door going to jump out of a plane. It happens when they read the waiver liability form, when they read that form. So my specific question was that in the Indian context, do we have a generic framework or a draft agreement or a waiver that we can use for maximum adventure activities? And do online waivers work?
So online waivers do work, but I don't think they are the most efficient form of waivers for adventure tourism. Because explaining all of that in a document is not going to be sufficient. So whilst you can have online waivers, I think it should also lead up to a physical. If anybody who's done a PADI course for for diving, it's so methodical and systematic, and how they cover each aspect. Now, for example, if you were to go river rafting, I would think it's necessary for you to first jump into the water and feel the temperature of the water in a placid environment so that you don't get that shock if it's in a rapid, for example. I think there have to be some basic safety drills in that waiver, and after that you should make them sign a waiver. So I think there has to be like a PADI kind of a booklet that for activity A, these are the kind of things that you will undergo, and I think there should be a slide presentation with interesting graphics, which AI will give you like it gave me for my presentation, but something which is consumer oriented. It can't be lawyer oriented. You can't have legalese documents which you as a professional understand, but a consumer as a consumer can't understand. So it has to be in his language that you need to explain to him. And if necessary, record that. What are your drills? And some preliminary drills, so that you are also confident that the person you are taking for an adventure out, because once you're out in the elements, for example, the person who's swimming in the sea and is bitten by a shark, it's then too late. So to expose that person to at least some part of those risks, I think if it's possible, it should be done. For example, take, in your case, I don't know, take him to an altitude and see how he feels with height. If you're doing a bungee, when you go up there, how do you feel? Or in a rafting situation, throw him in the water for a change. So I think there's no set formula. Yes, legally we must have certain documentation, and I think ATOAI must work on a solid presentation come idea, so that somebody who's doing tourism for air and doing skydiving, then you should have a preset best practices.
Absolutely. So ATOI is lucky to have a senior in the Delhi High Court who's into adventure, who climbs, skis, kayaks, and does all the stuff we do. So I'm going to request him for some templates for the industry that we are going to share with all of us. Yeah.
I realize that when you're getting free advice, you don't let your lawyer leave.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and one more request, sir. If you can share your presentation, I think it was very insightful.
Yeah, they have it. So
we have his presentation, and although he specializes in intellectual property, we are very happy to share it.
I hereby declare that it's open to be shared.
Okay. Thank you for your consent.
Other questions? I came back so that if anybody had the benefit of my answers, or anybody else has any question, I'm happy to answer them. You don't get free lawyers that easy.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, sir, this question is for you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sonak Basu, and I'm a founder of an organization, we call it as EduXPL. Here, adventure sport is one of the activities or experiences that we do. But coming back to the point of the legal, there is this part which we call as act of God, right? Uh, I wanted to understand as an operator for us, uh, how do we prepare to understand that this much things we can cover, and we understand also that there are things which are not covered and which is by legal, it would come into it, and the consumer can get back to us and can claim that this was your problem, other than of course the equipments and all the arrangements that we do.
So, I mean, and the officer who spoke after me, the Director General Tourism, he also talked about best practice and anticipating. You are the expert in the field, right? You understand acts of God which can happen to an activity such as this. So high altitude climbing, for example, you understand there could be high altitude problems with the lungs or the brain. You need to explain that. If it's a flash flood or something like that, you can anticipate that and put that in, that these are some of the inherent risks. In an aerosport kind of a situation where you jump off a plane, you could get a gust of wind which takes you away, or the parachute doesn't open. Are possibilities which are beyond your control, that you've taken the best possible wrapping of the parachute, but it can still happen, it doesn't open.
Right.
Or the weather suddenly turns, there's a tornado or something which you didn't anticipate. You can put that in the waiver because you are the best person to anticipate those risks. And you must educate the consumer of those risks. I may not want to take that risk, but I don't know the risks. I'm one of those tourists who wants to, how many, nights, room nights are you giving me? And that's how much I know about it. And most of Indian climbers, I was shocked. I went to Jammu and Kashmir to do one of the treks. There was a queue of 3 kilometers long and people were doing picnics there. And of course, when they left, everything was an absolute mess. But people in saris, I looked ahead, far ahead, away in the wilderness. I thought I saw women dancing in saris and doing Nagin dance there. And lo and behold, it was true. I'm like, you guys took a day off to come all the way here to do a Nagin dance? Yes, we got, we thought. And with their husbands, and they're wearing these silky. So I said, you carried these silky saris to do a Nagin dance on top of a mountain? For Instagram, they'll do it. So today you're looking at risks of the cellular phone and you keep going back and you take pictures. It's an obvious risk. You must guard the consumer against that risk, that you're going to be climbing at such terrain and you can't be taking selfies at these places, because there is, and acts of God can be put in there. But if it goes beyond what you anticipated and you as an expert could not anticipate that, you'll be exempted from that. Everybody understands that.
True.
But put a disclaimer, which is a very fair disclaimer, that though we have told you as much as we knew, there are still possibilities that something may happen and we don't take liability, and I think you'll have done service to your consumer.
So what I conclude, I can understand is briefing is very important.
Yeah.
So, I come with a mindset with solutions. Lately, what we have been doing also as an organization is, other than the indemnity forms or the disclaimers, we do a verbal, briefings before every activity, that these are the things which is going to happen. And for every program which is going to happen, prior to 24 hours, we do a run through for right from the start till the end.
Yeah.
So I think, a lot of feedbacks when we take, a lot of clients says that this hasn't happened with us in terms of our, the whole journey experience. So I think, that could be better if we speak more and, the instructors do a briefing before the day.
So I want to share another experience. I ran a law firm and I went to did a course at Harvard Law for 1 week, an executive course. And what their strategy was, they would give you material to read. They would do case studies for you to read, and they could be adventure case studies for law firms. That this adventure, this is how this person tackled a particular problem. Shackleton, for example, when he got stuck in the, in his ship. They put that as leadership programs. In the context I'm saying is, if you have a time constraint and you're pushing out too many people and you have a time constraint on briefings, why do you not share something interesting to the consumer who's coming to you a day before and say, I'm going to test you on this for 20 minutes? Did you read this? Did you read this? And you've got to put a threshold. This is your threshold. Below this threshold, knowledge level threshold, I'm not going to take this consumer. And they will come with threshold here. So you've got to make sure you bring their threshold here. Now, how is that going to happen? By interesting slides, putting the legal points across in a friendly way, circulating them in advance, making them sign those documents, that they've read those documents, and then you conducting a 10-minute query. You can make out as an expert, this man doesn't know enough. Ask him the necessary questions. Paddy does that. It's a beautiful course. If you've done that 3-day course, I thought it was so impressive. You have to read that book and go. You can't be doing it without your prior. So you read and go, and then you ask the necessary questions. And the sooner you can bring your consumer up to the level which is your threshold, and you document all of this, you are reasonably safe. You have to understand that every consumer who's coming to you in adventure tourism understands or must understand that there's an element of risk. So either he doesn't do it, either it, so if he's stupid and doesn't then do things, and you are as an operator, because you will come out with stupid people, you don't want to be going into court. No matter what you do, if you go to court, it's a pain. You don't want to go there. So cover yourself as much as possible. No amount is sufficient. So I think we need to work on something friendly and easy for people to understand, including the operators to understand. Because I know in this country there are operators who will, get a glider and let's go. I don't even want to mention how we entered into paragliding, parasailing. You want to mention it? His son is here. The poor guy would not have been born. So I'm just saying that we need to bring up the operators and the consumers to that level.
Incidentally, Mr. Neil Davidson from Paddy is here. He was the first speaker this morning.
Oh, wonderful. So there you are. You've got an expert right there. Where can I send my bill?
Chand, you want to sit and answer this?
No, I'm okay. Absolutely. How are you selling adventure sports as an aggregator? Of course you're liable. Absolutely you're liable.
I mean, anybody who's got a booking thing on their website, and people are free to go to their website and simply click book. Does everybody fall into that category?
So you will have to, if it's on booking.com and you book an adventure.
No, let's say it's on your website. It's on your own website.
And who am I? Am I the adventure tour operator?
Yes.
I'm an aggregator.
Just, let's say you're the operator, but you don't have all your details on your website.
So if you book with me and I pay up front,
yeah,
and I come to you and I find that this is too dangerous for me,
yeah,
and you say, sorry, I'm not refunding your money, as a result of which I go on this activity and kill myself or harm myself, you're going to be in trouble.
Right. And vice versa on the aggregator thing. Because not all aggregators put up even details
the
of what they're
aggregators will have a
expecting.
different element of it. They would have to put a disclaimer to say that you are paying us this, but you will go there and you will be briefed appropriately. And if you choose to pull out, we'll refund your money. This is not a hotel room or a non-dangerous thing that you're setting out to do. You must be informed and take an informed decision where you push out the payment. You're only making a booking. I don't want to land up somewhere in the middle of the mountain and say, okay, we are full, you can't come. So I'm making that advance booking, but I should be allowed to pull out.
I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to add, to what Chandra has said. The ISO standard, that is the Adventure Tourism Safety Management System, ISO 21101, it clearly says that a participant who is coming and before he undertakes that activity must have a clear idea about the risk which is involved. Okay, so that is very clear and that is the basic takeoff, and I think it implies what he is saying, that he needs to be made to be understood that what he is heading for and what is the risk involved. and preferably he should be prepared.
Go ahead. Sorry, somebody right at the back put their hand up. So introduce yourself and go ahead. Let's speed up the questions a little bit now because we'd like to wrap up in about 10 minutes if possible. Yeah, please go ahead. He put up his hand pehle.
Hello. Thank you, ATOAI, first of all, for organizing this beautiful event. We learned a lot. And I am coming straight from Jaipur. And one thing I realized here is that, as I can see some young tour operators and some young adventure tour operators, really needs to be knowledge of the proper coming into that segment, I guess, right? Those who are established in this industry by the since long, they have all the proper knowledge. But basically, it's like the somebody from here and the one from here, and also from my side. It's like that if we want to bring, like we are just into new industry, like we do the camps, okay, we do the adventure camps, and we want to bring the kayaks in the Rajasthan. But we do not have any proper guidelines, or we don't have any proper mentor that should tell us that how can you do this in the proper manner, basically. So if somebody joins the association and brings here and come here, then somebody should tell them that to proceed, so we can grow that in a more manner and in the vast level. Okay, that's it.
Just quickly responding to that, I think ATOI is all game for giving you support. First thing is read the guidelines book by heart. Unless you've read it 10 times, don't come to ATOI to say that I need help. And when you come after reading it 10 times, I'll tell you, go read 11th time and then come. Right? And by that time, you'll know yourself what to do and what not to do.
I really appreciate your thoughts, sir. But basically, some things is like not just to getting the read. If we just read the books, that is not going to be sold, I guess. Because if that is available, then everything is available on the internet and then the books.
No. So you can definitely reach out to ATOI. For sure.
Yeah, that's what I meant. If it's like somebody, the panel is sitting there and somebody is the tour operator and they have such an issue and such a problem, then somebody should be explained that this is the manner you can get out from this.
Absolutely, that's
So
what
we
ATOI is.
are coming up with a standardization cell, right? So people in all the 29 verticals of adventure tourism that we have covered in our safety guidelines, we're going to have experts there. But look, if you're starting any activity as an entrepreneur or in any capacity, the first thing you need is skill. So presently, if you're looking at kayaking, Nimas is, Colonel Jambal spoke about it earlier, they are now running courses. So take the trouble, take the time to ensure that you and your instructors are trained at the highest level before you get into any commercial adventure tourism activity.
Yeah. Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So good evening. This is going to be the last question, and we are going to open the bar because I think the closing is before 10 o'clock. So yeah, last question, please.
Am I permitted?
Yes, of course. Please, Sanjay.
Right, I know. I might be the most cursed person out here right now. So, the pandemic happened. And before the pandemic, one used to drop these contracts with the force majeure clause. And then when the pandemic happened, there were a lot of debates and discussions and disputes on whether act of God, force majeure covers something as, as an epidemic or a pandemic, or, right now there's a cruise ship which has had a hantavirus outbreak. Or you suddenly get hit by a tsunami, or there's a boat that's just capsized in Madhya Pradesh in that dam, and they got hit by a freak storm, freak wind. Is there some way to sort of further protect yourself on the terms force majeure, act of God, and not get into these further qualifications of whether this was something that had to be specifically mentioned or whether force majeure and act of God actually does cover it. Is there some such term in the legal parlance? Thanks.
Hello? Force majeure is it's a known concept for contracts, and it won't be any different from adventure tourism. You've taken two totally different examples. Heta virus and Corona would be force majeure. What happened in Madhya Pradesh was certainly not force majeure. They had all the life jackets. So I discussed that 1 to 4 points. Yes, maybe the gust of wind was force majeure, but did you have everybody wearing proper life jackets? Answer was no. Your life jackets were tied up under the seats. Nobody could open them. Did you have relevant safety briefings? The answer was no. So you ought to have anticipated that when you're taking your boat out, it can be hit by a storm. That's force majeure, and if it's hit by a storm, you took all the necessary precautions as the expert to ensure that you mitigated that risk to the best of your ability. But if it's beyond that, a shark attack in the ocean is a force majeure which you can't take unless you knew that it's a shark infested beach and you didn't put up the appropriate signs, but if somebody still takes that risk. So you have to see what is force majeure. Is it beyond your comprehension? Now, COVID was beyond anybody's comprehension. You could not have estimated that something like COVID would come up, or Heta virus would hit a ship and the ship would be stranded for a week and couldn't even be welcomed in any country until you saw everybody through. And the risk to the others who were still on that ship, it's a scary as hell thought. So those two are force majeures, but Madhya Pradesh certainly is not. So as experts, you should be able to mitigate those risks by putting out as much as possible on force majeure, saying you could be hit by a storm, for example, in the Madhya Pradesh example, in which case your life jacket may save you. But COVID, you're not going to mention, and there are very standard force majeure clauses which are understood by courts pretty well.
So epidemic and pandemic need not be mentioned as a specific point. That should be covered under force majeure.
You can't standardize it. If you take somebody into a place which is amenable to epidemics, I don't know. There's a flu happening there, and we were trekking when COVID hit, and the guide was taking us to in Arunachal, was going to take us to his village to have lunch, and one of us and by then all of us were suffering from COVID because somebody from Bombay had got COVID, and nobody understood COVID that time, but we refused to go to his village. We said, we are not exposing Arunachal Pradesh to COVID, which it hasn't been till now, because we land up for lunch. And we trekked down and got out, and best of our ability wore masks and got back. So force majeure is not that simply understood, but every field of adventure tourism will have its own set of force majeure, which you must anticipate. It could be force majeure for rafting, having bad weather in the air, could be force, but somebody who's doing aerosports certainly is not force majeure. You should anticipate the weather change which happened day before yesterday or a month or a year ago. You should have anticipated and given that information to your customer.
Okay, so we have one more question. This is from the most important person in our association. Neerath is our treasurer, and he's the man who's going to pay the bills. So you can ask as many questions as you like, Neerath bhai. Go ahead. Yeah.
This is the only part where I get confusion. Like, as an operator does everything right as per whatever the procedure is set, and like a force majeure and all those scenarios. What is the role of insurance? Where it protects, how it negotiates, what are the compromises being done, how the risk is assumed by the insurance, on the negligence part as well. Does that help anyway? Or what is the best balanced scenario in this scenario? Even with this scenario, government officers are also afraid to give the permissions, licensing, and the state governments are also in the same stage. So what is the best balanced solution to have adventure tourism has some kind of assurance? Okay, you have the prolonged assurance to operate in this way.
So you heard the Director General saying that safety and taking it for must be the industry initiative. I think ATOAI has a very, very important role to play. If you want to really see fine print, read insurance contracts. Insurance contracts, with due respect to my friend who was from the insurance industry, insurance contracts have the maximum number of fine prints, which ensure that you don't get your claims. And they will pull out those contracts. It's not across, I mean, insurance is in court every single day. I don't think many insurances don't go through without proper court proceedings. It's very sad to see those cases in courts where people have lost lives and they are not getting their money. So insurance contracts are classic because there'll be a 20-page document which you're expected to sign, and you sit down in their office and go boom, 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 boom. And when, especially in adventure tourism, and he gave a very good example of, by accident, but what about the other aspects? I went skiing once and I covered ourselves for adventure tourism, and it didn't cover skiing accidents. As luck, I shouldn't say luck would have it, while me and my sons were skiing, my wife slipped and broke her leg walking on the streets. The only thing that the insurance covered was that. If I had broken my leg while skiing down, it did, and I read that later, that if I had had a ski accident, which is why we took the insurance, as I said, luck would have it, my wife broke her leg, not skiing, it was covered, but skiing accident would not have been covered, because that's a higher risk adventure sport. And when I came back and asked my travel agent, he said, there isn't normally insurance for skiing because it's a very high risk sport. So, as far as the government is concerned, I think you have to empower the government to say that you are not under risk. So that's why I said ATOAI must do that, is to say, if you give out licenses to us, these are the safety measures that we have incorporated, which mitigate risk. Therefore, you are not at risk giving us those licenses. Because sure enough, if there's a rafting accident and the government has issued out a license to that operator, and he was very negligent and nobody checked his life jacket. So you give out a checklist to the government that we are checking these aspects. If only these 10 aspects are checked, will you give him a license? So we mitigated the risk even for you. So because your bread and butter is dependent on all of this, so you need to cover all stakeholders, because without the government, without your insurance companies, so you need to look at the fine print and make sure the insurance contracts have certain aspects which secure your operators, secure your consumer, etc., etc. So the responsibility really lies with the expert body, which is you, to look into all these aspects, anticipate everything, and guide all stakeholders to help you all grow.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure you all need a drink after this.
Yeah. So risk management is really not a destination, it's a journey. And I think it's work in progress always. But before we close, I just want to first thank all of you. I also want to thank Arshdeep, our Vice President, for having done the most brilliant job. We can have a round of applause for Arsh. Thank you so much, Arsh. She's got 33 pages here. She's done all the hard work today, all the heavy lifting. Thank you so much, Arsh. Thank you. Over to you.
Ajit, I totally enjoyed today. It was so good to listen to all the topics, although it did get heavy by the end of the day. But it has been a very nice day. Thanks to all of you. Before we conclude, I would like to make some more acknowledgements. We're very grateful to the park, very dear friend Rohit, Vinod. They are all very helpful, and the entire park team, I must say, huge thank you to all of you. A special thank you to ASC 360. As always, they support our initiatives. A heartfelt appreciation to the ATOAI Secretariat team. Yes, a big hand to Prateek, ASC 360. And we would also, yes, please, the entire Secretariat team who works relentlessly behind the scenes. Yes.
Thank you. Pavan, where's
Rekha.
Rekha's outside.
Yeah. To our tech team and social media team, backcountry.
Guys.
So they work, I know, they have learned to work with the adventure tourism team now, ATOI team. So my sincere thanks to all our executive committee members who have specially come for this event, Milind, Amit Periwal, Shekhar Babu, Paras Lumba, they are here. If we can see them, okay. Yes, yes. And we also have our special co-chairs who have come, all the way. Shrikant Reddy, Gerald. Shrikant has come from South India, Hyderabad. Yes, please, please, if you can all stand so that people can see you all. Gerald has come from Meghalaya. Saikat from Andamans. Bobby is here.
Bobby
Yes.
from Manipur.
So thank you all. We are very grateful for your presence over here today. And of course, we have our founding pillars. Rani ji is sitting here. And we have our senior industry leaders. Like Sanjay is also sitting amongst us over here. Rajesh Oja is there. Vinayak is there. And we also see Tejbir there. So thank you so much for making it today. And very thankful to our honorary patron for always being with us. And I think that pat on the back to the office bearers. Thank you, and the bar is officially open.
Yeah, she deserves a
The backbone of this thing. And to you